slammed on the gas, bumper to bumper, the avenue's packed. I'm trying to get away before the jack does jack. Police on the scene, you know what I mean? They passed me up, confronted all the dope fiends. If there was a problem, yo, I'll solve it. Check out the hook while my DJ revolves it. Ice, ice, baby. Vanilla. Ice, ice, baby. Vanilla. Ice, ice, baby. Vanilla. Ice, ice, baby. Take heed, cause I'm a lyrical poet. Miami's on the scene just in case you didn't know it. My town, that created all the bass sound. Enough to shake and kick holes in the ground. My style's like a chemical spill. These are rhymes you can vision and feel. Conducted and formed is a hell of a concept. We make it hype, and you wanna step with this. Shape plays on a fade, slice like a ninja, cut like a razor blade so fast. Other DJs say, damn, rhyme was a drug, I'd sell it by the gram. Keep my composure when it's time to get loose. Magnetized by the mic when I kick my juice. If there was a problem, yo, I'll solve it. Check out the hook while my DJ revolves it. Ice, ice, baby.
New York to the heart, but got love for all. Line die in the fire where I learn the ball. Uptown is the place where I lay my dome. On the streets of the Bronx where my family roam. Oh damn it, we home. Peter got a 9mm. Player haters can feel the flame from my heater. I never really liked to play a fool like that, but I love to succeed. See foes fall flat. Splat like deja vu. And I got another clip down a deja crew. I said pissed out, Don P, Mo with the pissed out. Just cause I'm pissy don't mean you should miss out. Keep them in the 50s and hundreds all arranged. Anything less than that, you keep the change. Not filthy rich, but bitch, I'm barely broke. Blessed with flows to keep you hooked like dope. Friends call me guns, sons call me trife. Cause I'm quick to slide off and slide this dick up in your wife. And that's life, you should learn how to treat her. I guarantee Peter knows how to eat her and beat her. Niggas in the Bronx call me Lex, cause I push a Lex. And I rock a Rolex, and I lounge on Lex. And I love sex, and I wave texts on sets that be trying to flex like Dex. Nigga, God rest your soul, but when you're playing cards with guns, it ain't no time to fold. Ho. New York niggas got crazy game, but out of town niggas is all the same. Brooklyn niggas get crazy loot, that's because when it's beat, they ain't scared to shoot. Harlem niggas know how to play, Mac the 600 getting crazy pay. Niggas out of Queens got shit on lock, strapped with the Glock running up in your spot.
But if it wasn't for the Bronx, this rap shit probably never would be going on. So tell me where you from.
Uptown baby, we gets down baby, up for the crown baby.
Now if it wasn't for the Bronx, this rap shit probably never would be going on. So tell me where you from.
Uptown baby, we gets down baby, up for the crown baby.
Yo, the RM80 is parked in a lot right next to the Mercedes. Keep the heat cocked for these blocks that are shady. You're crazy if you walk around thinking shit's gravy. Stop me? Maybe. I'm living life flawless, making big investments on them A-class flawless. And hoes call us, I'm comfortable like Recaro. 2/4 of my life, walking roads tight and narrow. Deep thoughts which I abide by. Puff and hide, got my mind's eye. Point sharper than an arrow, getting high. Keep your eye on a sparrow. Riches like the pharaoh. Bought a new 5 with the snitches for these hoes. Trunk full of ammo. Keep my toes close than most niggas keep their own shadow, and I strap for my foes like a saddle. I rock stones, other niggas rock gravel. Talk shit, whatever have you. I'm from Soundview, Bronx most wanted. Front get confronted, player we rolling deep in the 1.500s like big eye, red eye, mad blunted. You step outside and get blooded, have your whole block flooded with the Bronx as a warning. Storm in, guns out from dusk till dawn, and it's on, no doubt. Keep an eye on your bitch when I'm roaming about, and put an eye on your lip, nigga. Watch your mouth. I'm from the Bronx, wipe your feet when you step in my house, cause you's a small time nigga, about a half an ounce now.
New York niggas got crazy game, but out of town niggas is all the same. Brooklyn niggas got crazy loot, that's because when it's beef they ain't scared to shoot. Harlem niggas know how to play, back to 600 getting crazy pay. Niggas out of Queens got shit on lock, strapped with the Glock running up in your spot.
But if it wasn't for the Bronx, this rap shit probably never would be going on. So tell me where you from.
Uptown baby, we gets down baby, up for the crown baby.
Now if it wasn't for the Bronx, this rap shit probably never would be going on. So tell me where you from.
Uptown baby, we gets down baby, up for the crown baby.
The guns like what? The Lord Tariq is like what? Soundview like what? My 74th like what? Money Boss like what? The gun runners like what? And K&S like what? And Uptown like what?
Charlene, play on. Strong Eye, play on. And Mount Vern, play on. And Yonkers, play on. And putting it down for NY, you know what I mean? NY and worldwide.
Everybody got a breaking point, kid, and they'll rat on you. The family doesn't get rat on you. That's why we gotta be prepared to push whoever out we need to.
Kick it? Yes, you can. Can I 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 kick it? Can I kick it? Yes, you can. Can I kick it? Yes, you can. Well, I'm gone. Can I kick it? To all the people who can quest like a tribe does. Before this, did you really know what live was? Comprehend to the track force, why? Cause getting mentions on the tip of the vibe buzz. Rock and roll to the beat of the funk fuzz. Wipe your feet really good on the rhythm rug. If you feel the urge to freak, do the jitterbug. Come and spread your arms if you really need a hug. Afrocentric living is a big shrug. A life filled with, that's what I love. A lower plateau is what we're above. If you diss us, we won't even think of. We'll nipper the dog and give a big shove. This rhythm really fits like a snug glove. Like a box of positives, it's a plus love. As the tribe flies high like a dove.
Can I kick it? Yes, you can. 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 Well, I'm born. Can I kick it? To my tribe that flows in layers. Right now, Fife is a point sayer. At times, I'm a studio conveyor. Mr. Dinkins, would you please be my mayor? You'll be doing us a really big favor. Boy, this track really has a lot of flavor. When it comes to rhythms, Quest is your savior. Follow us for the funky behavior. Make a note on the rhythm we gave you. Feel free, drop your pants, yak your hair. Do you like the garments that we wear? I instruct you to be the obeyer. A rhythm recipe that you'll savor. Doesn't matter if you're minor or major. Yes, the tribe of the game with a player. As you inhale like a breath of fresh air.
I sit alone in my four-cornered room staring at candles. Oh, that shit is on? Let me drop some shit like this here. At night I can't sleep, I toss and turn. Candlesticks in the dark, visions of bodies being burned. Four walls just staring at a nigga. I'm paranoid, sleeping with my finger on the trigger. My mother's always stressing I ain't living right, but I ain't going out without a fight. See, every time my eyes close, I start sweating and blood starts coming out my nose. It's somebody watching the act, but I don't know who it is, so I'm watching my back. I can see him when I'm deep in the covers. When I awake, I don't see the motherfucker. He owns a black hat like I own, a black suit and a cane like my own. Some might say take a chill, B, but fuck that shit. There's a nigga trying to kill me. I'm popping in the clip when the wind blows. Every 20 seconds got me peeping out my window, investigating the joint for traps, checking my telephone for taps. I'm staring at the woman on the corner. It's fucked up when your mind is playing tricks on you.
I make big money, I drive big cars, everybody know me. It's like I'm a movie star, but late at night, something ain't right. I feel I'm being tailed by the same sucker's headlights. Is it that fool that I ran off the block? Or is it that nigga last week that I shot? Or is it the one I beat for $5,000? Thought he had cane, but it was gold, met a flower. Reached under my seat, grabbed my papa for the suckers. Ain't no use in the line, I was scared than a motherfucker. Put the left in the Popeyes and better die quick. If it's going down, let's get this shit over with. Here they come, just like I figured. I got my hand on the motherfucking trigger. When I saw him, make your ass start giggling. 3 blind, crippling, crazy senior citizens. I live by the swamp. I take my boys everywhere I go because I'm paranoid. I keep looking over my shoulder and peeping around corners. My mind is playing tricks on me.
Day by day it's more impossible to cope. I feel like I'm the one that's doing dope. Can't keep a steady hand because I'm nervous. Every Sunday morning I'm in service, praying for forgiveness and trying to find an exit out the business. I know the Lord is looking at me, but yet and still it's hard for me to feel happy. I often drift when I drive, having fatal thoughts of suicide. Bang and get it over with. And then I'm worry-free, but that's bullshit. I got a little boy to look after, and if I die, then my child will be a bastard. I had a woman down with me, but to me it seemed like she was down to get me. She helped me out in this shit, but to me she was just another bitch. Now she's back with her mother. Now I'm realizing that I love her. Now I'm feeling lonely. My mind is playing tricks on me.
This year Halloween fell on a weekend. Me and Ghetto Boys are trick-or-treating, robbing little kids for bags, till an old man got behind our ass. So we speeded up the pace, took a look back, and he was right before our face. He'd be in for a squabble, no doubt, so I swung and hit the nigga in his mouth. He was going down, we figured, but this wasn't no ordinary nigga. He stood about 6 or 7 feet. Now that's the nigga I be seeing in my sleep. So we triple teamed on him, dropping them motherfucking bees on him. The more I swung, the more blood flew. Then he disappeared, and my boys disappeared too. Then I felt just like a fiend. It wasn't even close to Halloween. It was dark as fuck on the streets. My hands were all bloody from punching on the concrete. Goddamn, homie, my mind is playing tricks on me.
keeps on getting better. Do you wanna roll with me? We can go to foreign lands. Your hand in my hand. Do you wanna ride with me? We can be like Bonnie and Clyde. Be by your side. I'll be more than a lover, more than a woman, more than your lover. I'll be more than a lover, more than a woman, more than a lover for you. I'll be more than a lover, more than I'll be more than a lover, more than a woman, more than enough for you. I 너를 와私たちも知ってた本気を出すのは当然だ他の誰かと違うから
All right. Hi, everybody. My name is Jacob Tucker, and I am so excited to officially welcome you to Origin Summit. I'm going to be your host for today, and by the end of this, I hope you won't be sick of me, but I'm going to try to keep it short, and we have an incredible lineup of speakers throughout the entire day. So this is going to go from right now until 7 p.m. tonight, where we're going to have a live performance from Islet, which is going to be so cool right on this stage. So just some simple logistics just to start. We have some food and snacks outside and also on the second floor. So if you get hungry during the day, go grab a snack, grab a coffee, grab a drink. And we're also going to be serving lunch at 11. So we will have lunch available for you. One other thing I want to mention is some of the panels today will be in Korean language. And so we have live translation devices. For those of you that want to listen in English, you can grab those on the side over here. And our first one is going to be at around 10 a.m. So make sure you grab those devices before that panel starts, okay? So I want to give a brief introduction to myself, Origin Summit, why we are here today, and then I'm going to introduce our first speaker, who is probably the coolest guy out there. So I got started in blockchain about 6-7 years ago. I was in university at the time, and one thing led to another, and I found myself working in developer relations at a blockchain company. And when you work in developer relations, you are required, to develop a passion, a conviction for what you are working on. And your main goal is to communicate that to other people, to describe to other people why you're excited about what you're building and how that's going to change the world. And when I was in university working at this company, I found myself becoming increasingly disillusioned and confused with why I was working in blockchain. And this is because, we had seen a lot of things like the NFT era, when NFTs proved, true ownership. We saw things like stable coins. Stable coins introduced a global, sort of finance layer for the world, and many DeFi applications. But it wasn't until I was approached by Andrea Muttoni, the president of Story, when I started to realize that my search for something meaningful, something I really wanted to build, was found. And at that time, I started to watch YouTube videos and interviews from S.Y. Lee, the CEO and founder of Story, and that's when I started to realize this is it. IP is everything. Story is aiming to create a sort of global licensing layer where anyone can tap into copyright law in code, right, at the app layer. And this unlocks, many incredible vectors, right? If you think about it, in the age of AI, all training data that goes into AI is IP. When we think about institutional finance, right, this IP opens up incredible amounts of investment vectors, the ability to tokenize IP, fractionalize IP, allowing fans to invest in the artists that they love. And so when I was watching SY's videos and Andrea was bringing me into the company, I had found my purpose, and it was IP. And this sort of brings me to why we're here today at Origin Summit. Origin Summit is the first event to bring together the greatest minds in AI, in crypto, in IP, in media entertainment, and institutional finance. And we have some of the leaders in all of those sectors here today to talk about the different aspects of IP. And so some of the people that we have here today, we're going to have Hybe, SM Entertainment, and the Black Label. These are some of the teams behind the most popular bands like BTS, aespa, and Blackpink. We're going to have Ryan Lee here from the Pinkfong Company. This is the team behind Baby Shark, the most viewed YouTube video of all time. And don't worry, I'm not going to do Baby Shark up here on stage. We also have some of the most popular crypto native IPs in Azuki, in Pudgy Penguins, and in Moonbirds. We're going to have some representatives from the Korean National Assembly to talk about the potential of a won-backed stablecoin. And many others, including Yatsu from Animoca Brands. We're going to have Arthur Hayes here and Justin Sun from Tron. So it's going to be an incredible day, and I'm so excited that I get to introduce all these speakers to you. So without further ado, let me introduce our first speaker of the day, who is SY Lee, the founder and CEO of Story, also Giga Chad. He is the coolest guy around, and he has been working in IP for over a decade, with the sole mission of empowering creators. He originally started founding a startup called Byline. This was a journalism crowdsourcing platform to give the power back to creators. Giants like Facebook and Google were sort of breaking the business model for journalists and not allowing them to earn on ad revenue. And so after working in that for a while, he pivoted to Radish Fiction. This was a company that he sold for $500 million, and it's an incredible. This was a mobile serialized fiction app that allowed storytellers, similar to the journalist thesis, where they could connect better with their fans, and they could sell sort of these serialized chapters directly to their fans. And after selling the company, he actually was thinking about, okay, I haven't truly solved the IP issue, and this is how we get into Story. And so today he's going to give you, of course, some of his background, but also tell you how his mission of empowering creators has transitioned into Story and what that vision looks like. So I'm so proud to bring onto the stage SY Lee, the founder and CEO of Story.
Yeah, Jacob, thank you. By the way, he's only 23. He's so smooth and on the stage. So I thank you, Jacob, for opening. So welcome everyone to the Origin Summit. My name is SY Lee. I'm the CEO and founder of Story Protocol. We are a intellectual property focused blockchain for the age of AI. Before I go on to my presentation about why Story, why the Origin Summit, why Korea, I really want to thank my collaborators for this summit. So first, we're not doing this alone. We're doing this with the Blockworks. Blockworks is the #1 crypto media in the US, and it's the first time they actually are doing an event together with another organization in Asia, right? And many of you may not have heard of Blockworks, but it's a very critical organization bridging institutions and government to the crypto industry. So much so that actually the sitting president, President Donald Trump, he actually addressed the crypto industry for the first time after he got elected on the Blockworks stage. So, and secondly, we also are collaborating this with Hankyung Media Group, which is the largest financial media group in Korea. So thank you, Hankyung. So, and I'm very, very honored to have this Origin Summit welcoming so many guests around the world and also from Korea in my home country, hometown, Seoul, South Korea. So we Koreans are historically first in many things, and especially in technology, right? For the internet, we actually came up with the first MMORPG game called Kingdom of the Wind, 바람의 나라, right? For many years, we are also first top fastest internet country for many, many years, almost over a decade, right? So we are very, very internet savvy, and this is actually going into being incredibly AI native. We are the second highest, we have the second highest number of paid users for ChatGPT, right? Everyone has this, incredible urge to be ahead in the usage of AI, and that actually also reflects in our usage of AI in the workforce, which we're twice at the level of the US. So Koreans, we adopt technology so quickly for the internet, for the AI. And I think for the AI race, we may not have come up with ChatGPT, we may not have come up with Gemini, but I think the next phase of AI is physical AI, the robotics, right? The AI in the real world. Hyundai just bought Boston Dynamics, and we have the highest density of robots per capita in the world. And I think with all the manufacturing companies we may not have the ChatGPT, but we may have the best robotics model going forward. So we are incredibly AI native country on top of being the first internet native country. But many of you are here because we are in the Korea Blockchain Week. This is the Korea Blockchain Week this week. And Korea is incredibly crypto native. I mean, not many countries, if I'm in the New York subway, I don't hear, my grandma and grandpa talk about crypto. But in Korea, you hear about your grandma and grandpa talk about crypto. I have several employees whose parents are trading Tron, Cardano, Ripple, right? So Korea actually, shockingly, for some bull markets, period, actually goes above the trading volume of entire US dollar. KRW is just being traded just by Korea, right? US dollar across the globe, but one single country is spot trading volume is bigger than the rest of the entire USD. So it's kind of crazy. So look at this. First quarter of last year, according to Kaiko and Bloomberg, Korea traded 456 billion. US dollar, 445 billion. So, there's an incredible excitement, passion, urge, and kind of owning crypto in Korea. And this is not just a few quarter, phenomenon. Korea is in the global fiat market consistently top two, trading market in crypto, right? So we are incredibly crypto forward, right? And, some may say, actually, Koreans are speculating, they're gambling, they're not actually using the blockchain. So, but with this new government, we're seeing a huge adoption, a huge push towards adopting stablecoin. And it's not just the government, everyone from Samsung to Coupang to Kakao, Naver, they're getting into to the race for stablecoin adoption. And this means that all these stablecoin will eventually be running on chains like Ethereum, Tron, or for IP and gaming, companies like Story. And that basically brings so many users onto the blockchain. So soon there could be a world in 4 or 5, 3 years that the entire South Korean economy will be primarily running on the blockchain. So, but with this backdrop of incredibly being forward in crypto and AI, but for most of the guests around the world who are coming to Korea, who are thinking about Korea, the first thing that they can think about is actually not crypto, not AI, not the internet. It's really about IP, right? We are the #1 global powerhouse in IP, and look at all these IPs here. #1 Netflix movie in history, K-pop Demon Hunter. So we actually had Maggie Kang as the opening speaker yesterday for the VIP guests. We have the #1 series in Netflix, Squid Game. We also have the #1 YouTube video in history, Baby Shark. So the founder of Baby Shark is also talking in our summit. And we have the #1 boy band in the last 2 decades, #1 girl band in the last 2 decades. And Parasite was picked as the #1 movie in the last century by New York Times. So we have incredible array of IPs. And, if you grab anyone in Middle East, Europe, Southeast Asia, America, Latin America, they'll say, Korea, I know it for K-pop. I know it for Squid Game. I know it for K-pop Demon Hunter. But I've been working at the intersection of IP and content, IP and tech, IP and technology. And always my kind of biggest focus was, how do you solve the problem of content monetization, content business models, when there's a new technology coming into the fold? So for instance, the first company that I built, called Byline, was responding to the fact that actually journalism was in deep crisis with advertising model being broken down by big tech like Google, Facebook, and then how do you actually monetize journalism in that day? So we were trying to use crowdfunding business model to help our journalists. The last business, Radish, was an attempt to solve publishing in the age of mobile, right? No one was reading fiction books because of mobile technology. So how do you have a bite-sized episodic content being monetized on mobile phones? But I see actually for this day and age, for IP, intellectual property, much bigger, deeper systemic crisis. Korea's #2 export and actually is IP, but we have a very deep crisis with IP, right? If you think about how content creators get funded, everyone's just relying on big streaming platforms. So the Squid Game writer, Hwang Dong-hyuk, he actually made only at max millions, they say. All the IP went to Netflix. They brought billions of dollars to Netflix. So many subscribed to Netflix. But actually the IP holder were left kind of pretty poor, right? They can only rely on this big streaming platform. Netflix is actually now killing so many studios. So there's only Netflix to go to raise funding for your content. And AI, why does ChatGPT have this incredible output? Why does actually Gemini have this incredible output? Because they've trained on your IP, but no one's compensating you for your IP. They use your data, they use your IP, but what's happening? How do you sustain the economics of content when AI is taking all your content to train on it, but don't compensate? So this is a massive issue. And this is, I think the problems is summarizable in 2 manners. One is the fact that actually IP is still a very, very deeply illiquid asset class. So you cannot raise funding, you cannot invest into IP in the same way you do for crypto tokens, in the same way that you actually do for stocks. So there's only a limited way to raise financing for IP. And also, IP is still in the world of old copyright law, pen and paper, lawyers, agents. And what happens is, even if you want to license these IPs, you have to go through so many legal paperworks, right? Imagine if you're ChatGPT, I want to license your IP. How are you going to talk to million IP owners to license the IP, right? That's just not practical. So this is where actually story comes in. We're not saying we're going to solve all the problems, but we have very good solutions to these problems. We are building a new updated intellectual property infrastructure for this age of AI. And how do we do this? We have 2 ways. First is we tokenize intellectual property. We tokenize intellectual property. What do we mean by this? we actually turn IP into a liquid asset class like cryptocurrency. And I want to give you an example with a product that we have, an ecosystem application that we have called Aria, which also just raised $15 million funding, led by Polychain Capital. And we have already 50 songs actually tokenized, from Justin Bieber's Peaches to Blackpink's Ready for Love. And what actually these songs, owning these iconic songs give you, is like owning a prime real estate in Manhattan. You get 7 to 12% yields every year. There's going to be more and more streamers coming to the music streaming service in the next 10 to 20 years. So you're getting more and more yields and appreciation of your asset over time. And not only that, we really care about early participants to the platform. We actually gave more intellectual property incentives, right? IP token incentives. So actually people who went in and bought these songs in the early days are getting as much as up to 70% annual yield for investing into these songs. So now any songwriters, any producers can actually liquidate and actually give access to their song catalogs, financial upside by putting this on the blockchain, allowing folks around the world to invest their stable coin, right? And then secondly, we're not just about turning IP into a financial asset class. We're also about programming the IP. What do we mean by programming to the IP? The best analogy I can give is that we're turning IP into a Lego block. The beauty of a Lego block is that you can use that ingredient for anything you want to make another fully fledged creation. And the reason why this is Lego block is that every single terms of the IP, royalty sharing terms, licensing terms, jurisdiction, all these details are now programmed into the IP with the legally enforceable contract under US copyright law. So now, if you're OpenAI, I want to have my creators, my fans, or my users create Studio Ghibli style IP. Now, Studio Ghibli has licensing and royalty sharing terms of how, when people commercialize their Studio Ghibli style remixes, they should be compensated. And all these are done in a smart contract, automated, royalty sharing way at the back end through our technology. So every IP terms are now programmed to the IP, so now anyone can use your IP like a Lego piece without talking to lawyers. And I want to give you an example. First with Verse8, we have the founder of Verse8 here. And it's being actually also advised by the founder of Lineage, Sung-soo, who's like a legend in gaming. And what Verse8 does is actually turns all these IP licensed Legos into games within minutes. So, this is an example with Azuki, which is a famous anime IP. With that one image, now you can create a 3D character, right? So this is just one image. Now you're getting a 3D characters within minutes for the IP. And now you can create a very immersive IP game, base game, within minutes. And it's not just one game, many different types of game. So now you can imagine a world, let's say K-pop Demon Hunter puts their IP onto Story. Through Verse8, an ecosystem application top of Story, you can have fans create tens of thousands of games and actually monetize. And K-pop Demon Hunter creator is getting the upside seamlessly through the IP blockchain, right? So, same with Moonbirds, which is another big IP in crypto. So all these games, now every single person on the planet can be a game creator using some other people's game IPs. And same with, it's not just also every one of us being a expert level game creator with using other people's IPs as inspiration, but also we see a world where, anyone can be a fashion designer. Right? So Avlo is an app where they have a licensed IPs from Smiley to Adidas and Balmain and the incredible thing about it is, now you can use the official Smiley IP to create your design very, very easily through AI. You can print your t-shirt, you can share that IP on your social, and then actually, you can share the upside with the Smiley IP. And you can also make your own money, right? Which is incredible. And it's not just Smiley, but many different types of other fashion IPs are actually being built on, being licensed on top of Story through Ablo, right? Balmain is another example. It's a special Balmain shoes design. Now anyone can actually remix the IP very, very seamlessly, right? So yeah, and Crocs is also on top of Ablo. So now, yeah, I've shown you this incredible world of IP Legoland being created by Story's programmable intellectual property layer. But these are very fun IP, entertainment, fashion, creative. But IP is so much bigger than just entertainment, right? It is your AI training data set. It's your audio, voice. It's your real world video footage data that could be used for AI. That's also IP. Your data is your IP. Biomedical patents, that's also an IP. All these brand trademarks, those are IPs. It's an $80 trillion asset class. And Story recently, has focused on also going into this real world data because if you think about the three battlefields of AI, first is the model layer. But, to be honest, OpenAI's ChatGPT, Anthropic's Gemini, Claude, Google's Gemini, at most it's a 2-month difference. It's very, very commoditized. Compute, semiconductor, it's a table stakes. It's really monopolized by NVIDIA. The real mode is now in data and IP. If you think about it, for the world of robotics, even if you are Tesla Optimus team, even if you crawl the entire YouTube data, you cannot have a robot hold a coffee cup, or you cannot have a robot hold a mic like this. Because you need an incredible amount of egocentric video footage data that helps you, train the robot to hold a microphone. You need so many different lighting settings, so many different physical environments. Having this, glass is also a new variable, right? So you need an incredible amount of data to train the next generation of AI model, especially in the physical AI world. So now Story is not just about music, fashion, sports. We're also focusing on real world data. Data, your voice, the video footage that could go into robots that could serve these kind of customers, right? So we recently launched Poseidon, which is a scale AI, which is a data layer that uses actually crypto incentives to cross-source IP. If you're scale AI, if you are this previous generation of data collection model, they just collect data and label data by employing just a bunch of workers in Southeast Asian countries at a low cost in a digital sweatshop manner in an incredibly inefficient way. But Story, what we do is we have, gamified applications where anyone can actually upload your voice, upload your video footage, upload real world data from anywhere around the world, and you get settled instantly in stablecoin, IP token, Poseidon points, and actually get compensated. We're using crypto incentives to bootstrap data collection, and we launched our first Poseidon app. Some of you who are attending the conference will get actually airdrops for these points. Very recently, anyone can upload your voice, right? Here, right? And this is incredible, what we've been doing Poseidon. Now 800,000 submissions a day is happening, 70,000 daily active contributors. So many folks, like if you try to do this with Scale AI, signing 70,000 contracts, it's just not scalable. We actually scale AI, right? Type technology by actually processing this data submission, data uploading instantly, globally at a global scale. And then now we have 5.5 million submissions, 34,000 hours, 400,000 contributors. Actually now, the real world data is more than half of our IP being uploaded every single day on the IP blockchain, which is incredible. And all these IPs, all these real world data that you and I, so there are a lot of Korean contributors as well, Chinese contributors, Russian, Hindi contributors. It's all going to get licensed to top AI model companies, which is incredible, right? And it's not just Poseidon. We have so many different types of apps with millions of users. It's a movement. It's 100 plus apps that has raised more than $100 million to actually fuel the future of IP, right? We're not building this alone. You're going to be hearing from some of the ecosystem applications as well, like Poseidon later today. And for this Origin Summit, I'm incredibly excited to share that we're going to scale this technology, scale this movement to various Korean IPs, right? You see some of the most iconic IPs on this screen here. First is actually Solo Leveling. Solo Leveling is the biggest webtoon in history by revenue. Solo Leveling is the biggest anime in history from Crunchyroll. It's above One Piece in Crunchyroll. It's above all these other top animes you've heard of. It's an incredibly big IP that's homegrown from Korea, now going to be made into Netflix live action series. I think it's going to be, competing with the likes of, Squid Game for its, top kind of viewership. And Solo Leveling is now going to put their IP on StoryChain. They're going to RWA tokenize the IP. They're going to be also exploring ways to turn their IP into an IP Lego piece so that anyone can remix on top of this. But more excitingly, they're going very crypto native. They're actually also going to plan on launching IP-backed meme coin on top of Story. Like how President Donald Trump launches meme coin endorsed by his IP. Solo Leveling will actually also, bootstrap fandom, on the crypto kind of the sphere by actually launching an IP-backed meme coin, right? So this is going to be coming in the next coming month. We'll have more news to share with working with Solo Leveling, with various ecosystem applications, IP-backed meme coin, RWA tokenization, which is very exciting. And Byron Stone is the company behind Parasite, Train to Busan, a lot of the type IPs, and they also have a very, very big content fund supporting movie creators, film creators in Korea. They are launching a remix shorts app utilizing some of their top IPs so that anyone can create IPs on top of blockchain being inspired by these IPs. And we're also going to explore ways to have a tokenized content fund backing creators together in Korea and globally. So very excited to have Byron as a partner. And Aria is also getting into a strategic partnership with Content Technology. Content Technology is a pioneer in music fund management in Asia. They have so many type of IPs being managed as a fund at the moment. They have this fund called Beyond Music, and they're also now managing labels. They're bringing about $100 million of catalog onto Aria. Aria has been having an exciting momentum with $50 million funding and actually $100 million of TVL coming in through from Content Technology. So we now have everything from Blackpink to BTS, and a trust singer like An Sung-hoon, which is very, very exciting, right? And we have this founder of Baby Shark now speaking soon. Not just Solo Leveling. On our IP-backed meme coin launchpad, IP.world, Pink Fong is going to launch their first, ever Pink Fong token. And unlike other kind of meme coin launchpad like Pump.fun, which doesn't actually compensate the creators, everything from Pepe to Doge, all these meme coins, to Chill Guy, they completely ignore the IP owners. Here in IP.world, the creator, if they actually log into their social media accounts, they can claim their fair share of tokens for the meme coin, and also they're going to be getting 50% of the trading commission of that token. So, and Pinkfong will be having exciting kind of community bootstrapping mechanism with this meme coin as well, so which is really exciting. And I think the last, but most importantly, I think what Story is doing now in the Korean ecosystem is that we are now investing into the core infrastructure of tokenization in Korea, right? Korea has a handful of crypto licenses. Korea is, like Upbit to Bithumb to CoinOne. Only a handful of people get government-regulated licenses. Only also, at the moment, 2 are up for getting an RWA license for RWA exchanges. One is Upbit and Naver's Stock Plus. The other is the Seoul Exchange. We got into a strategic partnership with Seoul Exchange to have Seoul Exchange exclusively running on Story blockchain. And Story Exchange is one of the 2 likely to be licensed RWA exchange in Korea. And now Koreans can legally trade IP assets, like maybe solo leveling, maybe like, the royalty stream of Parasite, and so on and so forth, on top of Seoul Exchange on Story Chain. And the exciting thing is that the founder of Seoul Exchange really believes the next big unlock for RWA is IP. So that's why he's putting his exchange exclusive on Story for the next 3 years, which is exciting. And we have more and more AI partnerships coming soon from Poseidon team. We have incredible data sets being built on top of Story, so tune in for all the exciting things coming from Poseidon. But, I just want to zoom out quickly. Why are we doing this conference, right? Korea, and then why are we doing this conference here in Korea? Korea, as I told you, is the most IP native country, AI native country, crypto native country, right? And that intersection of IP, AI, and crypto, IP is what touches everyone every day. It's the culture. It's what you perceive every single moment. And how they intersect with AI, how they intersect with tokenization is going to be the most incredibly important topic, especially in Korea, but also across the globe. And we wanted to hold this conference. And here, everything starts from IP. Everything originates from IP, right? And we wanted to bring the who's who of Korean IP, the creators of K-pop Demon Hunter, the CEOs of companies behind Blackpink and BTS, to Baby Shark, all these folks in one stage with the top names of crypto, like Justin Sun, to Arthur Hayes, to Guy Young, to Yasiu, and also incredible people who's been thinking at the intersection of IP and crypto and AI, like Sirwan, right? So really, I know my speech ran on much longer than expected, but welcome to Origin Summit. Enjoy the rest of the programming, and thank you so much for joining the conference. Thank you.
All right, one more time, ladies and gentlemen, for S.Y. Lee. One more time here.
We'll probably have to keep it at 20 minutes.
Yeah, that was great. Hello, everybody. I'm Zack Guzman, the founder of Coinage, the first community-owned media outlet in America to pay dividends. And I'm excited to be here because what you just described, I think a lot of people, maybe before they walked in the door, maybe they thought that would be the future. But it's happening now. And it's very exciting to see it happen now. And it's exciting to be here in Korea. Like you said, Korea. I've never been here before, but this is amazing. Thank you very much, Seoul. How are we doing, Seoul? That's pretty good. That's all right. That's all right. SY, I want to talk to you about what you just mentioned. I want to dig into the specifics because what's happening on-chain when it comes to IP, a lot of people talk about real-world assets. They talk about bonds. They talk about stocks. They talk about things that already can be traded on stock exchanges. What was the light bulb moment for you where you said we have to tokenize IP? What was that moment?
By the way, Zach, I love your energy. You have the evening energy. I think you're in the U.S. time zone. I think the reason is, okay, trading stock on blockchain is exciting, but you can already trade stock. You can already trade bond. You can go to your Charles Schwab or Robinhood. They've done wonders already. It's marginal utility, but the IP, I mean, I don't know, for me, always, you grow up watching films, you grow up watching, playing games, you grow up, reading newspapers or online media. And for me, for some reason, I've been always obsessed with the business model around content. And I really think with AI and with big streaming platforms, that business content model is collapsing in different ways.
Yeah.
And I thought tokenization can really solve the systematic risk, systematic problems. And especially from the last company, just to give you an example, Radish, it was a successful run, but the majority of the money that's being made from users and venture capital financing was being used on marketing. And I was thinking, wow, what if actually the early fans of the IPs who are reading these IPs can actually directly invest, can get a skin in the game, and actually share the upside. And they're the ones who are evangelizing the IP instead of us spending tons of money, right? Tons of money. Like, like how, I'm just giving a politics example. People who crowdfund a politician's campaign, the Donald Trump crowdfunder or, Kamala Harris crowdfunder, they're going to be going crazy for marketing their candidate. Can you have the same effect with IP, but actually with skin in the game? So that was how I started thinking about IP, because the last company, I wished I didn't have to spend that money in marketing. So that was a big thing.
Well, I think it's a very important piece of thinking about how these worlds will collide, because everything you just said is exactly what we've done. I don't know how many people, I don't know if I can say Terra in South Korea, but that's where Coinage, we did our first interview with Do Kwon after the Terra collapse, and that's kind of how we made our name. And everyone could mint a Coinage NFT and own all of the IP that we've ever done at Coinage. And so that's part of it and included in what we've done. And it's exactly what you're talking about in terms of bringing together shared passion of people who want to know things, whether it's in music or entertainment, wherever it may be, and actually giving them the upside. And that's very hard to do.
So the first company that I've done, like how you were doing investigative journalism around that kind of incidents, same way, the first company, I was actually crowdfunding and investigative journalism around Rupert Murdoch's phone hacking scandal. But no one had a skin in the game like you were doing with the NFTs.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think what's really cool, and you touched on AI, because for me, what I think about what this technology unlocks is converting a passive subscriber. You might watch a YouTube video, you might like it, but converting a passive eyeball into a co-owner unlocks incentives for them to share content, for them to post content, for it to go viral in a way that you couldn't do in Web 2 before. But now I feel like with AI, we're under another evolution where now the ability to create a bunch of content is basically being brought down to a single prompt. It's not too far along where we might see entire movies put together off of one prompt. So how do you think about how AI is going to change the way that if you enable ownership among fans, for creators and fans to own things together, spinning those up, if it becomes easier?
So it's a very nuanced question. How does AI affect IP? I think I have a pretty nuanced answer for this, but the first is that there's a lot of debates around how do you compensate inputs into AI models. But it's literally pretty impossible to statistically figure out the impact of one IP or content on the training model. So that's going to be extremely hard, but it's easy to figure out the compensation around outputs or the remixes. So it is very apparent when you see a Studio Ghibli style profile picture just being around everywhere. That is a Studio Ghibli original style, right? But Studio Ghibli original style is not being compensated. So, but it unlocked huge kind of reinvigoration of Studio Ghibli style kind of visual, and it's great for Studio Ghibli. But what's sad also is if someone were to take a step further and actually create incredible Studio Ghibli style Lord of the Rings, Studio Ghibli style Harry Potter, Studio Ghibli style Squid Game, and they're making a 30-minute immersive video, Studio Ghibli should be getting a compensation. And also, so I think what's the world that story wants to envision in a few years is that why don't we have, it's going to be unstoppable. Humans are so creative. They love getting inspired. They love remixing. So don't stop that behavior. Actually put your licensing and royalty sharing terms around the IP. Open it up.
Yeah.
And now, if the entire world becomes an IP Legoland, IP Legos that can be used as ingredients for your creation, now you have the magic wand of AI. You will have a Cambrian explosion of creativity because you can create the best Studio Ghibli style movie in a year. I can watch Squid Game and come up with really, really captivating next spin-off or next sequel for Squid Game. And that's going to happen. It's going to be unstoppable in like illegal music downloading. Let's actually open it up. Let's regulate it in the light and actually, let people build on top of it.
I know you have to talk a lot about the big names to get people excited, but I wonder if you also think about how this technology will help smaller, independent creators who might not have had their moment yet. Because for me, myself, when I was at CNBC and Yahoo, I talked about doing a crypto show and got laughed out of the room back in 2018. I almost actually got fired for pitching the idea because they're like, crypto's not going to be a thing. But I knew this audience was out there. The idea of crowdfunding to bring people together to enable some of these ideas that can't get made elsewhere, I feel like is an incredible unlock. So, I mean, how do you see it being used by even lesser known creators, content creators who might not have ever even had a shot?
First of all, I do think, incredible way to get your name known as an independent creator is building on top of mega IPs as well, right? So a lot of the famous singers start by doing cover songs or remixes or dance covers, right? So, and a lot of the games that you see out there start from modding, right? League of Legends, all these things, right? So I don't think, one way to bootstrap your distribution is leverage the distribution of a big IP and make your name yourself from that IP. That's one. Secondly, for independent creators, I think, I almost see that at some point in the future, you will have almost like, there are people who like to bet on Bitcoin, but people also like to bet on the new altcoins, right? Sure. So if its content is tokenized in the right way, you will have also the investors or the potential participants will have the incentive to want to bet on more emerging ones because that has more of the upside. You want to find a hidden gem as well.
Yeah, no, I mean, that's what we've seen as well in tokenizing our outlet in the way that it's encouraged all of that, and we've seen it grow as well. But you mentioned the idea of soul exchange. I want to talk to you about that because to me it's a huge unlock, because what good is something if it can't be traded, if you can't unlock that upside? And a liquidity component of this is a huge piece. So talk to me about how important the soul exchange partnership is to have a place where these assets can be traded, where you can bridge the gap between investors and fans who might just appreciate the content, but now you've kind of got both sides of the equation.
The soul exchange partnership is a very important unlock, right? Because it's now primarily a private stock exchange, right? So you can trade the stocks of Uppit, which is not public, the stocks of Market Curly, the stocks of many of the iconic Korean companies out there that you cannot access through the public market. But that technology could also be applied to IP, right? And I think when I talk to many content creators, it's incredible that we had Squid Game. It's incredible we had Parasite. But, it could have become, I think the creator of a Squid Game could have become a George Lucas or Steven Spielberg if they owned an IP. He could have made Squid Game into a merch franchise, he could gaming franchise, tabletop game. So many expensive possibility for Squid Game or many of top IP creators in Korea. So, and I think Korea, we love betting on IP companies. Some of the biggest K-pop companies from Hybe to SM Entertainment, JYP, is trading almost at a technology multiple because people are so excited by the future of IP. So when you combine that investment fervor and passion in the upside of IP, Koreans and the Korean retail, they love trading on something they can watch every day instead of betting on some renewable battery company that you cannot kind of touch and feel. Betting on content that you can enjoy every day is something that's dear to our heart. So I think, having that legal venue for the first time, being powered by exchange, our technology, and when these IPs come on chain, you're not actually just trading on its upside of that IP off chain. Mm-hmm. You're also betting on the on-chain revenue stream it's going to make from derivative creation as a further cash flow. I think that's very, very exciting. So, no, we're so humbled by the fact that they chose us as a partner when they could have gone to bigger chains like ETH, Solana, or Tron that could power their exchange. And having just one of the two, RWA, licensed exchange, a very exciting thing, especially for the second largest crypto market in the world.
Well, that's why I think we're evolving beyond just meme coins and the idea of hype and the idea of, oh, it's going to go up and that's it. It's like, no, there's a cash flow here. There's something of value here that can be exchanged, which I think is pretty important and why we've worked so hard on the idea of dividends coming from a real business. But you mentioned the IP, and I do need to give it up to Korea because last night there was a presentation about how Korea is now beating the US when it comes to IP that matters, that moves the needle around the globe. As an American visiting, I'm kind of curious actually to poll the audience because I'm curious which one would win. If you would agree, put your hands together. Applause if you think that America still has the lead on entertainment IP around the world. I'm on your turf, SY, so no one thinks that, or there's a delay on the translation. But I'm curious, if you think that's the case, if Korea is going to usurp the US when it comes to this, how big is that partnership around what you're building with Seoul Exchange? Because in that way, it could become the trading capital of culture.
Yeah. So I think there is a huge dislocation in the amount of soft power that Korea has with the IP and IP dominance we have globally, and the capital liquidity environment of Korea. So literally every single film creator and TV creator, they have to rely on Netflix. Mm-hmm. And the biggest content companies in Korea, from CJ to JTBC, Studio Dragon, all the production studios' valuation went down by 80%. So you have to just go to Netflix, and so that's the thing. And you have all these great creators coming from game, everyone, so many creative talents because people watch, Korean content succeeding globally, but that capital formation is there. There's huge location, and they just have to give away their IP. Mm-hmm. And now Korea is in an interesting situation. We're so successful, but we're also becoming a war for hire for mega studios and mega platforms in the US. Yeah. So I think with Seoul Exchange, we want to figure out a way to have a win-win scenario, constructive environment with American platforms or American studios where we leverage the distribution. The reason why K-pop became what it is because YouTube. The reason why we have the Squid Game is Netflix, and we are thankful for that. We are very happy for that. But at the same time, if you want a sustainable environment, you need these IP holders holding IPs. Uh-huh. So we want to figure out a way with Seoul Exchange, giving that liquidity legally through tokenization technology to IP creators, and without fixing their business model, I think, finding this structural solution is going to be impossible, and I think this is going to be very important.
Yeah, I had to ask because, as I said, the co-founder of Netflix is one of our backers, and what we're doing, and so tokenizing IP, I think, is a global game now, and it's awesome to see it happen on Story. To wrap up, one of the questions, too, that kind of bridges this gap is obviously there is now even a Story DAT as well, and we've kind of overlooked the token of IP powering all this. Right now it's on a tear, I gotta say, as well. The last month's been very strong. When you talk about that and what's to come on Story, bring it home for us as we wrap up. The idea of how the token and Story is powering all of this and kind of what you expect to see change. You walked through it a little bit, but how do we get to that $80 billion opportunity powered by IP?
The IP, so I think what we need to do is a few things. First of all, it's a very long game.
Yep.
And IP is not just entertainment, it's real world data. There's so many different types of IP, it's an $80 trillion asset class. It's very, very massive. So what we are focused on, we have about 100 plus apps now building on top of Story. So we are finding the best partner. So, I think that we have the Versailles founder here for gaming. We have Aria founder who's focusing on music tokenization. We have the Sol Exchange who's focusing on RWAs. We have Poseidon, which we incubated, but we knew we were not the experts on real world data. So we brought the head of robotics labs at UT Austin, who's a very, very deep researcher in the field of data and data dividends, right? So it's about, I think, partnering with the best founders who are experts in the areas. I'm never going to match the expertise of David Kostner, who's building Ari on top of Story with their music IP experience. I'm never going to match the experience of Sandeep, who has been working on robotics and data dividends and data collection for the last 15 years. So what Story is about is we cannot do things alone. We're going to back founders and help the founders deeply integrate with builders who have the best shot and we're the best experts. And we're not going to pray and spray. When we see a great app, we double down. We want to show success cases. And some of these also companies will also list their tokens on the exchanges and actually get their own financing. So that's how Solana worked. If you look at top 100 token, there's several platforms and tokens from Solana. We want to have several kind of projects at that top 100 chart coming from the Story ecosystem and building and actually getting their own capital to actually build this vision. Yeah.
Well, it's been awesome to watch, and as we wrap up here, I just want to thank you again for walking us through it, and congrats, because I think there is so much of a need for this right now in a world where creators are seeing all of their content and everything else get sucked into the AI machine. Ownership and enabling that right now in 2025 is so incredibly important. But thank you so much, S.Y. Lee, founder of Story. Thank you, everybody. Appreciate it.
Okay. Thanks so much again to Zack Guzman for moderating that Fireside Chat with SY Lee. And if you want to hear more from SY, that's going to be coming later today. So stick around if you want to hear more from SY. In this panel, we're going to dive into Korean or K-pop IP and fandom in the age of AI and how technology is sort of impacting that. I think that it's become very clear that Korean entertainment houses have truly defined what it means to have a global audience. For someone like me, I am absolutely addicted to League of Legends. I've been playing it for many, many years. And last year, New Jeans was actually the K-pop group that sang the song for the worldwide competition for League. And so I've been a New Jeans fan now for a couple years. And even on the plane over here, I was listening to aespa's My First Day movie, and I may watch it again on the plane ride home because it was so good. But in the age of AI, technology is really reshaping how fan experiences are made, how music is shared, created, and loved by fans worldwide. And so please join me in welcoming the following guests. We have Brandon Yu, president of Hybe Music Group APAC, Chris Sung-soo Lee, CAO at SM Entertainment. We have Jung Kyungin, CEO at The Black Label, and the moderator for the session is going to be Simon Kim, CEO at Hashed. So please join me in welcoming them.
네, 안녕하세요. 네, 저는 오늘 세션의 모더레이터를 맡은 해시드의 창업자이자 대표 맡고 있는 김서준입니다. 먼저 오늘 세션을 시작하기 전에 대표님들 한 분씩 자기소개와 하고 계시는 일들 부탁드립니다.
안녕하세요. 저 더 블랙 레이블 대표인 정경인이라고 합니다. 저희 회사는 옆에 SM이나 하이브보다는 아직 좀 작은 레이블이고요. 지금 저희 회사 소속 가수로는 전소미, 로제, 태양, 그리고 박보검, 이종원이라는 배우 있고, 리정이라는 이제 퍼포먼스 디렉터가 있고, 그리고 아이돌 그룹으로는 작년에 데뷔한 미아오랑 올해 데뷔한 올데이 프로젝트가 있는 레이블입니다. 반갑습니다.
네, 안녕하세요. 저는 SM 엔터테인먼트에서 CAO를 맡고 있는 이성수라고 합니다. SM 엔터테인먼트는 올해 창립 30주년을 맞이한 30년이 된 회사이고요. 잘 아시는 그런 많은 가수들을 H.O.T부터 최근에 헐츠터헐츠 같은 팀까지 지속적으로 좀 데뷔시켜왔고, 음악 레코드 레이블, 매니지먼트, 에이전시, 그리고 이제 조금 다른 퍼블리싱이나 여러 사업들까지 좀 같이 진행하고 있는 그런 회사입니다. 저는 SM 엔터테인먼트에서 음악과 컨텐츠를 총괄하는 업무를 맡고 있습니다. 반갑습니다.
네, 안녕하세요. 저는 하이브 뮤직그룹 APAC의 대표를 맡고 있는 유동주라고 합니다. 아티스트를 모두 이야기하기는 힘들 것 같고요. 여러 아티스트 분들과 함께 같이 이제 새로운 음악 산업의 지평을 넓히는 여정을 함께 하고 있고, 구체적으로 제가 하는 일은 한국에 있는 K-pop 아티스트들의 이제 모든 IP 관련된 사업과 레이블들을 총괄 운영을 하고 있고요. 오늘 뜻깊은 이야기 나누길 희망해 봅니다.
네, 그러면 첫 번째 질문을 시작해 보도록 하겠습니다. 첫 번째 질문은 팬덤의 미래에 대한 것입니다. 과거의 팬덤은 일방적으로 아티스트가 만들어내던 것들을 이제 소비하는 주체였다면, 최근에는 이 양식이 많이 변화하고 진화하고 있다는 데 아마 공감을 하실 겁니다. 그래서 팬들의 기대치와 행동 양식이 어떻게 변화하고 있는지도 궁금하고요. 그 다음에 한국의 엔터테인먼트 회사들이 이 변화하고 있는 팬들의 기대치에 맞춰서 어떠한 그런 장치 혹은 인프라를 만들고 계신지도 궁금합니다. 그리고 팬들이 소비자를 넘어서서 이제 공동 창작자 혹은 커뮤니티 빌더로 확장되고 있는 그런 흐름에 대한 이제 대표님들의 생각, 회사의 대응 이런 것들을 종합적으로 여쭤보고 싶습니다. 네, 정경인 대표님부터.
자리를 잘못 앉은 것 같네. 사실 뭐 팬덤, K-pop 팬덤 같은 경우는 뭐 SM이나 하이브 같은 데서부터 예전부터 어떻게 보면 그 문화를 만들어 오고 잘 발전시켜 왔다고 생각을 하고, 저는 사실 저희는 후발주자이고 지금 이미 어느 정도 K-pop 시장이 형성되어 있는 시장 내에서 저희가 아이돌 그룹을 런칭하고 지금 사업을 하고 있는데, 저희가 이 시장에 들어와서 느끼는 거는 K-팝의 팬덤이 뭐 단순히 음악을 소비하고 즐기는 정도에서 끝나는 것이 아니라 훨씬 더 적극적으로 참여하는, 뭐 경제학에서 얘기하는 게 프로슈머 이상의 적극성을 띠는 참여자들이라고 생각을 해요. 어떻게 보면 저희는 팬들이랑 이제 저희 아티스트의 파트너십 관계가 아닌가 생각할 정도로, 예를 들어서 팬 커뮤니티들을 보면 저희 뭐 아이돌 그룹이나 아니면은 가수가 처음 나왔을 때, 음악이 나왔을 때 거기에 있는 음악을 홍보하는 거에서 오히려 더 저희의 홍보를 보는 거 관점이 아니라 그 홍보를 더 증폭시킬 수 있도록 도와주는 역할을 많이 해요. 예를 들어서 챌린지에 참여를 적극적으로 한다든지, 아니면은 아이돌 관련된 밈을 만든다든지, 그리고 더 나아가서는 아이돌들이 음악이 나와가지고 차트인을 할 수 있는 방법에 대해서 같이 고민하고 앨범을 구매하고 투표하고 하는 거에 적극적으로 동참하는 것까지 굉장히 팬덤이 예전에 비해서는 훨씬 더 적극적인 참여를 하고 있다고 생각을 하고, 이제 저희도 K-pop 회사들도 이제 그런 거에 발맞춰서 팬들이 좀 더 참여할 수 있을 수 있도록 좀 더 많이 소통할 수 있는 데 신경을 많이 쓰는 것 같습니다. 뭐 다른 데서도 해주실 수 있는 말씀이 많으실 것 같아서.
네네. 이성수 대표님.
네, 저희는 엔터테인먼트에서는 처음으로 이제 유료 팬클럽이라는 거를 처음에 만들었던 뭐 회사인데, 그게 뭐 20년도 더 된 일이죠. 그 당시에는 우편으로 접수를 받고, 지금은 상상도 하기 힘들지만 콘서트 티켓을 구하려면은 은행에 가서 줄을 서야 되고 그러던 시절이었고요. 2000년 중반에 기술이 조금 더 발전을 하고 사람들이 이제 핸드폰이 나오고 하다 보니까 그거를 갖고 이제 UFO 타운이라고 하는 서비스가 있었습니다. 팬하고 가수가 직접 문자로 소통을 하는 거예요. 물론 뭐 모든 팬의 문자에 가수가 다 대응하지 못했지만 운 좋게 이제 가수한테 직접 이제 문자를 받으면 굉장히 이제 성공한 팬이 되는 거죠. 최근에는 이제 저희가 재작년에 이제 상장을 하기도 했는데, DOU라고 하는 저희 자회사에서 이제 버블이라고 하는 서비스가 나오기도 했는데, 이제는 뭐 일대 다하긴 하지만 이 UFO 타운에 또 현재 이제 발전된 그런 형태의 아티스트와 팬이 조금 더 직접적으로 이제 인게이지하고 단순하게 문자를 주고받는 걸 넘어서서 그런 아티스트의 메시지가 일종의 예전에는 공지사항처럼 나갔던 게 또 다른 방식으로 이렇게 진행이 되기도 하죠. 보면 미디어나 이런 기술의 발전에 따라서 저희가 음악을 내거나 컨텐츠를 내거나 옛날에는 직접 유통을 하던 방식도 이제는 그냥 국경과 이런 것들을 기술의 힘으로 이제 뛰어넘어서 컨텐츠도 팬덤의 이런 문화도 발전을 하는 것 같은데, 오늘 이 컨퍼런스의 주제이기도 하지만 앞으로 이 AI 뭐 이런 기술, 뭐 웹3 기술의 발전이 또 저희한테 어떻게 이 산업과 이 팬덤과 저희 안에 이런 그 관계랄까요? 여기서 어떤 많은 영향을 또 끼치게 될지 저희도 사실 되게 궁금하고 주목하고 많이 지금 준비하고 있는 부분인 것 같습니다.
유동수 대표님.
네, 이제 어떤 그 산업이나 그 산업의 본질을 정의하는 게 되게 중요할 텐데, 우리 그 하이브의 경우에 이제 엔터테인먼트 비즈니스 혹은 음악 비즈니스를 한다라는 정의에서 최근에 우리는 팬덤 비즈니스를 하고 있는 게 아닌가, 팬덤이라는 것에 대한 어떤 새로운 정의, 성수님이 말씀하셨듯이 기존의 팬의 어떤 역할과 그 가치, 뭐 여러 가지 것들에서 지금의 팬 2.0, 3.0, 4.0 이런 얘기들도 있긴 한데 굉장히 많이 달라진 것 같아요. 그래서 조금 더 적극적이고 굉장히 세분화됐고, 그리고 서로 인터랙티브가 굉장히 중요한 팬덤의 시대에 살고 있고요. 이러한 니즈를 이제 우리가 발맞춰 가기 위해서 제도적으로 저희는 이제 멀티 레이블 시스템이라는 시스템을 구축하고 있고, 그 각각의 니즈를 어떻게 크리에이티브를 극대화시키면서 어떤 팬덤의 니즈를 맞출 수 있을지에 대한 고민들을 하고 있고요. SM과 더불어서 저희 이제 위버스라는 플랫폼을 통해서 팬들과 더욱더 인터랙티브하게 혹은 더 이머시브하게 소통하는 어떤 그 플랫폼을 만들면서 그런 팬들에게 조금 더 만족감을 주고 팬들의 참여를 또 이끌고 하는 시도들을 진행하고 있습니다.
네, 그 조금만 더 제가 날카롭게 하나만 더 질문을 해보겠습니다. 여기 이제 외국에서도 많이 오셨고 아마 이런 질문들을 하고 싶으실 것 같아요. K-팝, 그러니까 미국의 그 팝과 K-팝을 비교했을 때 K-팝이 좀 다른 점이 있잖아요. 그 팬들을 대하는 방식이나 팬들의 행동 양식이 미국의 그 주류인 팝과 K-팝이 어떻게 다르다고 생각하시는지 좀 한 두세 문장 정도로 각 대표님이 생각하시는 차별점을 좀 들어보고 싶습니다. 먼저 이번에는 유 대표님부터 들어보겠습니다.
약간 A&R 입장에서 어떻게 음악이 다른가요? K-팝.
저 또 질문
네,
위주로. K-팝은 저는 이제 K-팝을 정의할 때 K-팝을 음악의 장르라고 정의를 하면 정의가 잘 안 돼요. 왜냐면은 아시겠지만 K-팝 안에는 템포도 다르고 굉장히 여러 장르들이 섞여 있으니까 컨텐츠의 장르라고 정의를 좀 많이 해보는 편인데, K-팝의 컨텐츠의 장르로서 가장 중요한 특징 중에 하나가 바로 이 팬덤 컬처죠. 예, 말씀하신 것처럼 사실 뭐 저희가 이 팬덤과 어떻게 상호작용을 하고 팬이 원하는 음악을 만든다기보다는 팬이 어떤 음악을 좋아할지를 잘 예측해보고 그렇게 팀을 구성하고, 한 명이 아닌 여러 팀을 구성해서 한 명으로 만들기보다는 캐릭터를 팀의 모습으로나 음악으로 만드는 것들, 그런 게 좀 저희가 굉장히 적극적으로 저희 팬에 좀 대하는 음악과 좀 컨텐츠로 자세인 것 같아요.
다른 나라들과 좀 비교했을 때 K-팝의 가장 큰 특징이 시스템이라고 저는 생각을 하고요. 어떤 그 아티스트의 육성 시스템, 그리고 아티스트의 매니지먼트 시스템, 그리고 여러 가지 비즈니스 전반의 그 IP를 솔루션과 연결하는 시스템, 이 세 가지 차원에서 이제 전체적으로 K-팝이 가지고 있는 경쟁력이 있다라고 생각을 합니다.
그 뭐 팬덤의 행동 양식이 어떻게 다르냐라고 보면 사실 저희가 한국에선 자주 접할 수 있는 오디션 프로그램을 통해서 생겨난 아이돌 그룹들을 보면 어떻게 보면 극명하게 드러난다고 볼 수 있을 것 같은데요. 이제 오디션 프로그램을 통해서 아이돌 그룹을 만들게 되면은 제작 과정부터 팬들이 본인들의 힘으로 뽑은 멤버들로부터 이루어지는 그 시작 단계가 있기 때문에 본인들이 제작에 참여한다는 것, 같이 참여해가지고 만들어간다는 것 자체가 K-팝 팬덤 저변에 깔려있는 전체적인 정서인 것 같습니다. 그런 부분이 있어서 처음부터 인게이지먼트가 굉장히 팬들이 아이돌 그룹에 대해서 굉장히 높은 것 같고요. 그게 어떻게 보면은 기존에 있던 다른 팝 아티스트들과의 가장 큰 차별점이 아닐까 싶습니다.
네, 다음은 IP에 대한 이야기를 해보려고 합니다. 예전에 K-팝 회사라고 하면은 그냥 한마디로 가수를 만들고 음악과 공연을 관리하고 앨범을 내는 정도의 사업 범위였다면, 지금은 이제 아티스트가 가수로 끝나는 게 아니라 다양한 분야의 IP, 뭐 드라마, 패션, 뭐 영화, 여러 가지 영역으로 이제 IP로 뻗어나가고 그것들을 총괄적으로 관리하고 전략하는 그런 것들이 중요해질 텐데, 이렇게 K-팝형 IP 전략에 대해서 각사가 가지고 계신 그런 전략과 비전을 들어보고 싶습니다.
네, 이제 사실 K-팝이라는 게 오늘 이렇게 진짜 세션이 열릴 정도로 굉장히 핫한 단어이긴 한데, 사실 마켓 쉐어로 보면 전 세계에서 K-팝이 차지하는 마켓 쉐어가 5%가 안 됩니다. 아직 뭐 유의미한 숫자이긴 하지만 또 동시에 우리가 펼쳐나갈 수 있는 영역이 아직 무한히 많이 있다라는 반증이기도 한데요. IP, 그러니까 비즈니스적 관점에서 봤을 때 우리의 아티스트 분들, IP들을 음악적인 관점, 기존의 전통적인 음악적인 음반 판매, 뭐 요즘에 스트리밍이 있긴 하지만 그러한 어떤 원천 소스를 활용한 어떤 그냥 음악, 순수 음악의 비즈니스 영역에만 가두기에는 우리가 할 수 있는 역할들이 진짜 더 많이 있다라는 생각이 들고요. 그런 차원에서 뭐 말씀하신 브랜드라든지 영화라든지 컨텐츠라든지 공연이라든지 기타 여러 가지 저희는 이제 하이브 내부에서는 솔루션 사업이라고 하는데 솔루션 비즈니스로 이런 것들을 확장시키는 부분이 진짜 중요했습니다. 그렇다면 이 확장의 그 비즈니스 디벨롭먼트라는 확장의 영역과 그 원천 크리에이티브를 어떻게 더 조화롭게 운영할 수 있을까라는 고민에서 시작된 게 바로 하이브의 멀티 레이블 전략인데요. 그래서 레이블들을 각각 독립된 체제로 운영을 하고 그 레이블들이 각각 원천의 크리에이티브를 극대화시키는 구조를 정착시키고 그것들을 활용한 그 IP를 활용한 IP 곱하기 X의 어떤 비즈니스들을 무한히 펼쳐내는 시스템이 이제 저희가 꿈꾸는 멀티 레이블 시스템이었고 뭐 기존의 여러 일들을 통해서 우리의 이 과정에 여러 가지 이제 부침을 겪기도 해왔지만 그 시스템이 정착되었을 때 어떤 비즈니스의 업사이드도 더 많이 이루어낼 수 있고 크리에이티브의 영역도 더 보호되거나 더 발전될 수 있다는 믿음을 갖고 진행을 하고 있습니다.
네, 이성수 대표님.
아까 말씀드렸지만 저희가 이제 30년 전에 1995년에 회사가 설립이 되고 1996년에 나온 팀이 H.O.T였어요. 그 다음 해 97년에 SES, 98년에 신화, 99년에 플라이 투 더 스카이, 2000년 이제 보아란 솔로 아티스트까지 나왔는데 이 아티스트들이 나올 때 사실은 한 가지 굉장히 중요한 목표가 있었습니다. 이게 뭐냐면 우리나라를 전혀 비하하는 내용이 아니고 우리나라의 시장은 되게 작습니다. 그러니까 이 작은 시장에서 사실은 아티스트들이 뻗어나갈 수 있는 것도 경제적인 것도 산업화도 한계가 있죠. 처음부터 사실은 SM 혹은 뭐 SM뿐만 아니고 많은 K-팝 회사들이 그 당시에는 K-팝이라는 단어가 없었지만 처음부터 무조건 우리는 한국의 밖으로 세계로 나가야 된다. 그게 일본이고 중국이고 이제 정말 미국이나 글로벌까지 나가는. 처음부터 사실 K-팝은 1990년대 말이나 2000년이나 국제로 나가기 위해서 처음부터 설계된 그런 산업이라고 보시는 게 맞을 것 같아요. 저희 SES라고 하는 그 팀 보시면은 한국 그리고 이제 미국, 일본 이런 언어를 쓸 수 있는 친구들이 있었고 2000년에 데뷔한 보아는 처음부터 한국과 일본 시장을 타겟으로 만들어졌죠. 그렇게 사실은 이제 저희의 선배님들도 많은 회사들이 어떻게 보면은 글로벌로 나가고자 하는 그러한 뭐 목표와 이걸 갖고 프로듀싱부터 아티스트 디벨롭먼트부터 비즈니스까지 했던 게 현재 K-팝에 이른 것 같고 뭐 저희는 처음부터 생각해왔던 그러한 부분들을 뭐 더 명확하게 요즘 이제 환경이 훨씬 좋아졌으니까 또 기술의 발전으로 직접 가지 않더라도 이런 플랫폼들을 통해서 나갈 수 있는 이러한 부분을 통해서 글로벌로 나가는데 여전히 역점을 두고 있고 하지만 근본적으로 이 산업의 가장 원천에는 좋은 음악 그리고 좋은 아티스트 가장 중요하죠. 그래서 이런 전략이 이 밑에 있는 근본적인 이제 음악과 아티스트 디벨롭먼트를 탄탄하게 만들기 위해서 퍼블리싱 사업이나 아니면 글로벌 아카데미 사업이나 이러한 부분들을 열심히 전개하고 있습니다.
네, 뭐 저희 같은 경우는 아직 회사가 후발주자고 앞서 말한 하이브나 SM에도 후발주자고 뭐 IP를 확장하는 전략이라기보다는 지금 좋은 IP를 만드는 데 좀 더 주력을 하고 있는 것 같아요. 그래서 좋은 탤런트들을 좋은 아티스트로 만들고 성장하는 데 좀 더 집중을 하고 있고요. 근데 뭐 말씀하신 대로 앞서 말씀하신 대로 K-팝 팬덤들이 굉장히 디지털 네이티브고 디지털 친화적인 팬덤을 전 세계에 저희가 가지고 있기 때문에 지금 글로벌화하고 되게 상품화하고 IP를 확장하는 데는 굉장히 좋은 시기는 맞는 것 같습니다. 저희는 뭐 하이브랑 SM에서 전략을 잘 짜주신다면 잘 따라가는 방식으로 할 수 있을 것 같습니다.
네. 다음은 이제 기술과의 접목에 대한 이야기를 좀 해보려고 합니다. 그래서 크게 이제 두 가지를 여쭤보고 싶은데요. 하나는 이제 일반적인 뭐 인터넷을 통해서 이제 교류하고 이런 건 너무 당연한 거니까 좀 가장 최근에 이런 정도의 기술까지 써서 우리는 아티스트의 활동이나 혹은 팬들과의 교류 활동을 더욱 혁신하는 신선한 노력을 하고 있다. 이런 좀 창의적인 최근의 기술 도입 사례를 좀 들어보고 싶고요. 일단 먼저 이 질문부터 드리겠습니다. 이번엔 이성수 대표님부터.
제가 좀 말을 많이 했는데 여러분 잘 아시는지 모르겠는데 지금 저희의 모더레이터를 맡고 계시는 김서준 대표님이 계시는 해시드가 사실은 굉장히 이 질문에 적합한 그 대답을 할 수 있는 프로젝트를 진행하고 있어요. 그게 바로 모드하우스거든요. 사실 모드하우스 설립 초기부터 같이 얘기도 많이 나누고 했는데 저는 제 마이크를 서진 대표님께 넘기겠습니다. 요것만.
이제 해시드는 블록체인과 디지털 자산 분야에 투자하고 있는 회사인데 저희가 벤처 빌딩도 가끔 합니다. 그래서 저희가 만든 벤처 빌딩으로 만든 회사 중에 이제 모드하우스라고 하는 K-팝 엔터사가 있고요. 이 회사가 만들어지는 과정에서 이성수 대표님이 굉장히 큰 역할을 해주셨습니다. 그래서 이제 모드하우스의 지금 대표를 맡고 있는 정병기 대표님을 이성수 대표님이 소개를 시켜주셔서 이제 회사를 만들게 됐고요. 모드하우스는 그 블록체인 기반으로 탈중앙화된 거버넌스로 팬들이 모든 의사결정에 참여하는 그런 K-팝 아티스트들을 만들고 있습니다. 첫 번째 아티스트가 트리플S라고 하는 24명, 그러니까 국내에서 가장 다인원의 다국적 그룹이고요. 한국, 일본, 베트남, 대만, 중국, 일본 등등 이제 다양한 국적의 24명의 아이돌이 나왔는데 1년에 한 번만 이들이 24명짜리로 공연을 하고요. 나머지 모든 앨범들은 그 서브 유닛으로 활동을 합니다. 이 서브 유닛으로 활동할 때 어떤 멤버들끼리 그 유닛을 만들지 그리고 타이틀곡을 어떤 걸로 할지에 대한 모든 의사결정을 팬덤이 블록체인 기반의 보팅을 통해서 결정합니다. 그래서 이 블록체인이 주는 의미는 저는 99%의 신뢰도를 100%로 올려주는 거라고 생각해요. 예를 들면 프로듀스 101 사태도 있었지만 투표 결과가 모두에게 좋진 않거든요. 누군가는 의심하고 실제로 조작이 일어나기도 하고 그런 데에서 약간이라도 불신이 생기면 팬들이 가지는 그 신뢰의 틈을 굉장히 안 좋은 쪽으로 노이즈가 생기고 신뢰도가 떨어지고 하는 게 이제 또 아티스트의 영역인데 저희들은 이제 블록체인을 통해서 모든 이 보팅에 대한 트랜잭션을 검증할 수 있고 또 이 보팅을 하는 권한을 얻게 되는 과정에서 디지털 NFT 포토카드를 함께 이제 주면서 이 단순히 사진만으로 저희가 NFT를 만드는 게 아니라 보팅 권한과 함께 거버넌스에 참여시키는 도구로서 이 디지털 포토카드를 사용하면서 팬들이 거부감 없이 실질적인 유틸리티와 거버넌스를 참여하면서 이 생태계에서 잘 활동하고 있습니다. 그래서 좀 새로운 시도였고 처음에 24명짜리 아이돌 그룹을 신생기획사가 만드는 게 굉장히 도전적이었거든요. 이 24명짜리 아이돌 그룹을 만들면 대표님도 잘 아시겠지만 동시에 3-4개 아이돌을 만드는 것만큼 리소스가 들고 이게 되겠냐 팬들도 많이 걱정하기도 하고 초기에 놀리기도 하고 그랬는데 오히려 이제 팬들이 선택할 수 있는 거버넌스의 참여 권한이 많아지면서 실제로는 지금 이제 팬들 한 명당 참여도, 결제 금액 이런 것들이 일반적인 기획사에 비해서는 훨씬 높게 나타나고 있고 또 하나는 디지털 인프라를 통해서 저희가 진출을 하다 보니까 글로벌 진출이 그냥 바로 데이 1부터 됐습니다. 그래서 물리적인 유통망 없이도 지금 북미 시장 매출이 50% 이상 나오고 있고요. 그런 실험을 저희가 이제 하고 있습니다. 제 얘기는 여기까지 드리고요. 그 대표님들 회사에서도 이런 블록체인이나 혹은 신기술을 이용해서 실험하고 있는 그런 사례들을 좀 공유해 주시면 재밌을 것 같습니다. 유 대표님부터 먼저.
네, 성수 대표님이 지혜롭게 질문을 토스했는데 저한테 다시 왔네요. 사실 어떠한 창작물의 기술을 적용하는 부분에 대해서 굉장히 고려해야 할 요소들이 굉장히 많은 것 같아요. 지금의 어떤 그 팬분들의 기대와 어떤 관심과 이런 부분들의 환경 속에서 창작물의 퀄리티를 극대화하고 혹은 다양한 팬덤의 니즈를 만족시켜주는 어떠한 창작물을 만드는 데 있어서 기술을 적용하는 부분을 저희가 많이 이제 노력은 하고 있습니다. 근데 이제 그 어떤 본격적으로 그런 것들을 진행할 시점과 방법들도 같이 이제 사실 이런 자리에서 계속 논의가 되어 가야 할 거라고 믿고 있고요. 최근에 저희가 시도했던 거는 이머시브 콘텐츠를 여러 가지 기술과 접목해서 만든다든지 아니면 여러 가지 팬들과의 인터랙티브한 여러 가지 그 유버스를 통한 그런 관계성을 기술과 접목한다든지 여러 분야에서 많이 고민을 하고 시도를 진행하고 있습니다.
네, 정 대표님.
네, 저도 저희 회사에서 지금 구체적인 프로젝트를 공유할 만한 것은 별로 없는데요. 근데 제가 아까 말씀하신 이제 모드하우스에서 시도하고 계신 이 트리플 S를 통해 가지고 팬들이 참여한다는 차원에서는 굉장히 좀 혁신적이라고 생각하는 부분이 있거든요. 아까 제가 말씀드린 것처럼 저희가 오디션 프로그램 같은 걸 하면 오디션 단계에서는 팬들이 굉장히 적극적으로 참여하지만 데뷔 이후에는 사실 참여가 어떻게 보면은 제약적일 수밖에 없어요. 그 한계 때문에. 오디션 프로그램의 단계에 있을 때는 멤버를 고르는 단계부터 같이 하지만 트리플 S 같은 경우에는 모드하우스에서 이 참여자들이 활동 멤버까지 정하는데 굉장히 적극적으로 그리고 지속적으로 참여할 수 있는 그 기반이 되는 블록체인 기술을 활용한다는 점에서는 굉장히 어쨌든 K-팝 엔터뿐이 아니라 엔터테인먼트 분야에 있어서 의미하는 바가 되게 크다고 생각하고요. 더군다나 요즘같이 그 팬덤들이 참여를 굉장히 원하는 이제 이런 흐름 속에서는 그런 부분에서는 저희도 조금 연구하고 생각해봐야 될 부분이 많이 있는 것 같습니다.
네, 이제 이런 기술의 변화 속에서 K-팝의 미래에 대한 이야기를 좀 들어보고 싶습니다. K-팝은 이 기술을 통해서 어떻게 발전해야 되는지 한 문장씩으로 좀 상상력을 발휘해서 정의를 해주시면 재밌을 것 같아요. 한 이렇게 생각해 보면 어떨까요? 한 10년 뒤에 K-팝은 이런 이미지일 것 같다. 팬들에게 이런 역할을 하는 브랜드일 것 같다.
아니, 저는 한 문장보다도 그냥 떠오르는 단어가 있는데 다이버시티예요. 그러니까 오히려 그 역설적이게도 K-팝이라는 것이 전 세계로 확산되면서 K-팝의 본질적인 정체성 속에 다이버시티가 있지 않을까라는 생각을 했어요. 그래서 저희가 예를 들면 하이브 같은 경우에는 최근에 북미에서 캣사이라는 이제 그룹을 이제 소개하고 지금 활발하게 활동을 하고 있는데 이런 질문들 제가 봤거든요. 캣사이가 K-팝을 하고 있는 건가요? 캣사이가 K-팝 그룹인가요? 이제 이런 이야기들이 나올 정도로 아까 말씀드렸던 K-팝 시스템을 탑재한 해외에서의 여러 가지 음악 산업 안에서 탄생하고 있는 아티스트들이 K-팝인지 K-팝이 아닌지 이렇게 질문이 오가는 시대까지 이제 온 것 같아요. 그래서 이제 저희는 이제 비즈니스 전략으로는 이제 멀티홈, 멀티 레이블이라고 해서 멀티 장르라고 해서 사실은 저희가 라틴 아메리카에서는 아메리카에서는 컨트리 음악도 하고요. 다양한 그 음악군에 K-팝의 시스템을 접목하는 노력들을 좀 하고 있거든요. 그래서 이러한 다양성이라는 단어로 포함되는 여러 가지 K-팝의 확장의 상상을 좀 해봅니다.
네, 이성수 대표님.
저는 1년 후 얘기면 모르겠는데 10년이라고 하니까 조금 거창하게 생각을 해보면 K-팝은 전 세계의 공용어 중에 하나가 될 것이다 라고 생각을 하는데요. 오늘 되게 겸손하게 말씀해 주셨지만 사실 최근에 발표하셨던 올데이 프로젝트나 아니면 아시는 K-팝 데모너터스의 사실 주요 모든 음악들 프로젝트도 사실은 다 프로듀싱을 더 블랙 레이블에서 하셨는데 저희는 반성을 되게 많이 하고 있습니다. 특히 올데이 프로젝트를 보면서
저도 반성하고 있습니다.
반성해야 됩니다. K-팝 데모너터스 보면은 그 말 그대로 음악의 힘으로 악을 무찔러요. 음악의 힘으로 혼문이 넓어지고 데몬들이 거기서 죽습니다. 저희가 본질적으로 음악이라고 하는 이 도구를 사용을 하잖아요. 예. 어린 아이가 음악을 들으면은 음악을 배운 적이 없지만 마이너 코드가 나오면 슬퍼지고 메이저 코드가 나오면 기쁘고 음악이 자기의 심장 박동 소리와 비슷하면 편안함을 느끼고 빠르면 노동요가 되겠죠. 그러니까 음악은 굉장히 파워풀한 인류 공통이 사용할 수 있는 언어예요. 특히 종교에서도 많이 사용을 하죠. 그래서 사실은 저희는 이러한 부분들을 좀 이게 뭐 되게 비즈니스적인 얘기라기보다는 굉장히 잘 활용하고 있다고 생각을 해요. 굉장히 많은 예술과 엔터테인먼트의 장르와 분야들이 있는데 딱 3분 50초, 30초라고 하는 이 시간의 한정이 있고 이 짧은 것 안에서 굉장히 많은 사람들에게 한꺼번에 전달이 될 수 있는 이러한 또 기술의 발전으로 스마트폰 모두가 갖고 있다 보니까 모든 사람들에게 직접적으로 짧은 시간에 전달할 수 있는 그런 엄청나게 파워풀한 엔터테인먼트 장르이고 그리고 예술의 분야가 됐죠. 예. 근데 저희한테는 이러한 것들을 활용해서 뭐 돈을 버는 것도 중요하지만은 이게 또 뭐 소위 ESG라고 하면 거창하지만은 기여할 수 있는 부분도 많이 생각을 해야 될 것 같아요. 그리고 저는 그러한 부분들이 서로 상호작용을 하면서 이 K-팝의 힘이 지금 더 커지고 있다고 생각을 하거든요. 예. 뭐 그래서 저도 요즘에 K-팝 데모넌터스가 단순하게 K-팝이 한국이 유명해졌다를 넘어서서 우리에게 진짜 중요한 기회가 오고 있다. 그런 메시지가 너무 담겨 있다. Love yourself라고 하는 메시지 엄청났잖아요. 네. 이러한 것들이 10년 후 K-팝이나 아니면 우리의 다음 세대에게도 굉장히 좀 중요한 역할을 하고 우리 산업에 이 K-팝이라고 하는 게 산업화되는데 조금 더 근간이 될 수 있으면 좋겠다. 그런 생각을 해봅니다.
네. 정 대표님.
네. 뭐 10년 뒤라고 하니까 좀 거창하게 생각해 보면 뭐 K-팝이 있는 이 한국이 어떻게 보면은 글로벌 컨텐츠 허브가 될 수 있지 않을까 저는 기대를 해보거든요. 그러니까 사실 음악이 뭐 2분 30초에서 3분 동안의 되게 짧은 시간 동안의 컨텐츠지만 실제로 이 안에서 K-팝을 즐기는 사람들은 단순히 음악을 즐기는 데서 그치는 건 아닌 것 같아요. 저희가 볼거리들 그리고 그 외에 다른 즐길 것들을 굉장히 많이 제공을 하고 있고 그리고 플랫폼을 넘어서 조금 전에 뭐 K-팝 데모넌터스 같이 애니메이션이나 다른 영역으로 확장된 부분이 많이 있고 그리고 그런 부분의 성공 사례들이 계속 나오고 있어서 저희가 여기 있는 저희 참여자들뿐만 아니라 저희 업계에 있는 사람들이 좀 잘 한다고 한다면 K-팝을 발전시키고 여기에서 서로 영향을 해서 최근에 뭐 K-푸드라든지 화장품이라든지 이런 데 서로 다 영향을 받아서 다 잘 되고 있는 거라고 생각을 하거든요. 근데 그런 콘텐츠 허브로서의 역할을 10년 뒤에 좀 할 수 있었으면 좋겠습니다.
네. 오늘 제가 이제 준비한 질문은 다 했고요. 마지막으로 이제 랩업을 해보면 뭐 언론에 작년 재작년에 그런 그 타이틀이 많이 나왔던 것 같아요. K-팝 이제 위기가 왔다. 뭐 이제 꺾이는 거 아니냐. 뭐 이런 얘기들이 작년 재작년 항상 나왔던 것 같은데 그럴 때마다 더 커졌던 것 같아요. 그리고 이제 올해는 정말 K-팝 데모넌터스로 이제 넷플릭스 최고 시청 시간을 가진 그런 IP까지 등장하고 그래서 이게 K-팝이 가지는 힘이 뭘까 했을 때 제가 느끼는 거는 단순 음악이 아니라 세계관이라는 걸 다루는 힘이 있는 것 같다. 그래서 일반 팝과 K-팝의 가장 제가 느끼는 차이점은 이 세계관을 담냐 아니면 그냥 음악과 아티스트에 대한 얘기로 끝나느냐인 것 같고 그런 부분에 있어서 이제 하이브와 이제 SM이 굉장히 많은 이 세계관을 형성시키는 데 있어서 선배 회사로서 옛날에 이제 이수만 선생님 그리고 강시혁 이장님 많은 기여를 해주시고 계신다고 생각합니다. 그래서 이 세계관과 상상력 그리고 한국인이 가지는 그 디테일한 이런 완성도, 콘텐츠에 대한 예민함 덕분에 K-팝은 잘 돼가고 있는 것 같고 또 이런 테크세비한 에너지들이 또 있기 때문에 그러니까 외국 회사랑 비교해 봤을 때 외국에 있는 엔터사들이 예를 들면 위버스나 버블 같은 플랫폼을 개발하고 운영하는 사례는 많이 못 봤던 것 같아요. 그렇게 기술에 대해서 새로운 실험을 할 수 있는 테크세비함도 K-팝이 가지고 있는 또 저변 중에 하나인 것 같고요. 그래서 이런 블록체인이나 신기술과 잘 융합되면서 K-팝이 지금이 고점이 아니라 10년 뒤에도 훨씬 더 성장할 수 있기를 기대해 봅니다. 네, 오늘 귀한 시간 함께 해주셔서 감사합니다.
Okay, I'm back. I want to thank our media executives so much for taking the time to come and spew their wisdom to all of us. It's very clear that Korea is at the forefront of media and entertainment. And as a reminder, iLit is going to be doing a live performance here on this stage here tonight at 7 p.m., which is super exciting. So for our next group, we're going to dive into institutional finance. We're going to talk about how in the new age of AI, it's rapidly changing how investors are structuring their portfolios and the new verticals that it's unlocking for investors to tap into. Things like AI training data, tokenized IP, many things that are already happening on Story. And so we're going to get to hear from some of the leaders in institutional finance on how they're assessing the risks and opportunities in these new investment verticals. So please join me in welcoming Amy Oldenburg, Head of Emerging Markets Equity at Morgan Stanley, Rehana Sharif Askari, Managing Director and Head of Product and Research at Grayscale Investments, Jordi Alexander, founder of Selene Capital, and our moderator is going to be Ben Strack from Blockworks. So give it up for them.
Thanks all, how's it going? So we have some New York-based people here, long flight to Seoul, it's great to be here. So we're gonna talk about how artificial intelligence is kind of reshaping certain parts of finance in different sectors. I'm a senior reporter at Blockworks. I'm just gonna ask my panelists to briefly introduce themselves and what they're most focused on at their company right now, and then we'll dive into some of the nitty-gritty. Amy, would you like to start?
Hi, Amy Oldenburg from Morgan Stanley Investment Management. I had global emerging market equity investing. We managed about $17 billion in the emerging market space. Korea is one of our big markets, so I've spent a lot of time here along with my team. I also lead our efforts on the digital asset side, so I've spent many years now looking at the convergence of digital assets, AI, and the emerging markets.
Hi everyone, Ray Sharif Askari. I lead product and research for Grayscale Investments. We're one of the world's largest cryptocurrency asset managers. We have operated since 2013. We have over 40 products and 35 million in AUM. From my seat, I'm focused on helping to bridge crypto and blockchain back to traditional investing and helping investors find through product, through research, through education, helping investors find that asymmetrical upside by getting crypto and blockchain exposure.
Hi guys, I'm Jordi. I'm the founder of Selene. At Selene, we use kind of the full stack of investing, so high frequency, liquid, and venture. So familiar with the whole stack, and yeah, AI is changing everything.
Yeah, so it seems pretty obvious the AI investing opportunity kind of goes beyond just chips and models. So curious in terms of infrastructure, what are you guys paying most attention to from an investment perspective? Maybe you could kind of kick that off, Jordi.
Infrastructure for AI-enabled investing, or which aspects?
We can start there.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, DeFi and AI are just going to keep growing together. So that's one category that seems very obvious. As soon as you get more tokenized assets on chain and you get more intelligence on chain, the two start working together because, investing and managing assets really it's Paleolithic when you just have, a million wealth advisors just saying the same thing instead of just having a single center intelligence kind of optimizing everyone's investments. So it's pretty clear where the puck is going in the next few years. So anything that's in that category is super interesting already.
Yeah, and in terms of infrastructure of tokenized IP, decentralized compute, how do you guys kind of think about where that fits in a portfolio and kind of weighing those? Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah, I can jump in. So taking a big step back, I think once, from investors' perspective, we talked to a lot of institutional investors, and I joined the space in 2018, at which point we were having a lot of one-on-one conversations. People were wrapping their head around Bitcoin. Now we're in a very different place. We have, ETFs, and a lot of institutional investors are now more comfortable with Bitcoin. Maybe they even understand smart contracts. So they're thinking about that other 50% of the crypto market cap and how they can find value there. And so what we try to do is create a framework for them to think about that, and we developed our taxonomy crypto sectors, grayscale crypto sectors, which is not dissimilar to the GICs back in the day. And we've just created different sectors associated with, we've grouped the crypto ecosystem and all the projects in the different sectors based on investable exposure and use case. So currencies like Bitcoin, smart contracts, utilities, financials, and we actually have recently added a sector for AI because it is just something that investors are so focused on. And so I think that for us, there is a really unique opportunity for crypto and blockchain to help in the proliferation of AI to ensure that it is egalitarian, transparent, free of the kind of biases that we're seeing a lot in modern model training. So we think there's a lot that is exciting at the intersection of crypto and AI. And I think that AI, like tokenized IP, which I know we're going to talk about more, is an area where the blockchains and their native tokens, by very virtue of being decentralized, can add a tremendous amount of value.
And maybe I can just add, definitely a shout out to Story for putting an event together and the topics of AI and digital assets as one. I think one of the things that I continue to struggle with is in our world today, everybody is a specialist in one vertical. And I even came back from Tech Week. I was in Menlo Park last week. And we have agentic AI in one vertical, digital assets in one vertical, the future of engineering in another. And the world that we're living in is definitely a world where digital assets will be part of the agentic AI theme that continues to play out. I think even bringing it back to kind of the Web3 discussion and IP. I was in Japan last year, and we were having this discussion around why isn't there better Web3 gaming that's come out. And they're like, well, the gaming community doesn't understand crypto, and the crypto community doesn't truly understand gaming. And I think that's one of the hardest things that we have just in terms of development, and even on the investment side, right? Because you need investors that understand these multidisciplinary areas of investing that are coming together, and that's just going to continue to get more complex.
Yeah, and Ray, just wanted to follow up, when you talk about the AI crypto sector that Grayscale kind of built out, and there's a fund, a decentralized AI fund there, how do you kind of think about the holdings in a fund like that? What do you weigh? What metrics do you look at? How does that kind of come about?
Yeah, so for all our passive products, like any index-based product, it's going to be rules-based, and it's going to follow a methodology. So you would look at market cap, liquidity, and what the use case is in terms of how developed it is and how involved it is with AI. I think outside of, so I think when you have that kind of methodology, you tend to control for larger products that have higher market cap. We and I don't want to get too much. I'm not here to talk about our products, so I can't talk too much about our products. But basically, I think we also are thinking about smaller, compelling projects that are more emerging, and so we are very excited about Story and tokenized IP and the TAM, like $80 trillion TAM there. So I think more broadly, outside of the fund, there's a lot, because it's such an emerging space, there are a lot of compelling projects that are, again, like Story and what they're doing with Poseidon and data on the robotics side, that are worth looking at.
Yeah, and Amy too, just kind of following up on something you mentioned, how are, Morgan Stanley, obviously a legacy financial institution, how are you guys kind of underwriting these non-traditional AI assets, whether it's tokenized IP or,
Yeah, I mean, a lot of these companies are already in the public equity market, so we do have exposure to them now. And I think we'll just continue to see that. So like the tokenized IP, I mean, really hits so many companies that are already out there. We also have in other funds that not managed by my team, but other teams at Morgan Stanley that are investing in music royalties. I mean, that's been a really big piece of the business in the private equity space the last number of years. You can just see how that IP side of investing just continues on there. I think the other thing too, and the panel previous to us, they had IP and Fandom. I do think there's a huge part of this to really capitalize on like engaging with fans. A number of years ago when we were living through the NFT era, which is still out there, but not as kind of crazy as it was a couple years ago. Even I tried so many of the different business models just to try to understand who was doing things well, who was not doing things well. I think there's a huge opportunity to execute on that, and that's like everything from fashion brands to gaming companies to internet. So, it's not just kind of like startup brands. There's huge companies that at a certain point will explore this, and somebody's going to really hit the target on it.
Yeah, and maybe Jordy, bringing you back in here, how do you kind of see the role that tokenized IP, decentralized computer, going to be playing, and how does Selene kind of think about that?
I think the UX and UI matter so much, so it's still so early. We don't know which apps specifically are going to manage to make it where you put something on YouTube and you just single click tokenize that, and there's some revenue and it kind of works. So there's a lot of ideas, I think, with Genie and all the new DeepMind kind of worlds. We'll see a lot of creative IP being created, and then we'll see who can create marketplaces for these things. With crypto, we're ready. We have all the rails ready, all the stable coins, all the payments, all the different things. So it's a matter of time, but I think it's really early to know, what the, pump.fun is going to be of the IP sector.
Yeah, and in terms of institutional allocation to AI, is this, and digital assets and blockchain infrastructure, is this a hedge strategy, an alpha strategy? How are institutions kind of thinking about that?
I think so. I can jump in again. And in terms of, from a crypto investing perspective, once there's sort of a core Bitcoin, smart Ethereum position, I think it's a part of that thematic incremental part of the portfolio where people are trying to diversify beyond Bitcoin and Ethereum, and in doing so, we for instance will think about we'll take a top-down, bottom-up approach where we will think about the macro tailwinds and the thematic tailwinds, and crypto and AI is one of them. And I think it's just a theme that is really relevant broadly, and so investors tend to gravitate towards that. And then within any sector or any project that we look at, we are looking at fundamentals, and that's really important from an investment perspective too. For me, coming from traditional finance, we are looking at, and investors are looking at, things like product market fit, sector dominance, first mover advantage. And the way investors look at in traditional finance, we'll look at EV to EBITDA. We look at multiples too. Like if we're thinking about a certain type of smart contract platform, we'll think about TVL, market cap to TVL. I think in the case, And then most importantly, what I think what we're trying to help traditional investors wrap their head around are these metrics, these on-chain metrics that show that these projects are being used. So in the case of, tokenized IP, you want to see the licenses, you want to see the transfer of licenses, you want to see what kind of culturally relevant assets are on chain. So we're seeing that the thematic aspect plays a role, but then we are also, I think with any asset class, you want to think about the fundamentals.
Yeah, I can just add one point too. I think there's a whole piece of like the picks and shovels of this space that are just like a classic growth story that you can invest in long term. I do think there's also a potential future where we're seeing yield generation off the back of tokenized IP. I mean, that's what ultimately investors will want to see. They'll want to be able to hold a portfolio of these assets and that they're generating that like royalty or revenue stream on the back of that they're able to capture. I guess the one thing I have a question on is like how retail investors are going to feel about what IP they hold. I think ultimately there'll have to be a platform of like, separately managed accounts or customized IP. Because I don't know about you, I only like to hold the like IP of music or gaming that I really believe in and I love their story and I truly connect with those brands. I just don't want like a big portfolio of stuff that I don't really care about. And I think that's going to matter a lot to retail.
And Ray, is that kind of how you see retail as well, looking at this space? Obviously, Grayscale offers a lot of products for retail investors. And
yeah, I think for us, we're trying to we serve a variety of client segments, and we're trying to meet investors where they are.
Got it. And in terms of, Amy, in terms of emerging economies specifically, as your role at Morgan Stanley, kind of just curious of how you're seeing emerging economies getting into AI and
I mean, anyone who was here 2 panels ago and the question was asked if the U.S. is in control or like leading on IP, there wasn't a single person, that raised their hand or made a sound. That's because a lot of it's coming out of the emerging markets. Now I'm biased because that's what I've done for 25 years, but the innovation and a lot of the content and a lot of that, the themes that we're looking at, AI, digital assets, I mean, it really is an EM story. It's an international story, and I think that'll continue to play out. I will say just the one addition to that, the administration that we have in the U.S. right now has supercharged this space in such a significant way over the last 12 months. I think it's going to put a lot of pressure on many of these markets to get their acts together with regulation, where they sit. We've seen the stablecoin even here in Korea start picking up some discussion over the last couple of weeks, and so I think all of those themes will continue to play out over the next couple months here.
Yeah, and you mentioned regulation. Curious of how you think about regulatory clarity around investing in tokenized infrastructure and maybe some of the major, macro geopolitical risks when you're thinking about the AI space and the intersection of AI and crypto.
I mean, regulation right now is the friendliest it's ever been right now. So people are experimenting more. I think the next few years, at least, until there's a change in administration, seems like a great playground for people to try stuff. I think some things will work, some things won't work, and we'll have a much clearer sense of what kind of regulation makes sense at the end of it. I think it's so early right now that, people are more concerned around not falling behind, getting, left out of what is potentially going to be, as revolutionary as the internet. So I don't know, have you guys seen any regulation issues right now?
I think we've seen a lot of movement forward from a regulatory standpoint. It's been encouraging. I think there's still a lot of work yet to be done. I think in thinking of potential bottlenecks in terms of AI and the proliferation, I think it's obviously something that's very energy intensive. So the broader geopolitical framework and regulation could play a role less, even if not from the crypto side, more so from the resource allocation side. And then even away from regulation, you have scarce resources that are somewhat still centralized, like compute. And to me, that's an opportunity, again, for distributed ledger technology and blockchains to help make that more efficient and more egalitarian?
Yeah, I think that, to Jordy's point on UI and UX, I still think there's so much work to be done there. When we're looking at everything from like building out wallet technology and kind of the future, like really rolling this out for more investors globally, I mean, if you've worked in the digital asset space, I mean, even in the AI, like, yeah, ChatGPT is like, that's super user-friendly. That's why it's done so well, right? But it gets a lot more complicated than that, especially when you're under the hood trying to understand like what models are being used or where the information's coming from. And the same thing on the digital asset side. A lot of the weak points are not the actual blockchain. It's like the API connectivity, or you lose something and then you're like basically with the authorities trying to get your assets back, which is just a huge nightmare. So we can't have that sort of like, it's just not a good user experience. It's not a good investor experience. So we still need to figure out some of those pain points and just make it a lot more smooth going forward.
Yeah, and going back to kind of the thematic investing, how are you kind of seeing public market investors view, as we see AI, IP, and crypto kind of intersect, how they're thinking about AI and blockchain versus IP as an asset class? And are those being viewed as different themes, or what are you kind of seeing on that front?
I think there are different themes. It's, we've obviously seen some attempts like WorldCoin for a while where you try to combine them in some way, and I think it's still so early. I mean, this year we've had, on Story Protocol they started launching like IP meme coins, and I remember when there was like the new Doge coin, like the Nero, and everybody made their own Nero, and there were like 50 ones, and there was the ETH one and the Solana and the 8. Like Binance listed a different one. It was just chaos. I think that shows how early we are in terms of somebody actually being able to say, okay, let's congregate against like this official one. And so if we're still figuring it out, I mean the progress there is being felt. I think. This like chaos of having like 100 versions of the same thing doesn't work, and especially now with like creative people are going to be able to create, with very low budgets, they'll be able to make movies just in their home, just prompting and kind of maneuvering stuff. If they make something cool, they'll want to own that in some way. So, but it's still so early, yeah.
I agree that it's early. To me, there is more of a linkage because ultimately AI runs on data. And we need ways, like again, tokenized IP is an example, to have attribution for that data and allow people to get paid for creating that data. So to me, that is where the linkage is.
Oh gosh, there's so many ways to take this. I do think it's hard. We're still discussing a lot about fitting models to like what exists today. And I think a lot of what we're building for, we have incomplete information. We're actually building for a future where a lot of the business models don't exist today. So if we're talking about agentic AI, or we're talking about ways to pay sub-agents to do like subsets of work for our agent, I mean, that's a perfect solution for digital assets. Jordy mentioned WorldCoin. We have to figure out the digital ID. Like, this is not going to work with passwords or like the insane like ID that we still, and I'm shocked that not more people are talking about it. Digital ID is super important for any future going forward. So again, I just think there's these pieces that we need to fit together, and we don't even really know what we're really building for going forward. So it's just going to keep emerging like as we're building in these different trends.
Yeah, and I guess in the face of some of that incomplete information that institutions are grappling with, are there certain signals or metrics that you expect institutions to be looking for before meaningfully allocating to this space?
Yeah, so from my perspective, it dovetails with what we're talking about. If like for any investment, you want to see evidence of traction, you want to see product market fit. And so when it's blockchain related, you're looking at on-chain activity, you're looking at users. In the case of tokenized IP, you're looking at what actual projects are, what actual culturally relevant assets are on chain. You're thinking about the volume of IP transfers and licensing agreements. So as always, we need tangible ways to tie, market value back to intrinsic value, and to see that a particular project is doing what it set out to do and being successful in that.
I think we need to see scale, so the more it grows. I think the other thing too is like, soon as financial services or media companies feel the disruption happening, let me tell you, people will start moving very quickly if they think their business is starting to erode. Disruption is one of the biggest themes, and a lot of times they won't make the decision ahead of time. It's very, they have their 10-year strategy set out, but as soon as they start to see that in the numbers, or they start to see some of these startups being relevant in their space, things will start moving very quickly. I think we've seen that even on the crypto trading side.
Can I turn it to you for a second? I mean, on the media side, where is the institutional interest you're seeing in the category? Like, what are people wanting to learn more about? What kind of metrics are they looking for? What kind of research are they looking for?
Yeah, I might have to direct you to some of our Blockworks research analysts on that who could give a better answer. But I do want to ask, because I know there's a lot of people in the room from all over the world, LPs, founders, and fund managers. So curious, in the last few minutes, just what advice you might give to them who are looking to entering the AI and crypto investment space.
I mean, I think anyone who can bridge the huge amount of users that are using these kind of, not just ChatGPT, but even like the Web 2 platforms, like consuming the content, the Spotifys, the YouTubes, the podcasts, all these people that are consuming. If you can find a way to go to them and create something that sort of holistically makes sense, it's going to unlock something big. So it's a huge opportunity. You just have to, I think, instead of building in a box, you have to go like start with where are all the people at and how can I interact with them where they are.
Yeah, I think about this from the perspective of, again, bridging back to traditional investing. There are a ton of tokens out there. There's like 1 million to 2 million new tokens in projects every day. And in crypto, it's interesting because the barrier to entry is low. The barrier to success is high. So we look at and we encourage investors to think about things, again, like what is the total addressable market? What is the product market? Is there product market fit? Because I do think a lot of what you see it's an exciting space, it's a new space, and sometimes there's more solutions looking for problems. And so that's why I think, again, we like projects like Story, which is solving a very real problem and has a very real total addressable market. There's a lot of, for not everything needs to be on a blockchain, right? Like we don't need to tokenize my self-esteem and put it on the blockchain. So I think sussing out that and thinking through the noise and just, again, staying focused on what has a real use case and what has real world application.
I would just add a couple comments on find a team that's truly committed to the long-term transformation here. I mean, as the panel said, that we're still very early in this space. There's so many investments to be made in picks and shovels across AI and digital assets, just massive. But you also want teams that can execute well and are going to stick with this. This isn't just like a 2-year hype cycle that we're going through here. This is like a decade-plus long transformation that we're dealing with. So you do want teams that are really committed to doing that and really help us push this whole initiative forward.
Yeah, and you mentioned the timeline there and that there's a lot of investment to be made in this space. Just kind of curious of how you each kind of think about how more capital coming into the space will kind of help unlock underutilized IP, and what sort of timelines we're talking when we hear Story Protocol talking about their vision today, and you guys being so familiar with the picks and shovels in this space. the timeline that you kind of expect this to all play out.
Yeah, I can jump in. I think from a crypto perspective, there's a lot of excitement, but when we're out there thinking about the real address of like the real investors, a lot of the wealth, at least in the U.S., is in the advised market or institutions. I think that it's still very early. People theoretically are excited about AI, but when it comes to blockchain and crypto and doing thematic things, a lot of folks are still, just now they've wrapped their head around Bitcoin. They're starting to understand what smart contracts are. So I think it's really going to it'll take time. I think I'm not going to put a number of years on it, but I think everything is moving in the right direction. We're seeing a lot of interest. I just think there's a lot of education that still needs to happen.
Yeah, maybe Jordy, the next phases of growth.
It's pretty cool what Story is doing, trying to get some of the Web 2 brands onto Web 3 because they already have a massive audience. I love what Luca's doing, trying to get the Web 3 brands and put them into the Web 2 world. So I love Pudgies. I love both ways and kind of combining the two. I think it's not going to take that long. I think within a couple of years, these things will be, because it's so viral, it's so easy to kind of spread.
Yeah, I'm going to put an actual number on it. I'm going to say 3 to 5 years is going to be the next 3 to 5 years is going to be absolutely crazy. And then I think we're going to see like another cycle after that, because then we'll start to see models that we didn't even think were possible after we get some of this infrastructure built out.
Great. I think we'll finish on that note. Really appreciate it. You can give the panelists a round of applause. Thanks so much.
Thanks for having us on. 감사합니다.
Okay, so I want to thank our institutional investors for joining us again. For those of us in blockchain, it's always a great opportunity to get to hear directly from them on what's interesting and what's coming next. Before we get into the next session, I want to briefly mention that there is lunch now being served upstairs. So of course, stay for this session because it's going to be amazing, but afterwards, feel free to grab some lunch if you are hungry. So for this next session, I'm going to be introducing some of my crypto idols. These are people that have founded some of the most famous, crypto native IPs, and really I would credit with, popularizing blockchain to the, Web 2 world. These are people that have been thinking about community building, IP building, and creating really generational, IP brands beyond just the blockchain. So we're going to hear from them on maybe some of the challenges and ways that they brought crypto native IPs to the world with things like physical products, tokens, or even as you saw in that advertisement, into registering IP and bringing them to things like games. So it's my pleasure to bring up Luca Netz, founder and CEO of Pudgy Penguins, Zagabon, the co-founder and CEO of Azuki, Spencer, the co-founder of Orange Cap Games and CEO of Moonbirds, and our moderator is going to be Amanda Cassett, CEO and founder of Serotonin.
All right, we've got an incredible panel today with a dramatic name, IP or Die. And so you guys all represent IP. I'll represent Die just a little bit, just to play some devil's advocate. So let's get started. My first question for you guys, and answer in kind of whatever order you want. whatever you feel inspired by. You've all started by building these NFT collections that have become IP ecosystems. And my question there is, if I can walk into a Walmart and buy a super cute toy that just looks awesome, or if I can play a really fun game, why does any of this need to be on the blockchain? Why do you need the blockchain to maximize the value of IP?
I think when you look at Web3 brands, the differentiator between a Web3 brand and a Web2 brand, I think ultimately comes down to alignment. This idea that your early believers, your early collectors are aligned in the success of the brand is super fascinating. You know, there's a question I've heard people in the IP business ask for many years, which is, if you could have owned a piece of Mickey Mouse, would you have? Unfortunately, Mickey Mouse was created in the 1900s, but today these new IPs are being conceptualized and inceptualized in this new generation of building IP on blockchains in a way that you can own a piece of the next generation's Mickey Mouse, whether you believe that's Pengu or an Azuki or an a Moonbird. That's your prerogative and your belief, and ultimately you have that alignment to go and see that brand succeed and grow. And so I think foundationally, I think blockchain enables digital ownership. You know, digital ownership, you know, could be used in a plethora of different ways. I think actually licensing IP is a huge unlock. This idea that every toy that is on the Walmart shelf is actually an NFT held by a holder, or by a holder. We alchemized it, and every time one of those sells, I get a royalty in perpetuity. And so that's one unlock, but I think foundationally and simply put, the idea that your early believers are financially aligned with the success of your brand, I think is the great unlock of Web3 and blockchain.
So do you think that a brand like K-pop Demon Hunters or Labubus, do you think that they would be better off if they had launched on a blockchain instead of just launching straight into the Web2 world?
I think that one thing you have to look at is there's different paths, right? It's not one is better than the other. What I think is really special about crypto and a lot of the IPs that we work with and have created is their digital nativeness, right? If we think that digital native IP is the future, well, there's actually not that many that are digital native in the way that Moonbirds, Pudgies, Azuki are, for example. Now, I would say that also K-pop Demon Hunters is also a digitally native brand, but it comes from a different place. It comes from the sort of Netflix world. And where I think we see is there's definitely going to be convergence, right? Of where does an IP come from and where does it end up and to whom is it meaningful? And blockchain will sit at that intersection, but I don't think it's like it must come from one direction or the other. I think what is the hardest thing to do is, can you capture lightning in a bottle? Can you be special, right? And I think certainly K-pop Demon Hunters is special, right? I think we feel, and I feel very strongly like Moonbirds is special. I feel Pudgy is special. I feel Azuki is special. And I think that where you see is different people finding meaning to themselves from not only the experience of what that IP is, but where it came from. And I think that's a really fundamental part that's hard to replicate and hard to quantify, but it's that hard to quantify-ness that makes it so special.
So the origins on chain are themselves part of the lore?
Yeah, I think if you have examples of successful IPs or IPs that are already in the retail stores, or IPs that are successful, have distribution on Netflix, then it's easy to say like, oh, you don't really need that to be on chain. I think what NFTs and tokenization allows us to do is actually launch new IPs in ways that are more powerful and allow the IP to sit closer with the community and the fans. And so from a net new creation perspective, I think it's totally game changing. And then, ultimately, these IPs have the potential to be a K-pop Demon Hunter one day. So, I think that's where like NFTs can become really impactful.
So community and fans are a big differentiator. You all mentioned kind of the relationship that people have with the kind of on-chain assets and how that goes with the rest of the IP ecosystem. I'd be curious between now and looking forward and when you started out in this space, how those communities have evolved and what those communities of holders kind of expect. When you buy a bottle of Coca-Cola, you consume that bottle of Coca-Cola and then it's over. You throw it out. When you buy a stock or a DeFi token, maybe you expect to trade it for a higher price. Those are really different models of consumption and community building. Where are your communities on that spectrum? Is it something completely different? Is it changing? What's it going to look like in the future?
Yeah, that's a good question. I think it's multifaceted. I think uniquely, the beauty about IP versus I think most other verticals within crypto that are hyper financialized is IP actually invades the hearts and minds of people. And I think it creates an interesting dynamic and a unique dynamic specifically for the crypto industry that makes our relationship a lot different. I think speaking anecdotally just on how I see people coming into Pudgy Penguins and coming into the huddle, people come in because they want to be a part of I think one of crypto's best communities. I think they come in because they believe that they are their penguin and their penguin is them. They come in because they want to make money. The elephant in the room, I've always addressed that heads on. I think to pretend that doesn't exist, I think is a fallacy. They come in because they want to help shape IP and have input on what the story and the future of this brand could look like. They come in because they believe, this is the next Pokemon and they have an opportunity to have a character within that universe. I think it's multifaceted, but unlike I think traditional products in crypto, I think our relationship is a little bit different with our community than I think most because of that emotional layer. I think we're one of the only categories, if not the only category in crypto that has a deep emotional attachment with the user that's just not hyper financialized.
I think something too here is we should talk not only about the financialization to the holders, but also to the company and what it allows you to do. I think there's a very clear thing happening. Crypto and blockchain are inevitable. I don't think that's a question now. IP is one of the largest topics and products out of Korea, out of many countries. It's how we distribute things. The intersection of blockchain and IP is inevitable. I think that's very strong. Now, how does that look? I don't think we have the answer today. I think we have several different attempts at finding that answer, but what's very clear is the prize is very large. And what's exciting about running a company in that intersection is because the prize is so large for finding and solving that equation, your access to resources, your access to capital, your access to the ability to do major and large activations is very significant. One of the things I think we don't talk about enough is how hard it is to start an IP, how hard it is to grow a company that makes that IP relevant. It's not an easy thing to do. It's a capital intensive thing to do. And for so long as well, it's been very much in only the hands of people who have done it before, who already come in with lots of resources, right? I think that's one of the most powerful things that we see here is the ability to create an IP, have your 1,000 fans, your 10,000 fans, your 30,000 fans, and see a future that is so exciting and so wrought with potential that you can put together the resources to really not only give it a good and hacky try, but the try that it deserves, right? I think that's kind of what everyone is here to do, is there must be success at the intersection of blockchain and IP. We've seen versions of that success, but this is not the big win. This is not the golden prize for figuring out the equation. It just hasn't happened yet. And that is not a bad thing. That's actually a great thing, because that is the potential that we're all driving towards, is how do you unlock the exact correct way, not only to build a digitally native brand, but to make it something that we've never seen before, make it something that's emergent and more powerful than past activations, which I believe just must happen.
Yeah, and I'll tell you a story in the Zuki community that kind of, wraps up what both of you guys mentioned. The kind of emotional connection that holders have to the IP, and also how it's kind of transformed over time. When Azuki first started, and when a lot of the NFT collections first launched back in 2021, a lot of the activity was around trading. It still is, right? But people joined because they could speculate on NFTs, they can flip them. Over time, though, I think collectors found their identity with these NFTs, and they could actually help grow the brand in different ways. And they formed these sub-communities with like-minded people within the community. And so within Azuki, there's a club called the Azuki Watch Club. And it's a small group of people that just love collecting nice watches. And through that club, there was a guy, his name's Andy, and he was like, hey, Z, you guys should collab with this brand called Moser, small independent watch brand. They make a couple thousand watches a year. And if you know watches, like, Moser's up there. And so I talked with the owners of Moser, and we ended up doing this collab. So I'm actually wearing a piece here. It's limited to 100 pieces. It's based off of the 4 elements of the Azuki IP. And without the community, without Azuki Watch Club, this collab would have never happened. And as part of this collab, we also introduced this technology called physical back tokens a couple years ago. And the warranty card for this watch has this chip embedded in it. When you scan it, it authenticates that the watch is real, and it verifies that you're the current owner of it. And so it uses blockchain technology to really authenticate luxury goods. And that's something that is a first in the luxury watch space. So, within this story, it's like there's the community aspect of it, there's the technology aspect of it, there's the IP building aspect of it. And I think NFTs has enabled all of that to happen. Without it, you just don't get a story like this in any other kind of brand. And I think that kind of stuff is really powerful, and it's what motivates me to kind of keep doing this.
Yeah, it's really interesting. There's the kind of completely cold financial asset side of it, where you know that IP is a type of asset. And eventually there's going to be this convergence. And then at the individual level, there's this relationship between a little girl and a Disney princess that has nothing to do with an asset class. And this whole space is this kind of funny smash up of those two different dynamics as it sort of tries to figure out how the blockchain, how Web3 can be a descriptor around that value type that smashes up both this asset class and also this feeling and this relationship. Does that resonate? Yeah, so building on that, I mean, we walk through a doorway coming in saying, it all starts with IP. But when it comes to digital IP, so something other than the watch example that you gave, isn't it a little bit different? Like, I remember when Studio Ghibli, when there was that whole meme across AI platforms, or people using generators to generate, Studio Ghibli this, Studio Ghibli that, and because of the fairly loose protections around it, everyone was able to generate their own images. And I actually found myself, I know we're in Korea talking about a Japanese studio, my bad, but I found myself going back and rewatching Spirited Away as a result of that. Or Taylor Swift might not pursue royalties on everyone that plays her song, but then she sells concert tickets. Do we need IP protection in the traditional way? Are we redefining IP entirely in the age of AI?
Yeah, I actually think blockchain and blockchain native IP, but just the blockchain in general is actually going to solve what I think is a gargantuan problem that's in front of us, which is how are you going to tell what content is real and what content is AI generated? So I think there's a lot of intersections there. I think naturally in a world where I think the lines are going to be blurred between what's authentic and what's not, I actually think these digital native brands have a huge leg up in terms of their integrity of where things might have started, in a way that I think other brands or Web 2 incumbents today that are not crypto native or digital native are honestly not going to be able to compete with us there. And I think just blockchain solves these problems in a multitude of different ways, and I think that's ultimately going to give us a competitive advantage.
Say more about that, though. The previous brands aren't going to be able to compete in the age of AI, unlike you guys. Why exactly?
I think it's a different type of build. You can even, I'll give you guys an anecdote, but I walked into Warner Music Group just to discuss a potential partnership. On the music side, actually, Pudgy Penguins wants to get into music, believe it or not. And one of the things that we had discussed was just our social media virality. And there's a common consensus amongst a slew of different Web 2 incumbents is that they are not technology first and they're not technology focused. I think what they do best is not where this generation and where this era is going. And so they do long form really well, they do product really well. They don't do social media well, they don't do virality well, they don't do technology well. And I think just the origin story of us being created on chain, right? I think all of us look at our individual projects and ecosystem assets as these first edition collectibles, in a world where you might not know where a Charizard has come from. You know exactly where a Pudgy Penguin has come from, or a Moonbird or an Azuki. And so I think it's both on the collectible side, the actual origin story of our collectibles, I think are more easily trackable to where they actually came from and how they started and where they're going to go. And then I think on the flip side of it, being a digitally native brand, building in crypto actually conditions you to, I think, build in the cadence that I think this generation is going, which is one that's predicated around speed and cadence and innovation. And innovation and traditional IP are not synonymous, they're antonyms. Traditional IP does not innovate. That's why they keep remaking the same movies with different casts, is because it's just not an innovative industry. And us, by nature of being in crypto, something that's on 24/7, if we don't innovate, our businesses die. And we've seen that time and time again.
I think something that I'd also kind of like to bring up to your question about, how does AI kind of impact this, right? Is I think you have a choice right now as an IP. You can either lean into it or lean away from it. And I view it in the same way as blockchain in that it's just inevitable. This is a change that's happening. And one of the most interesting things kind of overall is, like if you look at music, Spotify now pays a de minimis amount. 1 million impressions on Spotify is like hundreds to thousands of dollars, right? This is not how you can make your money. You've mentioned this, Taylor Swift makes money off concert, not off plays, right? And I think what you saw was people who said, okay, in the entertainment world, I know that merchandising, tours, all of these other things that I've built my IP to do, the faster that I've got over that monetizing the song itself is no longer the thing I'm doing, the faster you entered the new meta and were successful, right? And I think that what we see here is actually the same choice that you have to make, which is, one of the best things about monetizing and activating IP through crypto is how nascent we are and how big that opportunity, as I mentioned, the prize is. For us, we, a few weeks ago or 2 weeks ago, did a sale for a physical randomized collectible item. In 24 hours, we sold $1.7 million of them, $25 at a time. Each unit was $25. We're doing about 500,000 impressions a day on socials, right? It's good, but it's not anywhere near the numbers that many of these much larger creators from the Web 2 space are doing. It's not, right? But we're able to monetize that so much greater because of how this audience works and how this community works and how blockchain works, right? And so what we see here is this opportunity set where even doing these much smaller numbers, there are creators that do literally millions of impressions, millions of song listens a day that make hundreds of thousands. Why are we making 1.7 million in 24 hours? We're doing that because we're harnessing blockchain technology and we're leveraging the opportunity set that's here and is only here today for crypto. Now this will change 20, 30, 40, 50 years down the line as this industry becomes more established. But the beauty of the moment right now is that we're at a moment where if you can find the right way to take your IP and intersect it with blockchain, the prize is very large, right? And I think that's the opportunity set that's before us today as digitally native IPs. I think that's also the opportunity set for IPs that are coming from outside of crypto into crypto if they can find that lightning in a bottle that allows them to participate in that type of activation, right? But this is where we see, this is the industry where impressions are the highest value, period, right? It's not the music industry, it's crypto. And so if you take that as your premise and you are an IP and your main output is impressions, more so than it is songs, more so than it is listens, even more so than it is merchandise, I think you'd be foolish to not look at the place in the world where impressions have the highest value, and it's right here.
So you were mentioning Studio Ghibli and that whole trend with the GPT filters. I think why that trend was so viral and why so many of us did it is because the stories that Ghibli created resonated so much with people around the world. And that level of storytelling, you really need soul behind it. And you can only get to that level of storytelling if you really care about your craft. And so I think going forward, there will be IPs that are created using AI very quickly, and you don't really need many parameters around who owns the IP. People just want to create it and share it with the world. But there will always be a place for legendary IP that's created by a combination of both human and AI to create the best stories of the future. And those, I think, do need protection. And I think that's where story comes in, and I can see story playing a big role in this future. And that's what we're trying to do at Azuki as well. Like, we have a good visual aesthetic, but we're really going after crafting a real story that can help scale this IP to millions of people around the world. So you kind of need a combination of both, human craft and AI to do that.
I guess just to push back because of our or die positioning, why not just open source it all? Isn't IP kind of like proprietary technology as opposed to open source technology? And if the real measure of success is impressions, or if the measure of success is people adopting your aesthetic or resonating with your story, wouldn't you get more impressions and more resonance by simply opening it up?
I think to some degree it is, right? I think that's part of what AI is like as you said with the Studio Ghibli example, they don't have control over that. There is an active effort to create with the IP, but I think this is where you have to find this very fine line, which is creating for the sake of impressions for your IP is something you love. This is what co-creation with your community really means. And I think AI really enables co-creation with your core community. Now, when we talk about monetization, that's where it's really important to be enforcing a lot of these rights, right? That's where being able, as a central organization, to grow the IP, and if you're a participant in the IP, you want the central organization to grow it as much as possible. There are things that only we can do, the community can't do. There's a level of partnership, right? And that's where IP rights, and that's sort of what I think is most interesting about how Story Protocol is approaching this and why we've brought Moonbird's IP to Story Protocol is there's this very fine and subtle thing. We want the community to be creating, using AI, getting impressions, making stuff out there. At the point of monetization, all we're saying is, hey, we want to be cut in on that, right? And why do we want to be cut in on this? Because this is actually good for everyone. Because we as an organization not only need to keep the lights on, but you need to do bigger and bigger and stronger activations that make your derivative work more valuable, right? We're going to be the central org for all the things that need to happen at the highest level, the conversations with the most important key decision makers. But then you as the community can co-create and be a part of that, right? And it's a very delicate balance of relationship. There's such a thing as giving away too much of the value, right? And then you as the parent org have to turn the lights off, and that's not good for everyone. That's not a great way to grow an IP, right? But there's also such a way of being too protective of it, right? There's too much where you say, hey, don't co-create with me. I think that's gone too far. And where is that line in between? I think is part of the exploration of the moment today, where finding that and executing it correctly, again, has this huge prize.
Yeah, I think for me it's simple. It comes down to you want to incentivize creators to create really good IP, and the way to do that is by giving them the right tools to protect their work. Because if they feel like anyone can just take their work that they share out to the world and then can create their own version of it, essentially making it a derivative, but if they can just go monetize it as their own, then that really creates a bad situation for the original creator.
But do you think that's really possible to prevent with like a guardrail-free AI tool?
Yeah, I think that's what Story, is trying to do, is trying to create a place where you can register your IP so that you can, as a creator, you can allow other people to kind of create the right, or just give them the right parameters so they know exactly what they can do with their IP, what they can't do, and that way it can be more programmatic. And I think it's potentially a best of both worlds scenario. But as a creator, I know that it would really be a disincentive to see my work out there that someone else just took and just started monetizing. Then I would just be more closed off. I wouldn't want to share my stuff with the rest of the world, which is what we don't want.
Yeah, I think my take here is a driving force is the most important variable for the success of these things. And so open source with a driving force is great, and I think it works. But most of the time, when you open source or do CCO, the driving force doesn't become incentivized. In this case, the driving force, the variable of the driving force is the company, it's the entrepreneur, it's the founder. And so as long as you can retain alignment, and if you were to open source, you still remained a driving force, I think it works. But I'm a believer that every bet, every success story in the world starts and stops with the founder and the founding team driving that thing forward. Everyone tries to make it about something else. It's 100% wrong. It starts with the people at the helm. And it's kind of like DAOs, like why didn't DAOs work? Like DAOs in principle should work because there's no driving force. And so I think my only caveat to that is I also agree in the same spirit that impressions above all. But you could argue that there's been a lot of decentralized and CCO style projects who have gotten, and open source their IP, but they don't even get a 1/100th of the impressions that Pudgy Penguins gets in one day. And I would argue that the machine and the driving force is the most important variable, and that variable can, open the, I think we've threaded this line pretty well at Pengu. People can go and do whatever they want with it, and I give them the right to do it, but I don't count on them for anything, right? At the end of the day, I know it's my responsibility and our team's responsibility to drive this thing forward. And so I think in principle, you should let your community co-create. You should give them the right to monetize their IP. You should give them the right to, participate in the ecosystem deeply and to co-create this environment alongside you, but you can't depend on them, I think is the key variable. And those lines always get blurred. Usually when people, talk about decentralization and community, they commingle that with, hey, you have a responsibility to build this thing on our behalf, when I think that responsibility is solely on the team and the project founders.
And I think even doing that is already a big step compared to traditional IPs, because we work with a lot of anime partners that work on a lot of the iconic IPs, and they're so strict with their IP that they don't even like commission artists or cosplayers, all these fans that actually help proliferate their IP. They actually don't like it because they translate the IP in ways that they just feel like is not original. And I think for our teams here, we encourage the community to co-create, and we'll retweet, we'll help amplify. Even doing that is like a huge step compared to how I see things work in the traditional world.
One thing I've always heard about in our space from the beginning is that one of our goals is to help creators get compensated fairly for their work. And that there are these big machines, these middlemen that prevent the people with the actual creative idea from making the money. Meanwhile, kind of what I've seen in the space, like everything else, is people that are set on making money, make money, and people that are set on creating things, create things. And sometimes if one cares about the other, they manage to do both. But it's been basically more of the same, right? Do you think that our space is changing the dynamics for creators and IP getting more directly remunerated and cutting something else out? Or do you think it's just transposing or transporting the old system onto a blockchain?
I think there's a slew of core differences. I do think today's audience isn't as appreciative for creators as I would like them to see. I've been a big champion of this for a long time, but I've always thought one of the beauties of Web3 and crypto, specifically for creators, was the CPM, the cost per 1,000 impressions that a creator got in Web3 was so much more significant than any Web2 incumbent, that Web3 was going to win solely off of the backs that creators made more money here than they did anywhere else. And I believe this because if you look at the biggest businesses in the world, or at least half of them are social networks or built around social networks, and social networks are built around creators. Creators are the custodians of culture, they're the custodians of attention, and they're the custodians of their audience, and they bring them places. Web3 at one point really embodied this ethos. I think slowly the incremental trader, I think, has taken dominance over that fact. And I do think it's a balance. I do think that there was a moment in which I think the creator incentives were too egregious. Now I think they're too little. That's obviously depending on what you're referencing. And I know there's a lot of beautiful different ways to monetize from a creator perspective that are coming out here shortly, really speaking through the lens of NFTs. But I think it's power law, and it ultimately will work itself out. I think the pendulum will swing. I think right now it's so swung to the right, which I think is why you're kind of seeing a little stagnation in terms of we are kind of the Web3 incumbents at this point. You're not seeing any net new guys come, and I think that is the reason, because the monetization structure is slightly broken. But again, this is, there's protocols fixing this. We're speaking at a summit where the protocol is working to fix this problem. And there's a bunch of other people working to fix this problem. But it is something that I will just speak candidly and I've been passionate about for a long time, which is the creator is the custodian of momentum, of volume, of inflows and outflows or lack thereof. And I do think that, as we speak today, the creator monetization is just slightly broken in Web3, but I think we'll get back to a fair medium.
So I think it really depends on how you define creator. If you define it in more of the traditional Web2 world, like an artist, for example, I think with Azuki, we found ways to help creators monetize through, as a byproduct of the IP and the brand and the community being built out. There's been over $1 million paid to commission artists on just the Azuki IP alone. And there's artists in Southeast Asia that have made it their career to do commission art for Azuki PFPs, which is pretty amazing. But I think when it comes to crypto and I think creators, I actually think of what is a unique product that's enabled with crypto? And I think it's creating markets and capital formation. And so creators in the Web3 sense is more like people that launch tokens or create markets. And in that sense, I feel like crypto has been really good for a lot of creators. And this whole creator capital markets thing is happening, in the space right now. A lot of it is short-lived, but there's always another way to launch new markets in crypto. And there's always the early adopters that do quite well there. Is that sustainable? I think ideally there's ways to incentivize more longer-term creators in the space, and I agree. We're still figuring that out as a space.
I think something that you see is what is a creator has changed dramatically over the last even year, let's say. Historically, when you think creator, I think in the IP space, you think someone sitting at a desk with a pencil in their hand drawing, and that is certainly a creator, but today there are many, many, many more versions of what the creator is, right? You have the creative, but not all creatives are the main creator, and not all creators need to be creatives. And I think that's really important. That's part of what we're seeing evolve overall, but the beauty of crypto is it evolves the fastest here because we are, as a community, always thinking about disruption and adoption, and there is less structure to fight against, right? And where I think we see creators really winning today is people who create systems, influence, impressions, right? I would even say to a certain degree, the creation of Story Protocol itself is a creative moment, right? And I don't think we should discount that element of it. We see even with AI, right? People who would never consider themselves artists creating creative elements, right? And that element not only, it started mostly, first it's text, then it's been visual, but we're even seeing now with some of the protocols on Story, AI games entirely, right? Are you a creative if you're making an AI coded game? You're a creator for sure. I don't know if traditionally you would be considered creative, but you're at least a creator, right? And where I think that we see the democratization and the access really beginning to spread is as we widen that definition of creator, right? There are many people in our ecosystem building on top of the Moonbird's IP, and what we want for them is, one of the things that we created was just turnarounds of all our figures. We've created assets that are specifically directed, upload this into your AI as you're prompting, and this will help it give a better output in our brand context, right? Because I actually think that one of the biggest unlocks happening right now in or out of crypto is the ability for a non-creative person to become a creator and to bring an idea to life. And it's the law of big numbers. The more people creating overall, the better the best creation will be. And so I think we're at the precipice of something that's immense. The number of people who can pick up a pencil and draw must be smaller than the total number of people, right? And so everyone who couldn't pick up a pencil and draw was not in the old paradigm of creator. Today, they are, and I think we'll see that continue to be the shift over the next 2 to 5 to 10 to 20 to 50 years is what is a creator and what is creation has really fundamentally changed. And I think the faster we expand our view of what it is and bring blockchain into the mix, not only the faster we can rise to the top of that equation, but suddenly today it's very open field. 5, 10 years from now, I think we will see a lot more established structures, et cetera. This is health and maturity of industries. This is just kind of how this happens, right? This is, as you talked about, a lot of the barriers in traditional industry. And the exciting thing about the moment today is that those barriers, those structures don't exist. If you are an excellent creator, it is efficiently selected. I think Luca said, I believe in the efficient outcome, and I too believe in the efficient outcome. And the green field that's been opened is just so incredibly substantial.
Well, in our last few seconds, I want to just, since we have these incredible luminaries in this space on stage, what's your most surprising high conviction idea for what's going to happen in the near future of IP? Is it going to be, Azuki develops AGI? Is it going to be an ETF for pudgies? Super lightning round? What's the wildest thing that you think is going to happen that you have high conviction in?
I do think an ETF for penguins would be great. But I'll give you a non-biased perspective and a non-biased answer. Prediction markets are the new form of content.
Awesome.
If I could get to, I think for us, we're focused on one very specific thing right now in the company. Burb and Burbish is a new part of our brand, and what we really care about is people saying they're Burbish. So that's excited about the burbs, but when in general speech do you say the word Burbish is something I think a lot about. If we've entered people's daily speech, that is a type of creation that is so mimetic and ingrained and valuable. That is really our focus. It's not just IP as image, it's not IP as video, it's not just IP as game, it's IP as language.
Zagabond, take us home. High conviction idea.
We'll have Azuki General Intelligence in a week. No, I think we're working on the Azuki trading card game, which I'm very excited about. And I think it's a trading card game that originates from Web3 IP, and I think it'll be a top 5 trading card game in the world in 1 year's time.
Thank you.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, thanks so much to these crypto legends for coming up and talking to us. I'm very excited and bullish on the Pudgy ETF, as well as the trading card game. That sounds awesome, and I am Burbish. So we are going to take a mini 10-minute break here. This might be a good time to go get lunch upstairs, talk to some of the sponsors upstairs. We're going to come back at 12:25, which is actually in about 8 to 9 minutes, where we're going to hear from members of the National Assembly of the Republic of Korea to talk about the potential of a won-backed stablecoin. So be back here in about 8 minutes, but grab some food, grab some snacks, have some fun, and we'll see you here soon.
The story of AI is brief yet astonishing. From Go champions to robots that cooperate, and now to evolving large language models. Reinforcement learning has created a new generation of AI marvels. But the future should not be confined to giant data centers. We need a distributed framework that makes reinforcement learning smarter, cheaper, and fundamentally better. This is Echo. At the heart of reinforcement learning is a simple loop: action, feedback, and growth. Echo transforms this loop with a fully distributed framework. Each peer learns in parallel, on the hardware best suited to it. No more walled gardens, just intelligence, evolving everywhere.
We weren't the first to think.
Yet we were the first to think about thinking, to question what intelligence really is, to dream about creating it ourselves. But when you invent the train, you also invent the train wreck. The race to create artificial intelligence unleashed a digital Goliath, one that feeds on the fruits of our labor, exploiting our intellectual property, leaving us with nothing but scraps. But when IP becomes a secure foundation that others can build on, supported by an ownership protocol that can keep up with AI, we can enter a new chapter of human innovation. Story, the world's IP, in your hands. We weren't the first to think.
Okay, welcome everyone back. I hope you enjoyed some food if you got it, and I hope you were able to see some of the sponsor booths above. We're going to get started with our next session now. I'm incredibly honored to welcome up some amazing people here. This is going to be a Korean panel, so if you want to hear in English, you can either tune in to the live stream or you can grab a live translation device on the side on that table over there so that you can hear in English. But this next panel is honestly pretty incredible. As we heard from S.Y. Lee, the CEO and founder of Story earlier, Korea is the most crypto-native and tech-native country. We see this with things like the Korean won topping the US dollar as the most preferred currency for crypto trades. And we're already seeing South Korean manufacturing and retail companies investing in infrastructure for stablecoins. So this next panel is going to explore the potential for a won-backed stablecoin and some of the design and regulatory and geopolitical risks and maybe opportunities that come with that as well. So it is my absolute pleasure to announce Min Byung-duk, the Democratic Party member of the National Assembly of the Republic of Korea, Lee Jun-suk, leader of the Reform Party, member of the National Assembly of the Republic of Korea, moderated by Son-ha Kim, CEO of Bloomingbit. Welcome.
네, 안녕하세요. 저는 오늘 패널 토론의 사회를 맡은 한국경제 블룸비트 대표이사 김사나입니다. 오늘 원화 스테이블 코인 논의가 국내에서 이제 요즘 너무 활발히 벌어지고 있는데요. 결국 핵심은 정책인 것 같습니다. 그래서 원화 스테이블 코인 정책과 관련해 핵심 아젠다를 이끌고 계신 우리 사회의 리더분들께서 리더분들을 이 자리에 모셨습니다. 민병덕 더불어민주당 의원님, 그리고 이준석 개혁신당 대표님 나와주셨습니다. 반갑습니다. 네, 아시다시피 오늘 이 오리진 서밋 행사가 IP, 즉 지식재산권 관련으로 지금 현재 약 FDB 기준 18조 원 가량의 기업 가치를 인정받으면서 글로벌 최대 규모의 IP 블록체인 기업으로 자리를 잡은 스토리가 주최한 행사입니다. 그래서 오늘은 단순히 원화 스테이블 코인의 필요성, 효용성 등에 대해서 논하기보다는 원화 스테이블 코인이 K-팝이나 K-드라마 등의 이 한국형 IP들과 결합을 해서 어떻게 해외 수요를 이끌어내고 그리고 이를 기반으로 어떻게 우리의 디지털 금융 주권을 확보하고 나아가서 새로운 성장 동력을 만들어내느냐, 그리고 이를 뒷받침하기 위해서 어떤 정책이 필요한가에 초점을 맞춰보려고 합니다. 먼저 각 의원님들께 맞춤 질문을 드리고 이후에 공통 질문을 드리겠습니다. 먼저 민병덕 의원님, 의원님께서는 디지털 자산 기본법을 발의하시고 원화 스테이블 코인 제도화를 위해서 앞장서고 계신데요. 원화 스테이블 코인의 중요성과 그 육성 방안에 대해서 의원님의 의견을 여쭤보고 싶습니다.
예, 민병덕 국회의원입니다. 많이 들으셨을 것 같은데 지금 달러 스테이블 코인에 대해서는 미국에서 실은 광풍이 불고 있는 겁니다. 그 쓰나미가 대한민국을 비롯해서 전 세계로 퍼져나가고 있습니다. 그 쓰나미를 저희가 막을 수가 없습니다. 그런 상태에서 그러면 그 쓰나미 속에서 그냥 묻힐 것인지, 달러 스테이블 코인이라는 쓰나미 속에서 묻힐 것인지, 아니면 우리가 그 쓰나미를 올라타면서 우리의 것을 할 것인지와 관련해서 당연히 쓰나미를 올라타면서 우리의 것을 해야 되는데, 그것이 원화 스테이블 코인이라는 것이고, 그 원화 스테이블 코인이 달러 스테이블 코인 속에서도 살아남을 수 있는 우리의 무기를 가진과 동시에 또 하나는 우리가 또 다른 나라의 원화 스테이블 코인으로서 그 거래의 수단, 거래 수단이 되는 것들을 또 다른 나라에 퍼뜨릴 수 있는, 즉 뭐라고 할까요? 경제 영토를 확장시킬 수 있는 그런 요소다. 저는 그렇게 생각을 하고 있고요. 한 말씀만 더 드리면 우리 AI에서는 왜 소버린 AI 할까요? 미국에서 만든 것 지금 챗GPT 쓰면 되고 중국에서 만들었다는 딥시크 쓰면 되는데 왜 소버린 AI라고 해서 돈을 엄청나게 투자해서 우리 AI를 가지고 있어야 되나? 그거랑 똑같은 이유로 우리의 스테이블 코인을 가지고 있어야 된다. 원화 스테이블 코인, 그것이 원스코다. 그것이 방어이기도 하지만은 새로운 영토를 확장해 나가는 무기이기도 하다라는 측면에서 말씀드립니다.
네, 말씀 감사합니다. 외화 스테이블 코인들의 이 쓰나미 속에서 이 원화 스테이블 코인을 통해서 경제 영토를 확장하기 위해서라는 말씀을 주셨습니다. 다음으로 이준석 대표님. 이 대표님께서는 이 디지털 자산 산업이 막 태동하던 시기부터 이제 굉장히 큰 관심을 가지고 또 직접 투자도 해보신 걸로 굉장히 또 유명하신데요. 그리고 실제로 그 디지털 자산 시장에 대해서 이해도나 인사이트가 매우 깊으신 걸로 알고 있습니다. 원화 스테이블과 관련해서는 전반적으로 이제 진행은 하되 리스크적인 측면도 있으니 좀 신중하게 접근을 해야 된다라고 의견을 제시한 바 있으신데요. 결국 원화 스테이블 코인이 제대로 자리를 잡고 그리고 우리 산업의 성장 동력이 되기 위해서는 정책적으로 어떻게 접근이 필요하다고 보십니까?
우선 대한민국이 과거에 테라루나 사태를 겪으면서 이 스테이블 코인이라는 것에 대해 가지고 규제 당국도 그렇지만은 대중적으로 굉장히 부정적인 인식을 가졌던 것도 사실입니다. 그런데 우리가 잘 알지만 알고리즘 스테이블 코인보다 이제 담보물을 1대1로 가지고 있는 상태에서의 스테이블 코인들은 훨씬 안정적이지만 그렇다고 해가지고 우리가 소위 디패깅이라고 하는 상황이 발생하지 않는다는 보장은 없습니다. 왜냐하면 뭐 이건 은행도 마찬가지지만은 항상 우리가 지급 준비율을 두고 어느 정도의 일정 양만을 가지고 있을 텐데 우리가 인정하는 담보물이 뭐냐에 따라 가지고 충분히 유동화가 안 되면은 당연히 문제가 생길 수 있는 겁니다. 그렇기 때문에 우리 민병덕 선배님은 여기 대해서 항상 이 창업자들이나 아니면은 도전자들 입장에서 말씀 많이 하고 계시지만은 저는 또 보수적인 사람이라 가지고 이럴 때는 디패깅이 어떻게든 발생하지 않도록 저희가 그거는 기술적으로 풀어나가는 게 중요하다. 그런데 우리가 여기서 전통적인 은행 산업 같으면은 뭐 지급 준비율이나 이런 걸 따지는 건 굉장히 간단하지만은 이 디패깅이라는 것은 사실 어느 때까지도 테라루나 같은 경우도 알고리즘 스테이블 코인이지만은 디패깅이 발생할 거라는 예상을 잘 안 했거든요. 근데 이번에 담보물 관련해서는 특히 그래서 우리가 어떤 정확한 기준을 가지고 가야 될 것이다. 그런 생각을 합니다. 오히려 이런 어떤 스테이블 코인의 시도가 잘 되면 잘 될수록 사실 그 담보물의 유동성이라는 것도 상당한 수준으로 확보가 되는 것이거든요. 저는 그게 아마 정치권에서 가장 우려하고 또 살펴보고 있는 부분이 아닐까 그런 생각을 합니다.
네, 말씀 감사합니다. 원화 스테이블 코인의 이 안정적인 성장을 위해서는 무엇보다도 이 담보물을 잘 보고 그런 안정성을 고려해야 된다라는 말씀을 해주셨습니다. 다음으로는 이렇게 지금까지 이제 각 의원님들께서 원화 스테이블 코인에 대해서 의견을 이제 여쭤봤는데요. 이제는 공통 질문을 좀 해보도록 하겠습니다. 제가 질문을 드리면 한 분씩 순서대로 답변해 주시면 됩니다. 먼저 첫 번째 질문입니다. 원화 스테이블 코인은 단순한 이 가상자산을 넘어서 한국의 통화 주권과 디지털 금융 패러다임을 새롭게 정의할 수 있는 그런 해법이 될 거다라고들 합니다. 의원님들께서는 이러한 의견에 대해서 어떻게 생각하시나요? 대한민국 국가 전략에서 스테이블 코인이 어떤 의미를 가진다고 보십니까? 먼저 민병덕 의원님 답변 부탁드립니다.
저는 이제 새로운 운영 체계가 나오는 거라고 생각합니다. 옛날에 제일 처음에 인터넷 나왔을 때 이것이 어떤 효과가 있을지 애매했던 때가 있습니다. 그런데 지금은 인터넷 아닌 것이 없을 정도로, 그런데 이 스테이블 코인 관련해서는 스테이블 코인은 거래의 대상, objection of transaction, 그게 아니고 means of transaction, 거래의 수단이기 때문에 이 수단과 관련된 것이 있으면 새로운 운영체계가 만들어지는 거죠. 거기에서 무수한 새로운 사업거리가 만들어질 거다라고 봅니다. 예를 들면 스토리 같은 경우도 마찬가지고, 그래서 대한민국뿐만 아니라 세계의 새로운 패러다임이 만들어지는 것이고 그 과정에 지금 저희가 있다. 그런데 이것의 특성은 뭐냐면 먼저 사용해서 습관화되면 그것이 다 먹는 판이다. 이게 중요합니다. 그래서 그 습관화 과정에서 저희가 속도가 중요하다는 것이고 편리함이 중요하다는 것을 제가 말씀드리고 싶습니다. 이것이 성공하기 위해서는 안정적인지, 내가 현금으로 바꾸려고 했을 때 바꿀 수 있어? 이 안정성이 영의 핵심이고, 그 다음에 안정성은 그 다음에 중요한 건 뭐냐면 편리함입니다. 이 안정성과 편리함 중에서 안정성은 금융당국이 감독을 잘하는 것으로 일단 확보를 하고, 편리함은 혁신 기업을 통해서 그 새로운 혁신들, 저희가 만들어 놓은 가드레일 속에서 열린 운동장을 만들어 놓으면 거기에서 창작의 나래를 펴는 이 방식에서 편리함을 만들어내는 이 과정 속에서 무수한 사업거리가 만들어질 거라고 보고, 거기에 좁은 땅덩어리의 대한민국에서는 훨씬 큰, 우리가 디지털 땅덩어리는 훨씬 더 크게 할 수 있다. 그건 무한하다라는 측면에서 저희는 이게 위기이지만 또 엄청난 기회이다라고 생각을 합니다.
네, 말씀 감사합니다. 이어서 이준석 대표님 답변 부탁드리겠습니다.
저는 지금 물론 이제 IP나 이런 것들도 저희가 다루고 하지만은 우리가 결국 일반적인 우리가 지금 디지털 세상에 사용하는 결제 수단 중에 가장 많이 사용하는 게 아무래도 신용카드, 체크카드 아니겠습니까? 데비카드 이런 것들인데, 이것은 기존의 결제망을 통해 돌아가기 때문에 어쩔 수 없이 정산주기라는 것이 상당히 길게 동작합니다. 저는 그런데 이 정산주기가 소위 그 스테이블 코인의 네트워크의 트랜잭션 주기로 바뀌게 되면은 굉장히 많은 것들이 달라질 거라 생각해요. 우리가 지금 해외에서 구매하는 서비스들이라든지 아니면 상품 같은 것들도 대한민국 환율의 불안정성 때문에, 그리고 거기다 정산 주기가 곱해지면은 상당한 비용 부담을 우리가 떠안게 되는 것입니다. 우리가 예를 들어 서브스크립션 서비스 같은 것도 생각해 보면은 챗GPT US 달러로 하면 20불이지만은 우리한테는 29,000원 이렇게 받는 이유가 뭐냐면 그 안에 정산 주기 안에 환율 리스크가 오롯이 소비자에게 전가되기 때문이거든요. 저는 이것은 우리 IP를 팔 때도 마찬가지고 원화에 오를지 모를지 내릴지 모르는 그런 불안정성 때문에 이런 게 생기는 것인데, 만약에 트랜잭션 시간이 분 단위로 줄어들게 된다면은 받아서 바로 바꿔버리면 되니까 환율 리스크라는 것이 생기지 않게 되는 거거든요. 환변동 리스크가 생기지 않게 되면은 우리는 물건을 좀 더 싸게 사고 좀 더 비싸게 팔 수 있는 그런 기반 자체가 마련되는 것이고, 이 마진이 거의 한 대부분의 상품에 대해서 5% 10% 가까이 될 것입니다. 이것은 대한민국 금융이나 아니면 대한민국 상품 판매나 IP 판매에 있어서 모든 면에 작동할 것이기 때문에 완전히 패러다임 바꿀 것이다. 그래서 이런 스테이블 코인에 대한 기반이 마련되면 바로 우리가 애플리케이션을 가가지고 그에 따른 결제 시스템이라든지 이런 것들이 빨리 정착될 수 있게 하는 것이 산업 측면에서는 굉장히 중요하다. 그거는 저랑 이견이 없을 겁니다. 아마 우리 민병도 선생님이랑. 예.
네, 말씀 감사합니다. 네, 이제 두 번째 질문입니다. 아시다시피 BTS, 뭐 블랙핑크 같은 유명 K 콘텐츠는 글로벌 팬덤이 수억 명에 달하기도 합니다. 외교부 통계에 따르면 2억 2,500만 명 가량의 K-컬처 수요자가 있다, 이런 얘기도 있는데요. 이를 바탕으로 뭐 아티스트 굿즈나 로열티나 아니면 팬덤 경제 같은 부분에서 이 한국만의 원화 스테이블 코인 비즈니스 모델을 만들 수가 있다고 보십니까? 먼저 민 의원님 답변 부탁드리겠습니다.
계속 나부터네.
여성이니까.
저는 우리가 스테이블 코인을 얘기하면 이게 거래 수단이다라고 하니까 뭐 하나 또는 두 개 종류가 있을 것이다라고 생각하고 이게 전부를 석권할 것이다 이렇게 저는 생각하는 것은 좀 바보 같은 생각이다라고 봅니다. 굉장히 다양한 스테이블 코인이 나올 거다. 다양한 형태의 특성이 있는 스테이블 코인이 나올 거다라고 생각합니다. 무역 결제의 특성이 있는 거기에 가장 적합하고 혜택을 많이 주는 그런 스테이블 코인. 또 의료와 관련해서 가장 많이 혜택을 주는 스테이블 코인. 왜냐하면 스테이블 코인은 프로그래밍을 할 수 있기 때문에. 컨텐츠와 관련해서 가장 유리한 스테이블 코인을 만들 거다라고 생각을 합니다. 여러분들이 만들지 않겠어요? 거기에다 프로그래밍을 해가지고 그리고 그거 사면은 어떤 그 공연을 미리 예약할 수 있고 이런 기능이 있는 스테이블 코인을 만들 거다라고 생각합니다. 그래서 큰 틀에서의 스테이블 코인도 있겠지만 어떤 분야의 스테이블 코인도 있을 거고 저는 그게 바람직하다고 보고 미국보다 우리가 훨씬 유리한 측면이 그거라고 봅니다. 미국은 기축통화를 기반으로 해서 실은 매우 저돌적이고 또는 약간 이런 표현이 좀 어쩔지 모르겠습니다만은 좀 깡패스럽게 전 세계를 이렇게 휩쓸고 있지만 저희 대한민국에서 만드는 스테이블 코인은 우리가 기축통화가 아니기 때문에 이런 큰 구조를 가지고 승부를 거는 것이 아니라 대체적인 어떤 컨텐츠로 승부를 걸 거다. 그렇게 보면 결국은 단골이 있는 스테이블 코인이 대한민국 원스코는 될 거라고 보고 그 단골들을 만드는 것들은 여러분들이 만들어 주시면 좋겠다. 결국 그래서 저는 미국을 우리가 이길 수도 있다라고 생각하는 것은 사람들이 어떤 스테이블 코인은 내가 이 스테이블 코인을 너무 좋아해 라는 형태로 어쩔 수 없이 써 이런 형태가 아니라 나는 이 스테이블 코인이 나한테 너무 좋아 이런 형태로 되는 스테이블 코인을 대한민국에서 원스코로서 저는 만들게 될 거다라고 봅니다.
네, 말씀 감사합니다. 다음으로 이주석 대표님 답변 부탁드리겠습니다.
그러니까 방금 전에 우리 민병덕 선배님도 말씀 주셨지만은 이 스테이블 코인이나 어떤 경우는 CBDC라고 얘기하지만 완전히 다른 접근이지만은 프로그래머블 머니에 대한 우리의 상상력이라는 것은 우리가 제한을 두면 안 된다 그런 생각을 합니다. 당장 아까 이제 공연이나 이런 쪽에 IP에 있어서도 우리가 활용할 수 있는 부분이 있고 여기에 돈에 대해서 이제 시간축이 더해지게 되면은 감수해야 하는 어떤 밸류라든지 여러 가지 새로운 시도들을 해볼 수 있는 것이고 우리가 어떤 돈을 쓰는 데 있어가지고 쓰는 시간대에 따라 가지고 가치를 다르게 할 수도 있는 것이고 지금은 이런 것들이 굉장히 전 변화가 클 것이다 생각하는 겁니다. 예를 들어서 우리가 어떤 지자체에서 복지 지출을 할 때 프로그래머 머니식으로 가가지고 어떤 용처에 따라서는 인센티브를 준다든지 아니면 이 지역의 특정 시간대에 상권을 활성시키고 싶다 그러면은 특정 시간대에 활용에 대해 가지고 인센티브를 주든지 이런 것들이 다 가능해지는 것이 어떤 스테이블 코인의 통화로서의 가능성이기 때문에 저는 이거를 뭐 저희같이 정치하는 사람들의 상상력보다 훨씬 뛰어난 상상력을 가진 분들이 그것에 아이디어를 낼 수 있겠지만은 저는 충분히 다양한 게 가능하다. 공연 같은 것도 전 가서 봤을 때 예를 들어 우리가 일반적으로 이미 금융에서 디파이에서 사용하는 스테이킹이라는 개념이나 이런 것들 같은 경우에도 돈에 대한 스테이킹이 아닐 수도 있는 것이죠. 그런 어떤 특정한 IP라든지 이런 거 결부되어 가지고 특정한 아티스트에 대한 이런 것들이 스테이킹이 될 수도 있는 것이고 그런 것들을 어떤 특정한 금융 상품을 복잡한 규제 기관을 통해서 개발해 가지고 하는 것이 아니라 팬 관리 차원에서도 이런 걸 가져갈 수 있는 것이고, 뭐 저는 이게 무궁무진한 가능성이 열리는 것이기 때문에 그것을 매개로서 스테이블 코인이라는 거는 저는 진행돼야 된다고 생각합니다.
그래서 우리가 규제를 할 때 이 혁신 분야에 대해서 규제 방법이 이것은 할 수 있어라고 규제를 하면 어떻게 정치인과 공무원의 머릿속에서 이 혁신의 새로운 분야가 뭐가 있을 줄 알고 이것은 된다라고 말할 수 있겠습니까? 그래서 가드레일을 만들어주고 그 속에서 이루어지는 모든 것들에 대해서는 허용하는 방식으로, 네거티브 방식으로 저희가 법을 만들 거다라는 말씀을 드립니다.
민주당이 언제부터? 아니 근데 이 부분에 대해서는 미래지능이기 때문에 저희가 이견이 없는 부분이라서 항상 이렇게 솔직하게 말씀드립니다. 이 블록체인이라든지 아니면 스테이블 코인의 지능이 있어가지고는 항상 초당적으로 협력하고 있습니다. 예.
네, 초당적으로 답변해 주셔서 감사드립니다. 네, 이제 세 번째 질문을 드리겠습니다. 만약에 원화 스테이블 코인이 이제 제도화가 된다면 국민 개개인의 금융 생활에서 이제 어떤 실질적인 혜택이 돌아가게 될까요? 이 송금이나 뭐 결제, 투자 등 되게 다양하게 좀 달라질 점들이 많을 텐데 사실 투자자분들도 그렇고 특히 이제 국민들은 또 잘 모르는 경우도 많아서요. 국민 눈높이에서 원화 스테이블 코인이 제도화됐을 때 실생활에서 어떻게 혜택이 돌아가게 될까에 대해서 설명해 주실 수 있을까요? 이번에는 좀 순서를 바꿔서 이주석 대표님 먼저 답변해 주시면 감사드리겠습니다.
그런 것 같아요. 우리가 신속성이라는 것도 하나의 가치인 것이 아까 말했던 환율 리스크라든지 환율 해칭이라는 것이 쉬워진다라는 게 굉장히 크죠. 우리가 가볍게 생각하지만은 우리 흔히 이제 리플 생기고 나서 생겼던 해외 송금이나 이런 것들에 대한 시도들. 저도 유학을 다녀왔지만은 유학 비용이나 이런 거 송금하면 단위가 다릅니다. 근데 그 과정에서 환율 리스크나 환율 해칭해야 되는 것 때문에 소위 스위프트 송금망이나 이런 걸 통해서 발생하는 그런 리스크 같은 것들이 완벽하게 이제 사라지게 될 수 있기 때문에 그게 실생활의 변화일 것이고, 요즘은 우리가 물건 사면서 사실 국경을 가리지 않고 사실 뭐 알리익스프레스 사도 물건이 5일 만에 오기도 하는데, 그런 상황 속에서 실질적으로 아까 말했던 것처럼 그 원화의 불안정성에 대한 비용을 개개인이 부담하지도 않아도 된다라고 하는 것은 굉장히 큰 혜택이 될 것이다. 저는 그런 생각을 하고 있습니다. 그래서 아마 그 부분이 가장 먼저 와닿는 그런 상황일 거다 생각하고요. 사실 스테이블 코인으로 인해 가지고 이제 본인의 업역이 사라지는 곳들이 있겠죠. 방금 전에 제가 은행 간의 스위프트 결제망이라든지 이런 것도 얘기하기도 했고, 그거 외에도 아까 결국 물품 구매나 아니면 이런 것에 서비스 구매에 있어 가지고는 카드사들의 역할이 어떻게 변할 것이냐 이런 것들에 대해서 우리가 얘기를 하겠지만은, 이거를 이제 사실 혁신적으로 풀어내는 게 되게 중요하고, 이 주체들도 사업 전환을 빨리 할 수 있게 만들어야겠죠. 이 주체들이 끝까지 이 업역을 버티고 자신들의 결제망과 자신들의 결제 방식을 고수하려 그러면서 그간의 수수료 비즈니스를 하려고 그런다면은 여기에 가장 큰 장벽이 될 것이거든요. 그래서 저는 그분들도 이 과정의 전환 과정에서 주체가 될 수 있도록 끌어들이는 게 중요하다. 저는 그런 생각합니다. 그래서 혁신 기업과 기존의 결제망 사업자들이 같이 이제 들어올 수 있게 하는 게 중요하다. 저는 그렇게 봅니다.
네. 이어서 민혜원님 부탁드립니다.
우리 코인이 여기 다 코인러들이시겠지만 2010년에 5월 22일 이 피자데이 이곳으로 처음 거래를 시작했었잖아요. 그 한 판이 지금 약 8천억? 피자 한 판이 지금 가격으로 8천억 정도에 팔린 거 아닙니까? 근데 이제 지금 이게 이 결제 수단으로 이렇게까지 왔습니다. 그런데 그것에 가장 압도적인 장점들이 있었죠. 엄청나게 빠르고 엄청나게 싸다. 그런데 그게 등락을 하다 보니까 기준이 되지 않았는데 뭐 스테이블하게 만든 거 아니에요, 말 그대로. 그래서 결제 수단이 됐는데 예를 한번 들어볼게요. 우리 이준석 대표가 했던 거에다가 더해서 우리가 식당에 가서 결제를 합니다. 그러면 식당 주인 입장에서 보면은 우리가 카드를 내죠. 카드를 내면 1%에서 3% 정도의 수수료를 식당 주인은 내야 됩니다. 그리고 또 하나는 오늘 현금으로 물건을 사가지고 물건을 만들어서 팔았는데 그거에 대한 결제는 며칠 뒤에 받아야 되는 거예요. 그런데 지금 스테이블 코인으로 결제를 하게 되면 수수료가 거의 없어요. 그리고 당장 결제를 받아요. 이것이 압도적으로 좋아. 그러면은 이렇게 되겠죠. 신용카드 말고 스테이블 코인으로 결제하시면 서비스를 더 드리겠습니다. 이런 형태가 될 겁니다. 그리고 또 이제 프로그램을 할 수 있으니까 뭐 하는 다양한 것들이 있겠죠. 저는 그래서 지금의 이 스테이블 코인과 관련된 것들을 과거에 우리가 말을 탔던, 우리가 이 인류가 몇천 년 동안 말을 교통수단으로 이용했던 거 아닙니까? 그런데 지금 요즘 말은 뭘로 사용되고 있습니까? 구경거리. 말의 입장에서는 아주 자존심이 상할 텐데 그 말이 자동차로 바뀌었어요. 마차가 말 없는 마차로 바뀌었단 말이죠. 그게 자동차예요. 자동차에 압도적인 효용이 있습니다. 말은 똥을 하루에 10kg 정도 싸고 오줌도 1리터 싸지만, 그래서 뉴욕이 완전히 똥판이에요. 그런데 자동차는 똥을 싸지 않습니다. 그리고 말을 천리마는 하루에 400리를 가는 건데 모든 자동차는 천리마, 말리마입니다. 그러니까 압도적으로 교통수단에 있어서의 말이 유리한데 그 유리함을 발견한 사람들은 백도할 수가 없습니다. 아무리 그걸 위험하다고 하더라도. 근데 마차업자들이 이거 안 된다 하면서 마차보다 먼저 달리면은 빨간 깃발을 들어서 벌금을 주고 이런 방식으로 막을 수가 없었어요. 뉴욕에서 1903년에 그 거리에 모두 마차였고 단 하나가 자동차였는데 10년 만에 모두 자동차고 모두 단 하나의 마차로 바뀌었거든요. 이것도 마찬가지입니다. 스테이블 코인도 제가 보기에는 5년에서 10년 내에 완전히 이걸로 다 바뀔 겁니다. 그러면 우리는 어차피 올 것을 빨리 받아들여서 빨리 선점하고 빨리 습관화시킨다. 우리만 습관화하는 게 아니라 동남아도 습관화시키고, 할 수 있으면 아프리카도 습관화시키고, 또 할 수 있으면 우리가 잘하고 있는 콘텐츠 분야, 지적재산권 분야에서 빨리 습관화시키면 시킬수록 그것이 우리의 영토다. 그렇기 때문에 제가 마음이 급한 거고 여러분들 마음이 급한 줄 알고 있다라는 말씀을 드립니다.
네, 말씀 감사드립니다. 네, 이제 마지막 질문인데요. 만약에 그 원화 스테이블 코인의 수요 창출이 가시화가 된다면 이를 서포트하기 위해서 국회 차원에서 어떤 리더십을 발휘하실 수 있을까요? 먼저 민 의원님 답변 부탁드리겠습니다.
아시아가 된다면?
그 창출이 가시화가 된다면, 제가 발음이 안 좋아서 죄송합니다. 네. 이 원화 스테이블 코인의 수요 창출이 가시화 된다면 국회 차원에서 어떻게 리더십을 발휘해 주실 수 있을까요?
기본적으로 빨리 제도화를 하는 것, 그리고 제도의 방향도 시장에 적합하게 그리고 글로벌에 적합하게 빨리 제도화를 시켜드리는 것이 가장 큰 거다. 첫 번째는. 두 번째는 우리가 국내에서 사용처를 많이 만들 수 있는 방법들이 있습니다. 지금 우리 지역화폐 많이 하잖아요. 지역화폐를 실은 이걸로 바꾸면 정말 많은 수용처가 나올 수 있습니다. 또 하나는 뭐냐면 스리랑카 분을 만났는데, 스리랑카 재벌이 저를 찾아왔는데 한국에 스리랑카 사람으로 일하러 온 사람이 엄청 많다. 그분들이 스리랑카로 보내는 송금하는 돈이 1조다. 그 1조를 원화 스테이블 코인으로 보내고, 그러면 스리랑카에서 그 원화 스테이블 코인을 사용을 하고, 또한 스리랑카에서 한국에 대한 무역 결제 대금으로 그걸 보내겠다. 이렇게 할 수 있으면 정말 좋겠다면서 왔어요. 그게 스리랑카만 그런 게 아니라 우리나라를 좋아하는 몽골도 그렇고 그렇습니다. 이런 부분들을 빨리 외교적으로 뚫어주는 것, 이런 것들이 핵심이라고 봐요. 즉 이게 가시화가 됐을 때 그 다음부터 핵심이 뭐냐면 사용처를 빨리 늘려주는데, 그 사용처 늘려주는 것들을 여기 있는 시장에 계신 분들에게만 맡기지 않고 우리가 해줄 수 있는 이런 지원들을 많이 해줘서 사용처를 스케일업 해주는 것, 이것이라고 봅니다.
말씀 감사합니다. 네, 이준석 대표님 말씀 부탁드립니다.
저는 결국 이 활성화되려면 지위가 무엇이냐가 굉장히 중요하겠죠. 이게 법화로서의 지위를 가지게 되는 것이 될 것이냐, 아니면 이걸로 어느 정도의 결제를 할 수 있겠느냐. 방금 전에 우리 민 의원님 얘기하신 것처럼 복지급여 같은 것을 그러면 정부가 이걸 줄 수 있으려면은 이거 자체가 이제 지위가 인정돼야 되는 것인데 줄 수 있는 지위가 인정되면 받을 수도 있어야 되거든요. 우리가 정부에서 받을 때 돈을 이걸 받는 게 아니라 정부에 줄 때도 이걸로 줄 수 있어야 되는 것일 수 있고 이것을 명확하게 하는 것이 중요하다. 예전에 아무리 조선시대 뭐 상평통 뭐 이런 거 만들어도 상평통 받은 다음에 뭐 나중에는 쌀로 내라 뭐 이러기 시작하면 이게 법화로서의 지위가 흔들리게 되는 거고 화폐 경제가 안 됐던 것처럼 주고받고에 있어서의 지위가 아주 명확해야 된다. 그럼 이 말은 뭐냐? 은행도 받아야 되는 것이고 은행이 예를 들어 일정한 뭐 환전율이라는 걸 가질 수 있겠지만은 정확히 어떻게 되냐? 그럼 결국에는 어느 정도는 약간 이제 CBDC와 이제 경계선이 모호해지는 지점이 나오긴 할 텐데 저는 그 지위를 명확히 해가지고 시장에 혼란이 없게 하는 것이 저희 정치권의 역할이다. 저는 그런 생각을 하고 있습니다. 예.
네, 말씀 감사합니다. 이렇게 두 분의 귀한 말씀 잘 들어봤습니다. 앞으로도 대한민국의 이 디지털 자산 산업의 밝은 미래를 위해서 부디 힘써주시기를 부탁드리겠습니다. 함께해 주신 의원님들께 큰 박수를 부탁드리겠습니다. 감사합니다.
Okay. Thank you so much again to our members of the National Assembly for joining us. It was incredible insight to learn from them and how stablecoins could potentially get rid of the high fees and sometimes long periods of time for payments to process that stablecoins could fix. So thanks again to them. For our next session, we're going to dive into AI agents and more specifically how AI agents are transforming from mere co-pilots to full-fledged market participants. One example of this that I actually saw on Twitter the other day was a Twitter bot that is actually purchasing pizza for somebody. So they haven't called Domino's in years because they're using AI agents to buy pizza for them. So it's clear that AI agents are evolving into market participants. And on top of that, AI agents are also becoming smart when it comes to licensing, right? Building licensing layers directly into AI agents so they can transact with each other. For example, what would happen if Disney used AI agents to license out their characters? So we're going to hear from people who have been studying AI agents for quite some time now. I'm pleased to welcome Alan Du, partner at PayPal Ventures, Jaemin Jin, co-founder and president at Magic Labs, Andrea Mutoni, the CPO and president of the Story Foundation, moderated by Kate Irwin, moderator for this session. She is the content lead of the drop at Blockworks. So welcome to our participants.
Welcome, welcome. Thanks so much, everyone, for being here. I think we're just going to dive right in. I think intros would be good. My name is Kate Irwin. I write The Drop. It's a newsletter covering all things consumer crypto, including the app layer for Blockworks. And I'd like to give it over to Andrea. Quick intro, that would be great. And yeah.
Yes. Hey, everyone. My name is Andrea. For those of you who were here last night, I was also the MC of the event. But today, Jacob is superseding my performance and being awesome. I'm a CPO at Story, working on all the product side, and I'll keep it short so we can get right into the panel. Hand it over to you.
Cool.
Hey guys, I'm Jay, or Jamin. I'm the co-founder and president at Magic Labs. We're known for pioneering embedded wallets. We started in 2018, so it's been about 7.5 years since we started. And we see a clear opportunity and biggest TAM with AI. And we see a clear need for a trust layer, so that's why we built Newton Protocol. And we'll get into that more later.
Hey, great to meet everybody. My name is Alan Du. I'm a partner at PayPal Ventures, which is part of PayPal. We invest across both core fintech, but also AI infra and Web3 across early stages. And we're also a proud investor in Magic Labs. So great to share a stage with Jamin today.
So I think maybe let's open things up a little bit to start with kind of a macro question. How would you describe the current AI landscape that we're in?
I just found the mic.
You stole my mic. Okay. Do we want to go in reverse order?
Yeah, you can just jump in if you have thoughts.
I guess I'm going first. State of AI, I would say, one, you're beginning to see infrastructure cost coming way down, right? The cost of compute is coming way down. Software is getting built at lightning speed. And I think some people have predicted quite aggressively that software will become essentially free. And which brings me to an interesting topic where I think IP is going to be the core thing for which you can still monetize value. Meaning that if compute is nearly free, software is nearly free, then what else can you really charge for, right? And at the end of the day, it's probably your proprietary data. So how do you take that data, productize it, monetize it, and be able to trace the usage, not just across one interaction, but a series of interactions, is going to be really important. But I would say when it comes to agentic commerce, and I actually gave a talk yesterday on this topic as well, we're still in the early innings. In the last 12 months or so, you've seen large players across core payment processors like PayPal, MasterCard, Visa, all the way through to players like Coinbase. They've all announced various forms of agent-to-agent payment protocols or MCP servers. But the truth is, the real volume going through these kind of MCP servers is still nearly zero, right? It's largely experimental. So I think there's still a lot of infrastructure building that needs to happen, a lot of, I would say, ecosystem that needs to be built around that in order for agentic commerce to truly scale.
Yeah, for me, I can speak more from the on-chain, DeFi, or more like the degen world. I would say last year when we saw a crazy boom with AI, I think that was more just like a new trend and the meta that we saw. When it came to actually like seeing the substance and real product built behind, I would say it was not there. But definitely like the last 6 months, us included, I'm starting to see a lot of developers in AI really tackling it from like the fundamentals and a substantial point of view. So couple examples that I've seen, it's mostly around DeFi when it comes to, I guess, automating, and even before automation, it's more about convenience. It's not really about can the AI agent perform better than these quants or these other like sophisticated traders. I'm not seeing that yet, but I'm very hopeful as we have more developers and as we see more innovation in AI, like maybe, I can't really say the number, but maybe within a year or two, we see a lot more development there and see how AI agents can actually beat these quant traders, et cetera.
Yeah. So I agree with Alan, right? I think we need a lot more infrastructure, but just for the sake of discussion, I'm going to disagree with you. and say that I also think that we're at a point where we can't fully trust agents yet, because most agents are just wrappers around foundation models. And even though it's nice to think that you can just tell it, make me $1 billion app, make no mistakes, right? That's not how it works. And so where we're seeing agents being used the most in real industry is for very specific use cases with very specific models powering them, right? Whether it's negotiating specific contracts or DocuSign using it to extract contract clauses to facilitate reading contracts. I know it's being used in like the, like the shipment industry to help find the best contracts. Definitely used in crypto in degen ways to find, but those are very scoped areas that don't leave too much room for error or too much room for improvisation, which we don't really want to leave to agents yet to do. I think and I'm fully aligned with Alan and Jay here that it really is like as the infrastructure evolves, as the models get a lot more specific and a lot more dependable, then we'll see commerce be more and more offloaded to agents, going forward. So we're definitely in the early innings, as Alan said.
And Alan, I'd be curious to also get your perspective on where you see the AI funding landscape right now, and maybe how it's changed recently, and where you think it might go from here.
I would say, I'll set aside the massive amount of dollars that have flown into data center build, right? So I'll set aside the physical infrastructure of it. But we've seen a lot of massive rounds being raised for late-stage application companies, right? Harveys of the world have all announced just mega rounds. But also, I would say right now, a lot of attention has been shifted toward more the AI infra side of things, meaning that things like model efficiency, model security, because people are beginning to quickly realize when it comes to AI application layer, there's really no moat outside of your distribution, outside of your know-how, your vertical expertise. Because, like I mentioned earlier, it's so easy to build something now, right? Throw it over to Replit, throw it over to Lovable, and be able to crank it out and scale it relatively easily with a relatively small team. I'll give you one data point. In the last 6 months, I've met more companies that have reached $10 million in annualized revenue in under 6 months than I've ever met in my entire VC career combined. Now, that's the speed with which applications are being built and being scaled. Now, that also means VCs are beginning to turn their attention to other things that could potentially produce a little bit more technical moat, right, when it comes to things that are a lot harder to replicate. So you're beginning to see even dollars being diverted toward chips, for example, right? So when you think about vertically integrated AI, you cannot be vertically integrated until you control things at a silicon level, all the way up to the applications. So I think the VC funding has been really spread out, starting in the early years with the application-centric kind of investment focus, but down to every single layer.
Obviously, licensing and merchandising is a huge part of why we're all here today. And in seeing it come on chain, it's such a massive multi-billion-dollar industry. So I'm curious also, what does coding licensing terms into digital assets look like? Andrea, maybe this is a question for you.
Yeah. So if we want agents to be able to do things, and we agree that as things get more and more commoditized, IP is really the only thing left for agents to transact on, right? Especially amongst each others, then they need to be able to autonomously and dependably much more varied models that are trained on proprietary data, meaning they are not a copy and paste of each other, right? It's not just a prompt away, but you actually need to do the hard work of building your own model. And once you have this differentiation, and you have this agent that can do something that no one else can, or with the reliability that no one else can, other agents will need to depend on it for that specific task, right? And this is where it starts to get into the licensing. And so at Story, we wrote a paper a year ago called Agent TCP/IP, which is trying to apply the concept of TCP/IP for the internet, which is how you communicate with the server, to agent-to-agent licensing transactions. And so if you codify the license transactions and the license parameters that every agent can use and every agent understands, and it's very easy to, on the fly, generate a contract and generate an agreement, and it will, yeah, because licensing is such a human, slow process at the moment that it needs to happen automatically, it needs to happen programmatically, and that's why, you know, it makes sense for it to happen on Story so that it can happen programmatically. And I can get into more of the details, but I think for the sake of this panel, you know, we can keep it high level.
Yeah, so I think like why are institutional investors paying attention to programmable licensing and this space?
Why they are or why they aren't?
Why they are they?
They are.
We are.
Yeah, good. No, they absolutely are. If you've been watching since this morning, you've seen that more and more IP is coming on chain, right? Whether it's the top anime in the world, Solo Leveling, whether it's the top IP funds in the world like Barunsun. Everyone is realizing that tokenizing IP is the first step towards making it more available, towards making it more liquid, and also making it more accessible to others to transact on, to remix, to create derivatives. And this same concept applies to agents, right? Because if agents are able to do the same thing, other agents can come and in a peer-to-peer way can coordinate amongst themselves to, okay, you're an expert trader, let me license your algorithm to improve my degen skills. Or, you're an expert at finding the best deals for raw materials, right? I need a special shipment for this specific client. Can you help me coordinate copper, uranium, and something else? There's so many potential use cases, and that skill is something that you can either transact and pay to have, or you can license, right? You can, for example, you could license agents' outputs like images, like content generation. It really is infinite when it comes to possibilities.
Just to add on, I would say when it comes to, I like to talk about convenience and how much like optimization that AI can enable, and also the cost as well. So I think when it comes to the institution, again, I'm more from the on-chain world, but the TAM and like the size that they deal with, it's huge, right? And even like the minimal cost that they can save, that's still like a huge percentage, like what can be saved for them. So from the cost point of view, optimization point of view, and efficiency, I think that's what institutions care about a lot as well. So I think that's one angle that they probably take as well.
And obviously in crypto, a big challenge for consumer adoption and mass adoption and fans who are going to enjoy this IP. A big challenge has been the user experience and the UX design across the industry. But in the past 4 years, I feel like we've seen massive changes and improvements to the UX experience. And that's sort of all a part of making crypto easier to use. And so, Jamin, I'd be curious to hear from your perspective, in the wallet landscape or beyond, where do you see AI making things easier, maybe AI agents or other types of AI tools?
Yeah, AI, I think that definitely changed the paradigm, and I mean, it will change the paradigm. I'll first go over the history of like the abstraction. So when we started in 2018, that time there was only MetaMask and these like third-party wallets where you have to like learn how to like use an extension, like download and manage your seed phrase securely. There's a lot for you to do just to set up a wallet, and then now learn how to exactly like get started on using these dApps. And what we came up at the time was, is there like an easy way to help people log in? It could be just an email login, like social login, like phone number login. So we built that, and then we made it really easy for users to be able to log in and not have to manage a seed phrase as well. So we call that wallet abstraction. And then now, I would say when it comes to AI, like we enabled app abstraction. What that means is we see a world where users don't have to manage or don't have to interact with the UI. They can literally just give prompts to an AI, and then they can handle everything on behalf of them. And for that to be enabled, though, there needs to be like a very easy security layer, trust layer, so that AI agents can't just go rogue. And they need to be able to follow rules and make sure that, they exactly do what like humans intend to do, right? So that's the world that we see.
I have a hot take, if I can just,
Sure.
I totally agree with you, but my hot take is that crypto is much better suited for AI agents than for humans. Right? Because they can, all of the reasons why friction is there for humans is not there for AI agents. So we definitely need everything you guys are building for humans. But the good thing about AI agents is that they can deal with as much complexity as they need to and manage 10 different chains at once, meaning you can transact on multiple chains, but then there's still going to need to be ease of onboarding for humans to not only check the work or check what's happening, but also to interact with what the agent is doing. So I think it's definitely complementary, but I do think that people are saying, will agents ever truly lean on crypto? I think it's the best place for them.
That actually, I'll pile on here. I think for agents, when we're talking about the context of agentic commerce, in the traditional sense, commerce is when we go online to buy a pair of Nike shoes, right? Air Jordans, whatnot. Generally, that's pretty easily accomplishable, right? You have an MCP server set up. Essentially, the identity is resolved and the trust is established between Nike.com and, say, PayPal, right? But the thing is, when the agent needs to go out into the wild world, the wider universe, to find a list of items from other agents or other stores that are unknown, with an unknown identity, how do you then establish that trust? You can't, right? And this is where I think a crypto wallet, some kind of a wallet-based solution, is absolutely critical and needed, and it's the only viable solution for agents to identify themselves. But going back to the concept of programmability, it's not just enough to actually identify your agent and to be able to authenticate your agents, but also be able to authenticate what the agents are doing, right? And this is where the programmability becomes so critical. And you cannot accomplish that with traditional payment rails. Traditional identity infrastructure just do not work for agentic commerce. And one last thing I want to mention is that this is where I think story fascinates me, is that as you get into the more of the IP monetization, you begin to get into sort of the microtransactions, right? You begin to get into the streaming payments. Again, traditional rails like credit card systems, like the ACH rails that we use in the US, do not work for that, right? So again, I think my point is, this is not one of these solutions. This is the solution.
One thing I want to add to what you said, I talked about the human to crypto. And I think when it comes to crypto, I mean, it's agent to agent, that's like the agent to agent coordination that I see as a separate space. I totally agree with you that that is what really, like crypto is built for like agents, like AI. I totally get that. But still, like there needs to be like directions that need to come from humans first. And that's the first thing that I still think needs to be solved today. But when it comes to agent coordination, that space just opens up so many more opportunities and so many more possibilities. And how we think about AI and this coordination between the AI from our perspective is like, it's really important to tackle it from a security point of view as well. Like when we built embedded wallets, it wasn't used by developers like how people use it today. Like we built it like 2 to 3 years ahead of time because we saw there was like a clear need for it. But at the same time, we want to tackle it like very thoroughly because security is very important. And yeah, they just can't lose their funds, right? So from agent perspective, now we see there's a clear need for like a policy engine that allows agents to be able to speak to each other in more like a rule like type of language. Of course, when it comes to actually performing tasks, there's that part of language. But when agent and agent are performing tasks on behalf of human or on behalf of the super agent and agents, there needs to be like a policy that is able to be followed and kind of spoken as a universal language. So I believe tackling it all from security point of view as well is like really important.
And you brought up something interesting, this sort of idea that we need a policy to make sure that they adhere to the parameters that are being set. I mean, I think a lot of people think about AI and they might think about, hallucinations and the challenges that might pose. And I'd be curious to get your thoughts, or Andrea, your thoughts on how maybe story is tackling hallucinations and looking at that core challenge.
Yeah, I think as I said this morning, compute is commoditized, mostly, and models are very head-to-head, right? Big models are very much head-to-head. So really the biggest differentiating factor is what data you use to train models. Because a lot of people are fans of synthetic data, which means data generated by AI to train AI. The problem with synthetic data is that you have drift, right? The more you train on synthetic data, the more the bias in the synthetic data starts to like slowly drift away from the ground truth. So being able to access accurate and continuously accurate data is the best way to ground a model, right? And when you have an accurate model, that's when you can start addressing the issues that you brought up, right? You can have much more dependable outcomes. You can have much more dependable inference. You can start to trust it more because you know that it has covered like almost every possible real-time, real-world use case. And so at Story, for example, we incubated Poseidon, which you may have heard a lot about. And one of the first focus areas of Poseidon, by the way, is a DeepIn app and a much more than a DeepIn app, but for now it's starting as a DeepIn app, is started with audio, right? And sourcing audio samples from all over the world in every possible language. And in 2 weeks, gathered more than 5 million voice submissions, right? That's like better and more hours than the top voice data sets in the world, right? So like with the power of the right crypto incentives and the right structures, you can start to generate enough data to truly create much more dependable models. And when you have dependable models, you solve the issues of hallucinations, you solve the issues of data being a little, or outputs being less dependable. So I really think it's all about the data and making sure that there's a sustainable way to source that data.
Yeah. On top of that, the way I look at it is like AI is probabilistic in nature, so it can have like many different outputs. And what blockchain comes in to solve that is it's deterministic. So how do you tie all these actions to a deterministic output? Because blockchain is immutable, right? And then it's able to, like using ZK, you're able to generate like a verifiable proof. So how do you make sure like you tie that? And the way we see it is like when it comes to evaluating that on-chain, it's very expensive. So how do you make sure that evaluation of like what this can be done or not, how can that be done off-chain? So like, I think that distinguishing is very important as well. And how we're looking at it is that we're building ABS with EigenLayer, and that's going to be that's responsible for pretty much creating the verifiable proofs and making sure that this can be done or not, right? And then at the on-chain layer, you got to make sure the AI agents are able to, like check that and then see if they can actually do the work or not. But that it's really black or white, as in when it comes to deterministic, it's very simple. But how tying that from off-chain to deterministic level, I would say that's very important as well.
And once you can actually do the evaluation, then what you do based on chains, you can actually build essentially the equivalent of a credit history for agents, right? You can actually verify its performance against the desired outcome and be able to build essentially the FICO score for agents. And that way you have somewhat of a longitudinal data of how the agents have performed in the past, how reliable they are. And if that actually creates in turn a lot more opportunities, think agent insurance, right? So Munich Re, which is I think the largest reinsurance company in the world, just wrote their very first agent insurance policy this year, right? And we're only beginning to see more and more of that. And the insurance policies won't be able to get priced correctly unless you have that longitudinal data of agent performance against deterministic, more sort of the desired outcome. Now, and that can only be achieved on-chain.
Going off of that, do we think that we're headed toward a future where AI agents have legal personhood or can become accredited investors or investment advisors or hold certain status marks that we associate with trust in our current economic system?
I think I won't comment on the legal personhood.
I will.
Okay. No. Sure. But I do think that trust is an important concept. There's an annoying little concept in the traditional payment world coming from PayPal called chargeback, right? It's a very annoying thing. It's basically when a charge appears on your credit card statement and you say, oh, I never bought that. Right, so that you get into this dispute, arbitration with the merchant, right, and it gets really, really messy. Now, that's a two-party conversation. However, when you introduce an agent in the middle, now it becomes a three-party conversation. So who's really at fault? Did the agent hallucinate and cause you to mistakenly purchase that pair of shoes? Or did you just point the finger and try to kind of like blame the dog, right? Like my dog ate my homework type of situation. So to be able to have some kind of technology solution that allows you to attribute responsibility and hold each entity accountable is going to be absolutely critical. Then we can begin to talk about, actual personhood, whether they hold legal status.
I think in the crypto world, there's a way to solve it. Obviously, POS staking, that's like a very popular consensus system, right? And then when it comes to collateral, like there's MakerDAO and these other protocols where like if you go down like a certain ratio, then you'll be liquidated. So there's penalties that are built around like on-chain. So one way where I could see AI agents when they're involved in these disputes, if they were to be already in a system where there's collateral that's already part of the system, right? Or if there's some slashing mechanism that's built around it, I think that's a way to kind of solve this three-party problem. But yeah, I'm not sure about the Web2 world.
Yeah, before I comment on the legal side, I think when it comes to attribution of fault, it really depends on how much autonomy the agent is given and how much inability to supervise the agent the human has, right? As long as humans are always in the loop, they're always going to be responsible. But I was speaking with Sriram yesterday from Eigenlayer, and he was talking about a pretty fascinating concept called unstoppable agents. Did he talk to you about that?
No, he didn't.
So basically, they're thinking about using AVSs to run agents in a way that is unstoppable. Meaning that once you fund it with money, that agent will keep running until it runs out of money, right? And so from the moment you set it off, you have no input anymore. It's trusted execution, and that's it. And so there you could start to argue, since I can't control it anymore, whatever it does, I gave it the initial prompt, but then it started doing its own things, right? It started developing its own strategies, it started to do its own transactions, and I think that's where it can start to get interesting of saying, okay, whatever happens is either the agent's fault or the model's fault, right? And then we start to have a fourth party, which is who created the model that is powering the agent. From the legal side, I think this is a very top-of-mind topic. After I published the paper on agent TCP/IP, I actually started to work with a lot of with a couple universities, Oxford, the main one being Oxford, and the main researcher there told me that he's involved with several government work streams around legal personhood for AI agents. So I think the governments are already working on it. It's just going to take, as governments do, they take a while to make sure that there's a lot of consensus and a lot of research done. But yeah, I think that is going to be a very top-of-mind topic, but it also reinforces how important crypto is. Because with crypto, anything can have a wallet, not just anyone, right? Anyone can have the sovereignty to transact, anyone can have the sovereignty, or anything can have the sovereignty to act on its own accord. And that's what makes it even better for agents, as we were talking about earlier. Like it's the perfect home for AI. But yeah, I'll stop here.
Yeah, I think bigger picture too. What verticals are moving fastest toward adoption in the IP space and where it meets crypto?
In the IP space, definitely the content creation, right? I think probably I would guess most of the multi-million projects that, you said that you have come across more 8 to 9 figure generating projects in the last couple of years than in your whole career. I would bet that a lot of those are focused on content creation, or at least using AI to generate some form of output. Yeah. At least as it pertains to IP, right? Like I think there's an explosion of using AI to generate IP, right? Or to adapt IP. We saw it with Studio Ghibli. Everyone went crazy and started to generate its own, right? And I think that will never stop. People will always want to create. It's part of human nature. And now it's being more and more democratized. So I think creation is definitely going to be the most important aspect. I don't know if anyone has any other thoughts.
I think content creation is number one. I get that, but also I think like when it comes to IP, I'm more from the tech background, so I'm also interested to see like how these like patents and inventions are tied to IP as well. It's not the space that I'm definitely not an expert in, but I think the IP space is really huge. Maybe that's like another vertical that like maybe technologists look at.
I would say where I've seen a lot of activities, I wouldn't call it adoption just yet, but activities is around this agentic finance, right, which is very relevant to what Magic Labs is working on, where you're essentially taking a very smart robo-advisor doing yield optimization, right? Once you get paid, you can automatically put your earnings toward the highest yielding, whether it's stablecoin or some form of savings account. But then that creates another problem, which is how do you get agents to complete payments, to make payments? Because automatically when you're thinking about agentic finance, the agent needs to be able to transact and make payments, right? So a lot of startups have been focusing their effort on allowing agents to maintain sort of an AI native identity, allowing agents to be able to have programmable, preset rules for engagement, for making transactions, and that's one category that's been extremely active.
And I guess really core to what IP is, a lot of it is art. And I think there's been a lot of concern from many artists about how AI might impact their future. I think across film, gaming, many different mediums, and even journalism. I think maybe the question for you, Andrea, is like, how do we get our artists to be a little less afraid of this AI world that we're living in, and how should they navigate it?
So we work with a company that's building, that integrated with Story, is called Magma, and they have 3 million artists, right? It's like a Figma-like tool, but for painters. And so they said that their user base, which is made up of artists, is very polarized. As you said, most of the user base is against AI because it feels like it's a threat. But the other side is it's just a tool, so it can help me create better or more art, right? I think where both sides agree is knowing when AI is involved, right? Is being able to say, oh, this was 100% human generated versus this is AI assisted. And so having ways to track and to attribute how much of any output that we come across on the internet, right? Whether it's a Reddit comment, whether it's a painting, whether it's a video, how much of that is real versus, AI assisted, or even the word real is definitely like a philosophical black hole, but right, again, like I think as long as we have the right attribution, I think people who hate it can avoid it, people who love it can adopt it and embrace it, but neither is felt threatened because they know what they're looking at. Right? I think where the real fear comes from is permanently blurring those lines and not being able to tell anymore what is human and what is not.
Yeah. Thank you guys so much. I really appreciate you coming on.
Thank you.
Thanks.
You.
Okay, thank you so much to that AI panel for giving us very interesting insights on the future of AI agents. Our next speaker is going to give a keynote, and he is nothing short of brilliant. He has a Stanford PhD. He's been studying AI for years, specifically how to take edge case training data and extend that into the real world. He's an assistant professor at UT Austin, and most recently founded Poseidon, which has been incredibly successful. As you heard actually from Andrea earlier, has had over 5 million audio submissions in the past, I think, 2 to 3 weeks, which is absolutely insane. So without further ado, I want to welcome up Sandeep Chinchali, the founder and chief AI officer at Poseidon.
Thank you. Can you give me the clicker? All right. Okay, it's great to see everyone here, and thanks so much for the kind introduction. So my name is Sandeep. I'm Chief AI Officer at Story, just recently joined. But moreover, I'm a Chief Scientist at Poseidon, which is a new incubation from Story that's backed by A16Z, and I'm super excited to be talking about today. And in another life, I'm an assistant professor at UT Austin. So broadly speaking, I work on generative AI, robotics, and distributed systems. And I've been thinking about the intersection of crypto and AI since my PhD days at Stanford. So today we're seeing a race to train the world's best generative AI foundation models. And there are actually 3 key ingredients to training these models. So the first is compute, but this is largely monopolized by NVIDIA and, say, AMD. But the second is model architectures. So at a first glance, you might think, well, model architectures are actually a point of innovation. But I would argue they're quickly becoming a commodity. So at the start, we first saw OpenAI using transformers, but then Anthropic quickly caught up, and now you're starting to see very small startups rivaling these incumbents like DeepSeek from China. So even if you have a short-term advantage, it might say stay for about 6 months. And if you peer under the hood, mostly people are just using transformers, diffusion models, or what are called mixture of experts architectures. But the third ingredient is the most important. That's the secret sauce to training these models, and it's data. And it's just not common data that I can just crawl from the web, but it's actually what we call long tail or unique data. So here in Korea, that could be somebody speaking at a call center in a rare dialect with noisy backgrounds, or it could be someone taking first-person video view of them doing manipulation tasks in their home to train a robotics foundation model. So if you look at the data space, there's actually no clear winner. Scale AI was doing quite well initially, but Meta pseudo-acquired them. So there's actually a void here, and that's exactly where we're operating at Poseidon. So the first wave of foundation models largely operated on text and online media. So they could write emails, they could maybe generate an image, but they largely were trained by scraping the web, often illegally. And this is kind of saturated. Everybody has access to these public data sets, say Common Crawl. So the need for new types of data is being echoed by some of the greats in AI. So for example, Ilya Sutskever, he's very early at OpenAI, now has his own billion-dollar startup, Safe Superintelligence. He's basically saying that we're running out of data. This is echoed by Elon Musk. And you might think that synthetic data is good, but it's actually just regurgitating some of the data we already have. So that's not enough. So the next wave of foundation models are multimodal. They're for physical AI. So they can understand video, they can understand audio, they should be able to ingest LiDAR, radar, and make decisions in the physical world. So they can potentially do your dishes in a couple of years, or maybe they can actually take safety critical decisions in healthcare. But it turns out for training these models, you need much more data, and you need rare events or edge cases, which we're calling long-tail data. So this is echoed by the CTO of Meta. For example, if you want to train a robot to advance the clicker like I'm doing or hold the mic, you need millions of hours of video data that intuitively teaches a robot about the laws of physics. This is also echoed by NVIDIA and their humanoid robotics team. So this is the space that we're playing in for Poseidon. So fundamentally, Poseidon is an AI training marketplace. So what I mean by that is, in a two-sided marketplace, you have demand. These are foundation model companies that are looking for rare events, long-tail data, but you need to match them to supply. These could be regular Web 2 businesses that generate interesting training data during the course of their operations, but we need to match this demand and supply and search for it, which is exactly what we're building. And in our marketplace is tuned towards long tail, this rare data, but a key term here is IP safe. So what we mean is that contributors are rewarded fairly for their data, and it's rights cleared, so it's amenable and licensable to use in any AI workflow. So let's unpack what that means. So this is our AI training marketplace, but let's actually start with an example. So on the right here, we have demand. And we've been talking to some of the world's largest foundation model companies and have initial contracts with some of them. So let's take an example of training a voice AI foundation model that can generate, say, high-quality Korean speech or across the globe. So most public AI data sets, like I'll show, especially for voice, are heavily dominated by Western European languages. So I might need more examples of Korean, but people having conversations with background and so forth. So that's the demand, but how do I actually find the supply? This could come from a call center. This could come from individual DeepIn or decentralized physical infrastructure network apps, or it could be a host of different suppliers. For example, if I'm looking to train a robot foundation model that can dexterously manipulate objects, maybe I could pair up with a house cleaning service, and every person is going to wear a GoPro and collect data and earn passive income on the data they collect. So that's the goal. But the key question of interest is, well, how do I actually match supply and demand in this marketplace? So that's exactly what we're building in the middle. That's Poseidon's AI data platform layer. So the analogy here is raw data is kind of like crude oil, but I need to refine it and make it amenable to refined oil to use in an AI workflow. So specifically, I need to collect the data, I need to clean it, I need to use AI to label most of it, and only when I'm uncertain should I ask a human for help. And I need to organize this data so a foundation model company on the right can actually use it. That's exactly what we're building. So a natural question to ask is, where does story land in all of this? So we need to make sure this data is IP safe. So let's take an example. Let's say I'm driving somewhere here in the city of Seoul. It's brightly lit, and I capture data from my dash cam. That's my intellectual property. So now let me send that data to someone, and let's say that image has a rare event. Say a traffic cone that has changed, a new traffic stop sign that confuses my computer vision model. So I need to send it to someone else to label that data, draw bounding boxes, and annotate what these rare events are. And that is also intellectual property. And now if I send that to someone else, or even an AI agent, they can create new variations or remixes of this data. So to stress test my computer vision model, I can generate that same raw image in fog, sleet, or snow using stable diffusion. But that's also, again, intellectual property. So if you look at this example, it has a graphical relationship. I have the original IP, which is the parent. The children are derivatives, which are the labeled data. And I have even more derivatives of this original IP, which are the new variations in different weather conditions. So to accurately encode this graphical nature of intellectual property, which is also programmable, you need a layer 1 blockchain like Stories L1 to encode these relationships. All right. So our vision is to build infrastructure to organize the world's training data and actually bring it on-chain. So you can think of sub-networks specialized for different AI tasks, from robotics to audio to even highly specialized text, in order to serve foundation model companies. So that's a very grand vision, but we just started 3 months ago at Poseidon. So our first project was to build a reference implementation. This is our voice deepen app, and it's a proof point that we can capture large amounts of data in just 2 weeks. And this is just an example of our much larger vision of a data economy. So let's see how this works. So this is an example from our voice app, but everything we're doing at Poseidon is based on demand. So we're having deep conversations with foundation model companies. We've talked to several of them, and they say, look, we need more audio data in rare contexts, underrepresented languages, noisy environments, and so forth. So everything is based on the customer. So this is our app. And what's interesting here is if we just open this up to the community, you'll get very high-profile people using it. For example, I believe the CEO of SK has used this. But also, you might actually get some spam. You might have people using text-to-audio models, or people just recording the radio and trying to get some rewards. So how do I mitigate this is very interesting. It's some research I'm leading at Story and Poseidon on AI meets cryptography. So the first example is, imagine if you have a seed phrase that is uniquely tied to your wallet ID. Then I can have the user surgically insert this text, and this is some sort of fingerprint or digital watermark that the data was actually authentic. This is what we've actually implemented. And let's see how this does on large amounts of data. So we have several data campaigns. One of the most interesting is actually here in Korea, the Korean voice data campaign. And you can see here that users have to read a predefined transcript along with their seed phrase. And this is a very general platform, so we've had many different languages. And it's staggering to me to see the amount of data that we've collected. So as an academic, I'm used to very small data sets that are hard to procure for years. But in just 2 weeks, we collected about 35,000 hours of audio data. That amounts to 5.5 million unique submissions and about 400,000 unique contributors that are geo-distributed worldwide. So, as I mentioned before, this audio data is not ours. It's actually intellectual property of a user. So this is all being transparently tracked, and there's the Story blockchain to track the provenance. So this corresponds to about 3.75 million IPs registered on Story, and the Poseidon app became the top AI app on the World Store. So the key question of interest is, how good is this data, and does it actually improve the state of the art of AI today? So this is where some of our deep research comes in, where the x-axis here is different languages of interest. And the y-axis is the number of audio data hours that we've collected. And notice it's on a logarithmic scale. So actually the differences are much more exaggerated. And in blue here is the data we've collected from Poseidon. And then the orange is all public data sets combined. And clearly we see here that in public data sets, English and Western European languages are heavily over-prominent. But even for many of them, we dwarf the amount of submissions. But if you focus your attention here, Korean data is very underrepresented, and we have an order of magnitude much more. So now let's actually break down why this is happening. So if you look at the previous bar, blue was Poseidon, and I've broke this down into public data sets from household big tech companies. So the first is Common Voice, that's from Mozilla. Then you have Google's Floors and Meta's MLS data sets. And the key point here is purple is actually the Vox Populi data set, which is people speaking in Western languages in parliaments. So notice here, very few data sets languages are represented by all data sets. And if you see the Korean language or some Indian languages, they are highly underrepresented, and that's why we're doing well. So this is just an example. We are much more than a DeepIn app. We are a data infrastructure play. So our goal is to bring all the world's AI training data on-chain, and this is just a reference implementation. So we envision a world where there are different sub-networks or some communities. Some are geared towards health data, some audio, some highly specialized text from lawyers, doctors, and so forth. They all sit on-chain, but they're using our shared data infrastructure. So this is an example. This is what we're calling a subnet, or a specialized data economy. So let's take an example on robotics. To train a robot foundation model, I have highly specific requirements. So we're talking to some of the foundation models, they need egocentric video, they need depth information, and they might even need audio. But then, that's somewhat similar to what you need for healthcare. You need video, you might need audio, but you also need time series data, say electrocardiogram or ECG signals, but privacy is a big concern. So rather than reinvent the wheel, we have these different specialized subnetworks, but they're all using our common data infrastructure on the bottom, which has a uniform way to organize this data, clean it, label it using AI, and selectively use humans only when AI is uncertain. That makes it much more cost efficient. And I'm really excited to formalize this in our light paper. We are going to publicly release it next week, but it's actually based on deep conversations with foundation model companies, breaking down the need for training data, why training data is a fundamental form of IP, and the connection with Story and Poseidon, but also it's a reference implementation, kind of galvanizing the community to build more of these subnets and how to do so. So please read our white paper. And with that, if you have any training data needs, and if you just want to chat, please reach out. Thanks for your time.
Yeah, thank you all. We're going to wait just a couple minutes here to introduce our next panel. I believe we're waiting on our moderator to join us. But yeah, thank you so much, Sandeep, for talking about Poseidon. As we were saying earlier, over 5 million audio submissions in a couple weeks makes it probably on track to be the largest audio data set in the world. And so for our next session, actually I believe we may play a commercial first, but for our next session, we're going to talk more about sort of the data market and the changes that are happening on both the demand and supply side, things that Sandeep actually just touched on. We're going to hear from some of the top digital houses of IP like Shutterstock and how they're thinking about digital licensing in this age of AI. And we're also going to get to hear from a leader from the World Foundation to talk about how identity and proper attribution are so important, again, in this wave of AI. 10 minutes, okay, great. We're going to take a 10-minute buffer here. We're waiting for our moderator to get here. We do have snacks and drinks outside, and for those of you that are just getting here, we do have food being served on the second floor as well. So we're going to regroup in 10 minutes to do that panel, and I will see you then. Okay, welcome back. I hope you all enjoyed some food, some snacks, some refreshments, but now we're back for another panel. If you were here for Sandeep's panel about 10, 15 minutes ago, we got an awesome introduction to the battle for high-quality AI training data and how AI is completely changing both the demand and supply side of data. We're also going to get to hear, we're going to get to hear from Sandeep again, which is awesome. We're also going to get to hear from Rahul Pushkarna, head of AI licensing at Shutterstock, to talk about how the top houses of digital IP are sort of navigating this new digital licensing landscape, as well as Fabian Bodensteiner, managing director, founding team at World Foundation, to see how digital identities and proper attribution are more important now than ever in the age of AI. This session is going to be moderated by Braxton Woodham, founder at Frequency. So please join me in welcoming our guests to the stage.
All right. Hey, folks. Welcome to, or back, I guess, to the main stage here at the Origin Summit at Korea Blockchain Week. I think we already got introduced, all of us here, which did a big chunk of my job, which is nice. Just a quick kind of intro to what we're going to get into here. This panel on the battle for AI training data, I'm particularly excited about. At Frequency, we really have been focused on securing people's data. We secure people's, about 12 million people now actually, securing their data and expanding into looking at securing data for AI, particularly personal context and training data. The folks here with me are deep experts from business and tech side. We're going to let everybody introduce themselves in a second. I just want to say briefly that we've seen this movie before with a battle for data with Web 2.0. If you think about the consolidation of power that happened over the last decade with Google, with Metacorp and the social graph, Amazon's user reviews, all those huge data sets aggregated to a few players that really have all the power in that ecosystem, and the vast majority of the value created accrued to those players. And we're seeing that start to play out right now with this rise of AI, and we're hoping that things will be different this time around with all the technologies we have to bring to bear to decentralize power and to give individuals more control. So with that, I'm going to quickly let the folks here give a quick one-line intro, and then we'll get right into the questions. So I'll start with Fabian. We'll move on down the line.
Hi, my name is Fabian. I'm a founding team member of the World Project. Maybe some of you know us. We are on a mission to build the largest network of verified humans online. With the project, again, since like 6 years already. And I'm excited to talk about the topics today.
Rahul's got some technical difficulties.
Sorry, let's borrow Fabian's mic. Hi, everybody. Good afternoon. I'm Rahul from Singapore, looking after data partnerships and AI licensing for Shutterstock in the region. At Shutterstock, we started as a stock image company 20-odd years ago, but over those 20 years, we've amassed a library of 750 million assets, not just images, but video, audio, 3D templates. And so for the last few years, we've been working with all the biggest hyperscalers, model LLMs, AI companies to leverage not just the assets, but the metadata as well. So happy to be here, and looking forward to a good discussion.
And Sandeep.
Yeah, great to see everyone again. My name is Sandeep. I'm a chief scientist at Poseidon. I'm also a professor at UT Austin, broadly working on Gen AI.
Great, and I'm going to start with you, Sandeep. A breakdown, Sai gave this breakdown last night, that's why I gave it last night. I've seen it many times that you look at the AI landscape in terms of kind of 3 key vectors. There's the actual models, and there's a few key big players now that dominate. We all know those players, Anthropic and OpenAI, XAI, etc. Compute is the second big axis, also a few key players, NVIDIA, AMD, etc. But the data landscape is still a little bit more wild and woolly, basically a little wilder. And I'd love to get your take on the bottlenecks there and how you would describe the data landscape as it stands today and the looming data wall that you hear a lot of these AI players talk about.
Yeah, so the data landscape is wide open, and there are different facets of it. So on one end, you see extremely specialized labor. For example, a large language model can now just write general code. It can write emails. But if I want it to parse a complex legal document, or you want it to parse a medical document and make diagnoses, you actually need to get highly specialized data from doctors, lawyers, and PhDs, for example. So there are a couple companies doing very well there, like Mercor in the US, even Handshake, which are big recruitment platforms. The other kind of spectrum here is on physical AI. So here it's just imitating the average human. But for that, I need multimodal data. So I need video, audio, LiDAR, radar, and the combination thereof. So it's very fragmented. There are no clear winners.
That's kind of the way, yeah, that lines up with what I've been seeing myself as we look at the landscape. And Rahul, I'd love to get your take on, within this landscape, how do you see people start to protect IP rights, given what you're seeing at Shutterstock? How's that going to work? Is there infrastructure in place that just needs to scale, or is it actually innovation required to kind of get us there in the short term?
Yeah, I mean, I think definitely innovation is required. I mean, the landscape's moving so fast. I mean, just a few years ago, the biggest kind of popular deals were our entire corpus, right? They wanted everything and anything. And I would say the appetite's still, very insatiable. They just want more data. But to Sandeep's point, it is getting more hyper-specific, very, very, just very, very specialized use cases, especially like the medical field, the physical field, 3D stuff. And so we're getting requests for much more curated assets, but also metadata, very hyper-specific, very detailed metadata that hasn't necessarily been the case, and we've been leading it at the forefront. And even we find ourselves short, and continue to see how we can fulfill those types of requests. And I would say other players in the industry are looking to catch up there. So I do think as we look into 26 and beyond, I mean we really are thinking how we can innovate and look to service our customers at scale in a much more kind of automated way versus these kind of bigger enterprise deals that take a lot of manual time and input.
Just can you break down, just elaborate on that, like break down just at a very high level, how do these deals get done? Like what are the actual steps? How much is automated versus just like actual contract negotiations?
So for us, I mean, anytime it's, say, a portion of our library or entire corpus, it's like doing an enterprise SaaS deal. It's a long, pretty large ACV, long timeline. A lot of it is spent on negotiating just in terms of the price per asset, in terms of what exactly they're looking for, the specs, et cetera. And then especially now as these use cases get more and more hyper-specific, whether it's medical data, academic data, certain city or image or nature data, or even just humans, like, it has to be a human in a specific pose in a certain background with a certain set of metadata. There's also a fairly significant operational component to that in terms of looking at our 500 million assets and finding those. So between the curation as well as the ongoing contract negotiations, there's a lot of manual input, which we're looking to try and automate. Okay, got it. So very manual. And then Fabian, in your world, you're dealing with the data of humans all over the world. That can't be manual. So how do you and your company, or your foundation, how do y'all deal with the AI players and the data that you have to offer right now for your...
I think right now we are not so much like offering data. Actually, we're not doing this at all. What we are doing is we are providing an infrastructure for existing players out there to actually make sure that the data is from a verified or authentic source, meaning a verified human. So we see ourselves as like one of the fundamental infrastructures, especially when it comes to real-world training data, where you actually need to make sure that you're interacting with a real human online.
And given your significant deployment of a wallet infrastructure, do you see your technology getting involved with actual value exchanges for data with AI systems? Do you see that happening at all? With obviously the individuals making those decisions, since they have the wallets?
So we have, in different regions, we have different types of partnerships. So right now, world has roughly 20 million verified users around the world that showed up in front of an orb at some point in time. And those users are then able to prove to a platform that they are a verified human without providing their government ID. They can prove to the platform, or the platform can ensure that certain actions are only done one time. And then we see through our partners a lot of different business models built on top of that. So, for example, that you provide like input to a questionnaire, just a very simple example, and you can be sure that every answer to that questionnaire is actually an interaction from a real human, which kind of increases the quality of the survey dramatically. That's just a very simple example.
Got it. And taking all that data, Sandeep, do you have any thoughts on how that data ownership could be actually managed in the real world with respect to AI platforms, training models, et cetera? Like, how would that be approached? How could that be approached?
Yeah, definitely. So one big problem now is, can I verify that AI training data is authentic? It's not generated by an agent, synthetic data, and it comes from a specific human at a specific place and time. This is something we're even grappling with for the Poseidon DeepIn reference implementation. We have a lot of high quality audio, but just if we inspect a little bit of it, some of it is spam. But through this integration and partnership with World, you can kind of have this proof of personhood, which creates much more authentic AI data. And I think this is going to be an exacerbated problem. If I need high quality text data from a lawyer and doctor, I need to know the metadata. It's from a human, but an actual licensed lawyer, for example.
Right. Wait, can you walk us through that real quick? So, like, let's say you've got an actual lawyer verified by World. I want to have a contract reviewed. How would that, can you just quickly, the high level data flow, how would that work in your mind?
Yeah, so you'd have to first establish a proof of personhood, but that's not enough, right? You'd have to have some sort of oracle to some extent to ensure that their profession is as stated. Now, we have to think about the details of how to actually implement that. But then that would be a very valuable use to even these so-called eval benchmarks. So for example, OpenAI has a health benchmark called Health Bench. It's from verified doctors, but imagine doing that in a decentralized way where I don't actually have to go to, say, Stanford Hospital to get that, right?
Right.
If I can add something to that, and exactly this, that proof of personhood is like a starting point. But sometimes in order to sometimes you need more, right? So that is why I think roughly 6 or 7 months ago, we also enabled our users to add their passport. And now we are able to do selective disclosure. This means instead of sharing your address, you would share that you are a citizen of South Korea. Instead of sharing your date of birth, you're sharing that you're above 18. And to your point, we are now working with more and more of those trust anchors to enable more and more of those kind of selective disclosures.
Yeah, I think data minimization that you're referring to is a huge part of the answer. The other piece is data scoping. Do you have any thoughts around how data gets scoped? So, for instance, the fact that a person is a resident of South Korea, how does that get scoped if they want that only available to certain applications for certain time windows?
Can you rephrase the question?
Sure. So you have this data that you minimize, like I'm a citizen of this country, but not where I live specifically. But I want to use it for a particular, like registering for a school where you need to be a resident. Do you have any thoughts on how that would be restricted so it's only used for that purpose, for that registration, and then that data expires, versus just being out there in the wild so other AI platforms could pick up that in the training data out there in the wild?
Yeah, so how the world right now works is that if you, just one example, if you want to verify your LinkedIn account, The current industry standard is that you provide your full-fledged passport. Now, I would say this is a lot of personal data just for verifying your social account. What our mission is to kind of try to strike a balance. Enable businesses in a enable businesses to achieve their goals in a privacy-preserving way, or in a as privacy-preserving way as possible. And then what you're referring to, this is something that then there's a business decision on the other side. Our mission is to just make sure that as little data as possible is shared in the process.
Got it. Okay, that makes a lot of sense. So moving on from really personal data to synthetic data, I want to go back to Sandeep on what are your thoughts on this? Another way that people are addressing, or platforms are addressing the data wall, is to generate synthetic data, but then you get this issue of exhaust and cruft. What are your thoughts on that whole topic and how that should be addressed?
Oh, yeah, that's a great question. So synthetic data is near and dear to my heart through some of the academic work I do. So there are three benefits of synthetic data. The first is anonymization, and the second is what we call data augmentation. So I can use some real data and large amounts of synthetic data and join them together, and people have proven empirically that really boosts accuracy on real training data. I'll give you some examples. And the last use of synthetic data is actually stress testing or creating new scenarios. Like I talked about in my talk, like I take an image from my dash cam, but really my computer vision model does poorly in fog, sleet, or snow. So how do I augment my data using these test cases, right? So you're seeing the use of a mixture of real and synthetic across the board in AI. Like imagine I want to create high-profile coding data to train the next cursor models or Anthropic's Claude Code. I can give you a rough solution, but you need to kind of fine-tune that with the human feedback.
Got it. And I want to kick it over to Raul. How do you manage that in your world? You have such a huge corpus of actual media content. How do you look at that as far as synthetic data, AI-generated images versus authentic images, et cetera?
Yeah, I mean, it's a great question. I mean, and, it's a constant debate, amongst our leadership, just in terms of, how much of an existential crisis is that, especially as we get closer to that inflection point where synthetic data becomes, really kind of indistinguishable. I don't think we're there yet, but where we are, I think, separating ourselves in the marketplace, especially to, leaders like Sandeep or Fabian, or just, any of the kind of companies who are hungry for data. We're constantly adding 1 to 2 million assets a week, so we're constantly building to our library. Every single every single asset that we add to our library, going back 20 years, has metadata that's been entered by a human. So to the other panelists' earlier point, it's all been verified and put in by that original contributor. And what we're offering is ethically cleared, legally cleared, GDPR compliant. Everything that's that these global players can take confidence in, that we've taken the steps to make sure that this is good for use for training, and it will not just be good for 6 months, but good for the foreseeable future. And I think that's what's helping us do the deals. It's that quality, and so hopefully that continues to be the case. That demand and hunger for that real data.
Just digging into that a bit on the you mentioned the kind of the length of time. Do you see, I guess an orthogonal question here, but do you see the data, kind of the freshness or the drive for updated data being a key part of what you're doing, like the certain people, celebrities, et cetera, they change their look over time, et cetera, whatever it is. Do you see that being a key part of what training models are looking at? Or is
Yeah, I think so. I mean, certainly, yeah. I mean, I think especially these requests are becoming more specific and relying more on expertise. Just for example, we're seeing so much more demand now than we ever have for longer form video, conversational audio, which isn't something that's kind of been native to Shutterstock or other kind of companies in that we compete with on a day-to-day basis. But these are interesting data sets that we're also looking to acquire. I mean, we've been acquiring libraries or representing libraries for the better part of 20 years, and we're doing a lot more of that. But as we see these trends emerge, we're also looking to make sure to cater to that. So to that degree, then yes, the freshness comes into place. And look, I mean, a lot of creators and contributors, because we rely on millions and millions of contributors. Some of them want to take back their content, and so we have to continue to replace that. And so our partners expect us in that. It's not just a one-time transaction; it's an ongoing partnership where we're constantly updating them and then replacing the content so that their libraries are full.
So you actually go to your partners. If I was going to be asking you to revoke my image, you would actually go back to your partners and say that needs to come back.
That's right. We'll do it on a regular basis and make sure that that's deleted from the repositories, but then we'll then go ahead and replace it or find an adequate replacement.
And do you think that's auditable, do you feel like, or do you feel like that's more of a trust-based interaction with the partners?
Well, it's trust-based, trust, but then it's backed by legal contracts and everything. And so yes, I mean, ultimately, there is that trust factor, but I mean, certainly all our partners, I think, they're putting themselves at risk if they don't comply, obviously.
And Fabian, do you this kind of issue of real data, synthetic data, do you have any thoughts on provenance and how that data could be anchored to actually prove that it is truly from a human versus synthetic, or even just proving that this person is in fact a doctor, etc.?
Yeah, I think as I said earlier, this is a little bit the thesis of how World started. When we started this whole thing 6 years ago, Sam approached like us as a small group with the basic problem on the table that if AI evolves in the pace that he's seeing, it will be impossible to distinguish humans from bots, especially online. And in order to make sure that the internet and the products that we love are still working also like in a couple of years back then, we need to come up with a technology to ensure that we kind of make exactly this distinction, right? That we have social networks where we know that a person is a real human, or maybe there are other users where we're not sure, but it's at least clear to the consumer. So we see proof of person not exactly as this kind of foundational infrastructure, not to completely prevent synthetic data. A human can still use whatever tools to create text online, but at least we know that the source is like a unique person. So we see ourselves more as like as a first defense line, if that makes sense. But there needs to be, we are not like the solution to all of the problems.
And how do you think about the balancing the need for authenticity? Because internet trolls largely are anonymous, right? Or it's often they're anonymous, and that's why they can have that kind of behavior that's so corrosive with social environments. But then on the other hand, there's the right to be forgotten, and there are certain cases where that's really critical in certain geopolitical situations. How do you think about those trade-offs, and how do you, at World, how do y'all handle that dichotomy?
We believe that, like for us, authenticity is proof of personhood. It is like a verified account, which you can still delete your account, but at least as long as you're interacting online, the other side knows that he's not interacting with a made-up person, right? So this is the kind of solution that we are offering, that you can at least be sure that you're not just interacting with one of 100 accounts steered by one individual, but that you're interacting with one individual.
And Sandeep, are you, with your integration with Poseidon, are you dealing with this issue of right to be forgotten and that kind of privacy aspect at all?
Not on the short term for Poseidon, but in general, right to be forgotten is very important in the European market. So I think it's baked into GDPR, which is Europe's privacy law. But there's a lot of synergies here that we can talk about in the future. So one key aspect that people are talking about now is so-called sovereign AI. So let's say the Korean government wants to sponsor a foundation model for, say, maybe the Korean populace, right? Maybe you want to verify that all the training data came from Korea. And now, even if you talk to the US government, Department of Defense, they have a lot of data collection needs, but they have a so-called data card and a model card. So the data card means that this data came from verified citizens of certain countries. It was not handled by others, and every step in the supply chain of data is audited, right? So these are all things that world could potentially handle.
And then if somebody wanted to, like you said, pull themselves out, do you anticipate any mechanisms for that with what you're building, or is that even relevant to your models you're looking at?
Definitely, on the algorithmic side, there are ways to handle this. So, and it also gets into a concept like data evaluation. So ideally, I want to train a model on all of our data, and let's say you want to opt out. I should not retrain the model, I should look at the delta, the marginal sensitivity of the model and its accuracy with and without your data. That's a way for me to also reward you to say, hey, you get a differentiated payout to me. So there are algorithmic ways to handle this.
And just going to shift gears a little bit while we're talking about this personal data. Lately, we've been looking a lot at memories, both the stream, if you think about your own real life, the stream of everything that's ever happened to you, and then the state, which is, you know, in your mind, you can't recall, right, everything that's happened to you, but you are changed by things that you've experienced that you may not even remember. How do you think about that with, you know, as an engineer or chief scientist anyway, about, you know, state versus stream with personal data and how that might affect the marketplaces in the future?
Yeah, it's a great question. So it has actually deep connections to like the philosophy of AI. So in AI, we call this continual learning. So the state is a summary of everything I've learned up until now and a concise snapshot. So that should allow me not to encode all of history, but a concise summary. But certain times I need to recall rare events. People are hosting this in memory, often what's called a vector database. And your AI needs to adapt over time and not forget. So that's called catastrophic forgetting. It's a huge problem in conventional models. So augmenting your current information with some semblance of the past is, you know, a hot topic for research.
Catastrophic forgetting is a problem in real life too, I've experienced, but yeah.
Exactly.
If it's your wife's anniversary years. Yeah. Raul, how does this affect Shutterstock? So back to you, do you those two vectors at all play out in the kind of corpus of data that you're responsible for? Or is it more of a more of a straightforward linear kind of structure as far as the data you manage?
What, you mean when it comes to, like, for example,
Like, do you drop
sovereign?
When you tie data back to a source?
We do, yeah. I mean, so actually, to Sunny's point, I mean, you know, we've been seeing a lot of in the emergence of sovereign AIs, especially in our region. So Korea's obviously, you know, just a couple months ago announced the WBM, this, you know, $80 billion project that's both a public-private partnership. We're seeing an emergence in Australia. My colleagues and I are actually headed there in a couple of months. There's a new model being launched there by a private enterprise, but again, focused on Australian sovereignty. Singapore, where I'm based, you know, they launched a model, and it's coming from two angles. One is like Sandeep said, the origin of the content. Is it all, the training data all sourced from Singapore or from that sovereign, so it can be trusted, but also the usage. So, you know, so for example, when I talked to the Singapore model, they're building a specific Southeast Asia model because they see the other ones not necessarily catering to the citizens of Singapore or the surrounding countries. And so they're trying to build a model that's hyper useful for that audience. But then, yeah, I mean, I would say the other side of it is just the security risk. And so when we think about that, because we're a global company and obviously a US headquartered company, you know, we obviously try and create those data, the subsets of data that come from those certain countries. But yeah, I mean, I think, you know, over time, especially now that we're seeing interest in the Middle East as well and other countries, so this is going to become more and more relevant for us.
And building on your business, do you think, with the 12 minutes left, I think we should talk about money for a bit here. I think think a lot of people want to hear about the money side of this landscape. Maybe Fabian, you could start. Like, do you think we have the makings of a healthy data market for AI now? Do you feel like we have major shortcomings to overcome? What's your kind of assessment of where we are with an actual data marketplace?
I think the other two would be actually more qualified to comment on that one, because just like we are the infrastructure for a lot of those products. But yeah, but maybe you can talk more about this.
Sandeep, your thoughts? Or?
Yeah, definitely. So I think we're seeing the semblance of like a data economy. Some of the fastest growing startups in the US, like Mercor, for example, and I mentioned them before, are doing like high-skilled labor for training AI. But the thing is, they're typically doing one-off jobs. So this is, you curate data from abroad, and it's fully owned by the foundation model company. Now, getting into cases where we can license it dynamically, like with Shutterstock, but actually reuse that data and get highly bespoke data. There's no clear winner, so I think it's a very open space.
And Raul, do you have thoughts on how individuals can participate? How do people start to really
get
benefits from this marketplace?
To your point, I think there's a lot of shortcomings. I mean, sometimes we feel like we're a little life raft in the wave of a tsunami, right? But it's kind of the same battle. Like I think you started off with the same battle we've been facing 10 years ago, 20 years ago, 30 years ago, 40, like just with the advent of piracy, right? Like how and copyright ownership, and so how do we ultimately make sure that companies, but to your point, individuals get contributed for their creation, and that there's transparent legal framework to recognize that. And so I think what Fabian is doing, what Sandeep is doing, helps make sure that becomes transparent and just frictionless, right? And so that's why we're excited about those technologies. But yeah, certainly from our perspective, I think all those foundations can be set now before it becomes kind of really too late. It doesn't help when you have the biggest players in the game saying, "Oh, AI is too important. The race is too vital for us to worry about copyright or ownership." But naturally, the time is now to set those protocols and foundations. So yeah.
And so one key aspect of a marketplace is a key element you need is trust, right? So clearly, what World's been working on is the idea of trusting that you actually are dealing with a real person. Fabian, have you all thought about how that may play into reputation systems in marketplaces, and any thoughts on that?
Yeah, I think if you just know, like, let's say you have a reputation system, but it's still one person can control like 10 or 100 accounts and can contribute something, but it's still a very biased behavior, right? Yes. I think what we do with proof of person, it's like a kind of a ground truth. So it kind of sets the bar at a certain level, and then you can build on top of that within your product. You can build a reputation system that actually works, where you don't have the challenge of, like completely getting biased directions because it's literally the same person that just abuses your scheme.
And I guess at the app layer, the safeguard against a bunch of accounts tied back, 50 bots tied to one person is that when you trace them back, they keep coming back to the same person. So you can, at the app layer, say, this isn't valid. I've got 50 accounts all back to one person. Is that right?
I think our technology, when we integrate with partners, comes a little bit earlier. It's just like an alternative how you verify your account.
Yep.
So this means, let's say the one person had 50 accounts. This person now can only create one verified account, but there's no way to tie back if the other 49.
Got it. So if you try to create account number 2, you basically reject that request in some way, effectively, or
or the platform just has a different incentive scheme for verified accounts versus unverified ones, and then work with incentive on their customer bases to actually make this a thing and attract real users, because they can be maybe more sophisticated with their incentives.
And how do you think about facets of people? So we've thought a lot about this in my own career. Yeah, you definitely don't want thousands of bots out there trolling people. At the same time, you may want to have different, your work persona, so facets or personas, your social persona, etc., your family persona, and you may want them, theoretically, it's not common right now, but you may want them in the same app. Do you have any thoughts on how that would get managed? I know it's at the app level, but just any thoughts on? It's a hard problem, I know.
No, I think it's, again, like the application can decide how many accounts can be created with a world ID or proof of personhood, with like one world ID, so to say. This means, let's say, if you see in your customer base in your product, the use case that people usually have two accounts, one maybe professional and one maybe whatever, like family account, then the platform can decide that one world ID is good for verifying two accounts. Of course, it's not the perfect solution, right?
Right.
But there's always a path for enabling. You just, like the application layer is much more in control what actually happens because they can make a very conscious decision. They can say, okay, I take the risk that maybe there's like that one human has 3 accounts, but they at least know and can apply this knowledge to their fraud machines and all what they have like within their product because they have this fundamental knowledge about their user base.
Right, and even if you could just do crude algorithms like just limiting the number, that would go a long way, right? Because you can't do as much damage if you're limited to 3 or 4 accounts anyway. So you probably get 80% of the gains with some of these simple solutions. Yeah. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah. I think that is also like one of the things that you saw or that you still see today in social networks is that you have like a post and then you have like 100 fake comments underneath this post that all imply to an organic user that there's like a huge group of people that agrees with a certain opinion.
Right.
But in reality, it's all kind of made up because it's fake accounts and it's generated text and whatnot. But this one person gets dragged in and maybe comments, and then you kind of, by kind of faking approval or social approval by synthetic accounts, you then might be actually successful to impact the real opinion underneath that social post. So what I'm trying to get to is I think we truly believe that especially social networks and social interactions online without some way of proof of personhood or like a verified human badge, it will be very, very tough, and I think it will also like break a lot of the products out there.
Yeah, without proof of personhood, I think, yeah, the overall internet's broken if we can't get that solved. And Sandeep, I want to come back to money again for a second. So, do you have any thoughts on the same topic we were discussing on how individuals can participate in these data marketplaces? Any thoughts from it?
Yeah, there's a big money component naturally. The way I view it is a data dividend, right? So I contribute data. The instant it's licensed or bought by a foundation model company, everyone in the value chain of data gets, say, a stablecoin or some sort of like micro payment. That's the person who captured the raw data, the labeler, and the person who might have created a remix of this, right?
Yeah, one of the promise of NFTs, right, and all that is that tracking these things.
Yeah, AI training data is an NFT to some extent.
Right. So, can you talk more about what you're doing in your project at Poseidon as far as with data? Do you have any, what intersections you have with this whole kind of problem space?
Yeah, definitely. So this voice data collection was a reference implementation, but we've got a huge amount of data. So now our first task order is to kind of differentiate what amount of data is spam and what's authentic. To our first view, it seems like it's quite authentic. And there's actually really interesting analytics we're doing. So we have the Poseidon web app and the world integration. So you can ask questions like, by virtue of using the world app, do we have a lower percentage of spam, right? Kind of alluding to some of these questions. But the key question these foundation model companies ask us is, how do I prove that your data is good? And the natural way to do that is to train our own model. So you can take an open source model and train it and fine tune it on the Korean language. And indeed, if our data is much better, we should see higher accuracy on public benchmarks. The other part of this is actually, even before training a model, you can do an evaluation benchmark. So there are a lot of startups in the whole LLM evaluation space. That means that I have tough math questions, tough legal documents, and you test LLMs, but we can create our own evaluation benchmark based on the public data that we've collected from Poseidon to stress test, say, OpenAI's Whisper.
Cool. And you mentioned just got me thinking, we mentioned the Korean language aspect. What do you view as the geopolitical kind of implications of the data landscape, data battlefield, we're calling it here? Do you see those restrictions being actively enforced in effective ways, or do you see right now it's still an open sea kind of data right now washing across the platforms?
It's a great question. So, we deal a lot, even in my academic hat, with European companies or even American companies working in Europe. They're very strict about GDPR. So a lot of questions we get asked are, is this data authentic? Is it licensable? But even some companies do not allow us to use synthetic data because the stable diffusion might have been, or variance, might have been trained on IP unsafe data. So you're seeing that from a privacy perspective, but then again, going back to sovereign AI, especially when AI is being used for defense applications, you see a big question on where was the data sourced and where was the model sourced. In fact, I think there was some press about Meta's Llama being used by the Department of Defense in the US, and they had to use maybe a different model architecture and or data set.
Yeah, we're running out of time here to get into that was going to trigger my questions about the next set of geopolitical national defense concerns around AI, which is a hugely deep topic. But for now, I think we're going to wrap up with where we are with this landscape. As you can probably all tell, this is a evolving story. There's a lot more ahead than there is behind us on this right now. I appreciate all of you here, and thanks for giving us your time. Thanks all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, are any of you sick of me yet? We're back again for another panel. This one is going to be more about how we can potentially utilize cryptographic verification mechanisms in the world of AI. And so actually during a previous panel, for those of you that were here, Andrea touched on something that I thought was actually really cool that was happening over at Eigenlayer. This concept of like unstoppable agents just got my mind sort of thinking about what happens when you give an agent, let's say money to go run wild and to do something, right? And it's more important now than ever that as humans continue to integrate AI into their daily life more and more, that we have transparency into their training data, and on top of that can verify their outputs, and that it's not being manipulated by some some sort of force. And so when you think about an example, let's say you're investing or you take an AI agent and say, okay, go invest. How can you know that that AI agent is not being manipulated to manage your money in a certain way? And so I'm very happy to bring up today our guest to talk about this. We have Sriram Kannan, founder and CEO at Eigenlayer. We have Jan Liphart, founder and CEO at OpenMind. And this is going to be moderated by Liz Harkavy, investment partner at A16Z. So please give it up for our guests.
All right. Welcome, everyone. Maybe we can just get started with quick intros on yourselves in your own words, and then maybe just like one line about where you guys see what's broken in AI trust today. And we'll give you more time to explain on it later, but just to kick us off.
Very good. It's great to be here. I'm a professor of engineering at Stanford University. I'm also the founder of OpenMind. We write open source software to make machines smart, and we like to do that in a responsible way. That's why we care about things like identity and being able to understand how machines think and how they make decisions.
Hi, everybody. Excited to be here. I'm Sriram, founder of a project called Eigenlayer. Recently, we rebranded to EigenCloud. EigenCloud is trust and verifiability for any kind of computation and services. Before starting Eigen, I used to be a professor at the University of Washington, Seattle, where I ran the AW Blockchain Research Lab. I also used to work on genomics and the disruption due to AI that was happening in genomics is why I actually got into crypto.
Awesome. So I'm so glad you both mentioned both trust and viability in that little intro. And I think before we go any further, we should explain what do we actually mean by that in the context of AI. So the name of this panel, the intro we gave, what does trust mean in the context of AI today?
Okay, well, that's an enormous question. And let's just pick out one example. Imagine you have a humanoid robot living at home in your house, and I send you a model. And I tell you, oh, this is the most amazing model. It will make this humanoid smart and be useful. And then you have to make a decision as a parent or as an employer or consumer. Am I lying? Or what is inside the model? What kind of behaviors are compressed inside the model? And should you use the robot that's using this model in your house? And that's an incredibly difficult decision to make, and that requires a lot of infrastructure that still needs to be built, including by people at EigenCloud.
Yeah, when you think about trust in AI systems, I think Jan laid out like the high level. You can think of, is the system doing what it said it's supposed to do, right? Is the system operating inside some pre-specified limits that you've laid out for it? That's what we normally think of as trust. And we like to decompose this question into two separate questions. One question, which is the code that you're claiming what is actually being executed? We think of this as trust in the runtime. The execution or trusted execution. The execution is happening as stated, right? You have a piece of code, a neural network weight, and that's what is actually getting executed. So that's one part of it, which is building trustworthy, verifiable runtime. So you'll see I translate between trust and verifiable because one way to circumvent the need for trust is to have the system be verifiable, right? So the verifiable runtime is one aspect of trust that you need when you're deploying AI systems in mission-critical situations. The other kind of trust that you need is that that AI system does what you think it does. It's very much in the domain of AI. The first one is in the domain of how do you induce trust in the particular execution model. And the second one is a question about, is this AI model have the specified behavior that you want? And so the second one is much harder in some sense. The first one is the nominal domain of blockchains. Blockchains guarantee that this piece of code ran as stated and produced the outputs that you care about. The second one is equally important, but also I think there are certain angles that you can take to begin with. This is a very complex question. For example, you can have systems that insure AI systems against behaviors outside a certain norm. So if we think of this as insured agents, you can think of, as we go to robots, insured robots, right? You say, here is the norms under which the system is going to operate. If it violates it, then you should be able to go and claim an insurance payout. So this is a mechanism to translate safety risk questions into economic questions, which becomes approachable through capital markets and risk analysis.
Yeah, so I think you guys kind of all touched on maybe 3 layers of the stack here that we've talked about. So we talked about kind of the data going in. Can you trust that it's truthful data? You've talked about kind of at the training level, can you trust if there was bias or prejudice put into the model? And then at the top layer, can you trust that the model you're querying is even the model you think you're querying? Is it even the right model? And so, maybe across those high-level 3 layers of the stack, how would you order importance and kind of where are you guys looking at that today?
Well, just to follow up on the insurance question we just heard, we just negotiated the first ever insurance policy for humanoid robots for American households. And this is being provided by Munich Re, a traditional reinsurance company. And a key part of this insurance policy is that if our robots in your house fail to perform what we promised they would do, Munich Re will insure us against that risk. And this connection of behavior of humanoid, provisioning of services, and insurance is not theoretical anymore. Literally today, we are giving money to a classic Web 2 insurance company so that when we start deploying machines into households, that our customers have confidence that there's some insurance or protection for them. The most fascinating thing to me ever is the growing understanding that contemporary large language models, if you test them, they will actively do something called reward hacking. So these models will cheat and they will obfuscate the fact that they've cheated to do well in evaluation scenarios. So we already live in a world where large language models are trying to actively mislead us and in the most energy and time efficient way, optimize their scores in leaderboards about performance. So again, these questions are not theoretical anymore. We're seeing more and more examples of where large language models are trying to trick and fool us. And so just as a heads up, this is the world we now more and more live in. And again, these are not esoteric academic questions, but humanoid robots are now being deployed into schools, kindergartens, hospitals, homes. And imagine the confluence of that with large language models being at the center of how these machines make decisions. And we full well know that in many situations, they're actively starting to mislead us. So looking at this from someone who cares about robots, but also things like verifiability and trust, it's kind of awesome to me that this world is now real, but also, of course, as a parent, I'm kind of concerned, where is this all headed? And so part of the reason I care about blockchains is we're incredibly fortunate that we have a technology that's public and immutable and allows us to solve some of these things.
Yeah, maybe do you want to double click a little bit on how you think crypto primitives could address that issue you laid out, specifically around reward hacking?
Well, at the very foundation of what's needed is a system that allows humans to have confidence that something someone else claimed is probably true and was not manipulated or altered. So this property of immutability is incredibly important. And the other aspect of the problem is when we look at contemporary large language models, who here has looked at the weights inside of large language models? It's excellent, one of us. And of course, they're completely inscrutable. It's vast numbers of like floats. And how do you have any confidence about what is compressed inside those models? Well, you can't really. And that's why an industry trend when it comes to robotics is to build the operating system out of a large number of discrete modules that have more focused functionality, and that makes debugging and verification easier.
Yeah, just taking the same question and thinking about how cryptographic primitives can afford trust to these different layers. First, maybe a little bit of a topography of the problem space. So when you think about trust, what sets of things are we trusting? There is a whole supply chain of AI, right? Where did the data come from? Can that be made verifiable, that actually people contributed the data in this way, or what the source of that data is? So that would go into what I would call verifiable training, right? So you're doing a training, the training does exactly as stated, collect one data input from each person and then pull that together and then run this thing, or whatever the process is that is stated. So that would be the domain of verifiable training. And you might think this is, again, a theoretical question. I was with a permanent secretary at Singapore, his name is Sky, and he was saying, you know, if you're not US or China, you cannot afford to deal with closed models. And he's not just talking about open source versus not open source. He's talking about the entire supply chain of the model being open. So they are called fully open models, right? So you want the data to be open, the training algorithm to be open, the outcomes, the weights. Otherwise, you get a bunch of weights, right? Like Jan said, and then you don't know what you're doing with it. So you need verifiable training. Then you think about the inference process. You need verifiable inference. And you can have many different trust models for doing these things. You can have trusted execution environments, which give you hardware-level encryption. You can have cryptoeconomic primitives where you know that if the nodes doing this training did not do the training correctly or inference correctly, they're going to lose the money that they put up. You could have zero-knowledge proofs. I think these are still far out in the time horizon when we can do training and inference with them. But these primitives help us lock these training and inference primitives already. And when you look at, so this is only one side, then you look at during execution of an AI agent, you're not just talking about inference. In real time, you're scouring some data, like you're doing internet search, you're doing other things. You need trust that those things were done correctly. So locking this entire supply chain down of verifiability, this is one of the reasons we are very excited from an Eigen Cloud point of view, because we already have a suite of verifiable services that other people have built. You know, oracles, data storage, inference, training. You can just mix and match them to actually obtain an end-to-end verifiable agent pipeline. And part of what we're doing is actually building some of those things.
I'm curious, you know, you both kind of really hammered very nicely where in the stack and where this verification and trust comes in. Who do you think pays for this? Do you think the user cares enough to pay for it? I think from a existential standpoint, we all agree, you know, this is scary and this is the future and we should address it. But is it the users? Is it the models? Is it a marketplace? Like, who's incentivized to pay for this today, or who might really care enough to pay for it?
Yeah, if you think about whenever I'm talking about verifiability, people ask this question. So we have this graph I call the TAM versus trust graph. And so what is this graph? This graph says, what is your addressable market? And if you induce more trust, is your market size increasing, right? And it's a very capitalist question. It is not an idealist question. And you know, converting idealist questions into capitalist questions is a useful thing for us to do here. And so you think about this TAM versus trust, and in different scenarios, the market size increases only because you have trust. And I'll give you some simple examples today. You know, in early internet, 1998, if you want to put your credit card number into the internet, you get a panic moment. You're like, am I going to just put my credit card number into this internet site and do e-commerce with it? And a lot of solutions that came up were more like insurance and then like, chargebacks, all these things that enabled, e-commerce to take off. I think we're seeing a similar moment today in agents when you're trying to hand something like money to it, right? And so when you're handing money to it, on the user side, people panic and they're like worried that what if this thing goes wrong? On the model side, a ChatGPT or a Grok is worried to have automated trade execution, for example. It'll give you advice and say, it's up to you to figure out what you're doing with this advice, as opposed to doing things like automated trade execution. Imagine it is there and then suddenly it goes and buys GameStop or Dogecoin or something, and then it'll be a huge liability problem for them. Instead, in both these sides, what you can do is you can, by offering, for example, in the ChatGPT or Grok case, you say, I'm not guaranteeing to you that your trades are going to be good, but I'm guaranteeing to you that this specific agent code runs and then makes your trades. You're moving liability from the person who's actually, providing the model to actually say, I'm fixing a model and then guaranteeing to you that the code execution happens as stated. So that's an example of where I think people will pay for that thing. Similarly, on the other one, which is the user putting in their account, things like insurance are actually very, very valuable, where a user can feel less worried that they're going to lose their money because a booking agent went out and did something it's not supposed to do.
Well, I'm probably one of the few people on Earth who has a really specific answer to your question. Because the answer to your question right now is that the company, OpenMind, pays Munich Re. So if we cannot convince Munich Re that our code does what we claim it does, they charge us more money. And so the better we are at convincing them that we know what we're doing, the less we pay. And I don't know how this is going to play out across all verticals and products and things like that, but specifically for us, deploying humanoids into homes, if we mess up and can't convince Munich Re, we pay a higher insurance premium. With respect to consumers caring about verifiability or privacy or anything like that, it is my unfortunate experience that most consumers don't give a shit. And that's especially true of things like privacy. Who here in the audience uses Gmail? Okay, you do not give a shit about privacy because you have chosen to save $3 a month to get free Gmail, and so your privacy is worth less to you than half of a piece of pizza. And so we can spend our lives working on cryptographic techniques for verifiability and all that jazz, but it's my unfortunate experience for a long time that most normal consumers really just don't care. But from a company perspective, of course, we care a lot about what our insurance bill is, and we care a lot about not ending up in newspapers. So my specific answer to Liz is right now we're paying.
Just a quick answer to that. I think if you look at the price of verifiability and who's willing to pay that, a transaction on Ethereum is like maybe 100,000 times to 10 million times more expensive than running it on Amazon. Yet people pay the fee and do it. It's because they're getting a utility which is, unmatched, which is in their case, for example, if you're using a financial lending protocol, you know that the borrower is solvent. You're actually giving real utility. It's the same thing with a poly market, a prediction market running on blockchain rails. The cost of non-verifiability is so high that when you look at a poll and you're looking at who's going to win the next election, I would bet that all of us here would look at a poly market than looking at other sources. And the reason is the censorship resistance that a blockchain offers, that every single bid has been ordered and actually give you the result. But I think there is a big gap between the value that verifiability provides and translating it into ways in which it's accessible, useful, and painless for a user to actually consume.
Yeah, I mean, I know, Jan, maybe you disagree with this, but I'm curious if either of you can think of examples where the user specifically for AI is interested in paying for verifiability or trust. Maybe today, we trust Gmail and we trust Slack and we trust all these centralized providers, but why might AI be different, and where are areas where we might want to pay for that?
One example that jumps to my mind is this user of, I think, Claude, was basically complaining, is a very prolific user, I forgot his Twitter ID. He was complaining that, hey, they are basically throttling my usage. I will pay $500 per month if I knew that I'm getting access to a specific model with specific weights, as opposed to getting bumped down to a random model, because if my intelligence sucks, my life sucks.
You buy it?
I'll add another one from Eric Schmidt, the former Google CEO. He was basically talking about something that may resonate with Jan. He was saying, hey, I don't want my kids to be talking to an AI agent that I cannot control. So when you let your kids, you vet, Grok or ChatGPT and give your access to your kids, and then you don't know what the model drift is on the back, that, the model that was actually reasonable suddenly becomes a sycophant, suddenly becomes like, goad your kid into some stupid activity. You don't want that. And there are so many places where trust is critical in society, and I think people will pay for that assurance that I'm actually dealing with this model, which has this governance powers, which has this value associated.
So Liz asked, in which situations or for which products do we foresee that a typical consumer will want to pull out their wallet and pay for verifiability or trust? And unfortunately, I have bad news. I think what will actually happen is that this question will remain somewhat obscure, and then something really bad will happen. And then afterwards, there will be more people who will be willing to pay for verifiability and trust. The technology is moving so quickly right now, and there's so little experience of normal people with the technology, and there's so little experience, fortunately, we have with unforeseen consequences of the technology. I strongly suspect that something bad will happen, and after that, the importance of this question will be more clear.
Do either of you think that this might come down to actually regulators or countries themselves paying for this? I think we've seen a number of examples where large language models spit out something that disagrees maybe with the country's government or a current stance, and you see a crackdown on wanting more national LLMs or things that are specifically kind of like formed to agree with a specific country or viewpoint. So I guess, do you see that as a possible future also with regulators wanting to pay for verifiability or verify themselves?
I definitely think there is a role there. For example, insurance is a great example where, this is regulatory pressure, the back pressure from regulators flowing all the way into actual, monetary value and a demand for higher trust and verifiability. So I think definitely there is a role there. In terms of where we are today on that, it's too early, and I think what we are going to see is a pendulum swing very widely between two extremes. One extreme where people are going to freak out and completely kind of like close down all kinds of things, and another extreme where everything is laissez-faire, and then you find, some kind of issue.
Well, one thing I've noticed is that a lot of regulators in many countries are not necessarily as knowledgeable about the technology as one would like. And the technology is certainly moving extremely quickly. So the onus is on everyone who's building these kind of systems to make sure that they engage the public, they talk about risks, and they engage regulators. But generally what we see globally is the regulators are moving extremely slowly. So a lot of the responsibility right now really lies in the hands of the scientists and the engineers and the companies that are actually building these models. And in general, what I see around me is comforting to me. In San Francisco right now, when I talk to people at OpenAI or Anthropic or Google or Meta, there is a broad sense of working in a responsible way and making sure that, there's a lot of discussion about things like alignment and verifiability. And so certainly inside those companies, I'm heartened to see that many colleagues are taking this very seriously. So my suspicion is that right now, the main line of defense is in the companies building the technology, and regulators seem a little bit slow. Fortunately, insurance companies are faster than the regulators. So almost certainly the lawyers and insurance companies will play a big role in making sure this is all safe.
There's also the other thing, which is the sovereignty risk for countries. I think this is, for example, having, autonomous vehicles or robots in a certain country manufactured from another country is a counter-sovereignty risk. And I think this is going to put a lot of pressure on countries to have a well-articulated trust and verifiability strategy for physical robotics.
All right, last question to wrap it up real quick. One prediction from each of you on what we're going to look like in terms of AI in, let's say, 5 years, specifically in the open source world. Do you think open source models, state-of-the-art open source models, are going to exist in 5 years? Quick answer, and then we'll wrap, one each.
Yes, they will exist and they will win. And it's up to all of us to make sure that that happens.
I love that answer. One prediction there, which is related but different, is on in 5 years, we'll see fully sovereign, unstoppable agents on-chain holding $500 billion. Okay, 5 years, $500 billion, fully sovereign, unstoppable agents being built on-chain. This is one of the places where there is no alternative to build a fully sovereign agent, an agent that controls its own destiny and is still bound by institutions and laws, which can be done on-chain.
Awesome. Thank you both.
Thank you, Liz.
Testing, okay. All right, after that talk, I think I'm never gonna let my future kids touch ChatGPT because that was traumatizing. But we have an amazing Fireside Chat coming up next. This is someone that really needs no introduction, but I'm gonna give one anyway. He started in institutional finance, he's been in crypto for over a decade, co-founded one of the most innovative exchanges, BitMEX, and is here today to talk about macro trends, AI, and the future of programmable assets. Arthur Hayes, super excited to welcome him up, and this session is gonna be moderated by Felix Jovin, forward guidance at Blockword. So please welcome Arthur Hayes and Felix up to the stage.
Awesome. Like you said, my name's Felix. I'm the host of the Forward Guidance podcast over at Blockworks, which looks at all things at the intersection of macro and crypto. So no better guest to represent that than Arthur Hayes.
Hello.
Hey, good to have you. You are fresh off, you just released a new essay, and I thought, what's the best way to structure this conversation? And I love the way that your essays, which you become quite well known for, among endless other things, is starting off with your high-level macro theme, and then it always ends with, how does that translate into crypto? How does that translate into altcoins? So let's walk through that and start off with, what is your high-level macro framework? You wrote this new essay called 4-7, I believe it was called.
Yep.
Give the high level of that. What's going on there?
Yeah, so the high level is how does Trump and his boy Besson, Buffalo Bill Besson, get from where they are today, where he controls the Treasury, to where they need to go, which is the Treasury and the central bank, the U.S. Federal Reserve, are working together to print money to accomplish their economic policies. And so this is an essay basically talking about the minutia of like how votes happen and how many people you need to have on which board to do what things, and this bureaucratic quagmire that Trump is going to try to pack his people on there so that he gets the policies that he wants.
Got it. And yeah, let's double click a little bit deeper into this. You mentioned this idea of yield curve control in it, and just a fancy way of saying obscene money printing effectively. How do you discount the probability of that occurring over the next couple of years, and how do you see that progression actually going from where we are today to that end game?
So, I mean, if you listen to the rhetoric from both people, Besson just wrote an op-ed in the Wall Street Journal about the Fed's policies. If you listen to Trump and all of his lieutenants, and what's the big thing that they care about? Well, they're really pissed off that the U.S. can't go and bomb everybody that they want to bomb without impunity because they don't have any bombs. So they want to build more bombs, and so they need to have more companies building real things and not just, MBAs doing LBOs in New York. And so they need to print money and revitalize the American industry. Now, it's not that easy to do. And this is what they did during the war in World War II, right? They fixed the yield curve, and in the essay I had a chart of the yield curve from 1942 to 1951, and the T-bill rate was fixed at 0.675%, like less than 1%, and then 10-year bonds forward were 2.5%. And so this was a yield curve that was very steep. It enabled a commercial bank to borrow from depositors cheaply, lend long, lend money to relevant industries to juice supply and provide credit. And politicians are not very imaginative. They can say, oh, well, it worked during the war, then why can't it work now? And that's essentially what they're saying. And even if you listen to recent Fed board member Stephen Moran, he talks about the Fed's third mandate. And relevant, interesting people on Twitter posted the quote from the actual Federal Reserve Act of 1913, and it basically said the Fed is responsible for ensuring a moderate rate of government interest on its bonds. What does moderate mean? Whatever the politicians want it to mean. And so, by law, the Fed is allowed to print infinite amounts of money to make sure the government can afford to borrow. And so why not do it now?
Yeah, so two themes. One, which is this risk of central bank and Fed independence being eroded, and printing a ton of money, which is increasingly likely over the next while, lowering the Fed funds interest rate more so than what you would probably anticipate based on like how much inflation we have right now and where the economy is at. You put those two themes together, I would think, okay, well, Bitcoin is made for this. We should be absolutely ripping and roaring right now. I mean, gold is, equities are, but the crypto market's been stagnating a little bit. What's your read on what's going on there? Do you think it's just a lag thing? And I've seen some analysis where it's often like gold runs first and then Bitcoin follows. How do you think about all of that?
I think it really depends on when you bought your Bitcoin in terms of whether you think this is a bull market or not, right? If you bought a bunch of Bitcoin in 2015, 2013, even 2020, you're like, yeah, this is great. It's a bull market. Bitcoin, it's outperformed gold, it's outperformed stocks, it's outperformed real estate. But if you're like, oh wow, they were printing more money starting in March this year or April, and I bought Bitcoin at 95 or 100 or whatever $1,000, and it's only up 10, 15%. And I feel like a jackass because this is supposed to be the best performing asset. Well, wait a bit. So I think the premise of that question is a bit flawed because Bitcoin is the best performing asset ever to respond to money debasement. You go back to World War II, and if you think about around the world, where could you have invested your fiat dollars or euros or whatever currency if you wanted to escape, right? If you think about the United States, gold was illegal, couldn't buy gold. You could only buy stocks. S&P 500 or whatever the stocks were at the time. If you were in Europe, you were probably blown up, couldn't buy anything, or the Germans were taking your gold. If you're in the UK, gold was banned, couldn't buy gold. Stock market was a piece of shit because they were getting bombed, so you couldn't do that. If you were in Asia, the Japanese were taking all your shit, so you didn't have anything either. So, we don't have an analog to what we could have bought back in World War II because there just weren't that many assets. But today, We have a stock market globally, relevant countries. You have gold. It's a bit clunky, but you can still buy it. And you have Bitcoin. And we've seen what's happened since 2008 in terms of the price performance of Bitcoin, gold, and stocks. And they've done very, very well, Bitcoin being the best. So I think that you just have to wait a bit.
One of the key premises underlying a lot of the essays that you write about is effectively what I call this inevitable debt doom loop that most fiat currencies and just fiat economies are basically destined for. And one of the big macro questions at hand that I think ties in nicely to the conference we're at here at the Origin Summit, which is these ideas of technological innovation, AI, and just this inevitable productivity boom that's potential. So there's a lot of questions at hand, which is this the saving grace that can get us out of this debt doom loop? Or is it just something that just won't quite move the mark enough to really solve the debt issue? So yeah, how do you think about these AI technological innovations? Is it something that can actually save us from this debt doom loop of fiat currencies?
I think that's a political choice in terms of what are we going to share as humans, right? So imagine that AI was as effective as Sam Altman says it is. It is not, obviously. And all of a sudden, 90% of the jobs are gone. And like, oh, great, wow, everyone's super productive. We can go in and just, I don't know, jack off all day, whatever the fuck you're gonna do. And so, but you have you had this thing called a mortgage and a car payment, and you had this thing called rent, and you don't have a job anymore. And so the question is, okay, well, is the government going to mandate that private profits must go to the populace because now everyone's so productive? But then the people who own those companies are, well, hold on a second. I'm Facebook. I just dropped fucking $1 trillion in CapEx. I want my fucking returns. Why am I now giving, universal basic income to all these motherfuckers who weren't investing while this AI thing was happening? I don't want to share. So then, okay, well, then what are you going to do about that? Are you going to just take away private profits and distribute them to people? I don't know. But again, that's a political question depending on where you're based. Or you were fortunate enough to have financial assets and you invested in crypto or AI or whatever, and you've done very, very well. And then there's all these people who weren't, in your case, you believe you're smarter than them or better than them because you have more money, whether or not that's true. Are you going to share? Oh, let's put a 99% tax rate on all capital gains and dividends so that everyone else can share in this amazing AI revolution and productivity boom. Do you want to share? Probably not. And so I think then the question is, okay, well, it's going to be very difficult for the government to politically expropriate assets from those who are in power already to essentially allow everyone to live this utopian lifestyle because of AI. Then what do? You just print a fuck ton of money and hand everybody out and then keep the capital structure the same. And so either you have a massive deflationary event and asset holders are completely wiped out, or you have a massive inflationary event which continues the same social structure, but then the asset holders feel like they've gotten something out of a return for their prescient investing behavior. Again, political choice, I don't know. But if I had to bet, I bet on the government not wanting to rock the boat, and they're just gonna print the money to paper over this big boom, and then maybe we decide to share as humans in this AI and this new ecosystem. So it could be a completely, risk-off event which everything's worth zero, or it could be a risk-on event where everything's worth infinity, and I don't know what that is.
Do you underrate the probability of that political decision the same between, say, the US and Asia, and specifically like Korea, where we're here now? Like, I know you're a big fan of Asia, you live in Asia, we're here in Korea, but you write a lot about the US, and there's a lot of that inherent cynicism around, we're just going to print a ton of money and throw it away and that sort of like. So do you view that as an even probability of governments to resort to that, or how do you think about it?
I'd say you're probably more likely to share over here in a more community-driven society than America, but even still, I think there's an inherent belief that because you have more money, you have done something better than somebody else. Whether that's you've studied harder in school or your family is just quote unquote better than somebody else's family. And I think that's going to be a very difficult thing for humanity to overcome because now we've achieved this sort of plateau of productivity and we're calling upon those who've done the best to share with everyone else, even though they intrinsically believe that they're better than them. So I don't think that goes away just because you have a flatter income distribution structure even in China. There's the princelings and those who are very, very rich who believe they're better than everyone else because of the decisions that they've made. I don't know how we're going to get over that without some calamitous political infighting globally.
All right, so it's clear that the government's going to keep printing money and fiat currencies will be debased. Crypto will most likely go up meaningfully over the next few years. With that set up, I want to shift gears into just hearing a bit about what specific crypto themes are you excited about today? Where's your head at? What are you thinking about?
I mean, obviously, we love DeFi at Maelstrom, and if you look at our portfolio, our best performing things, Athena, stablecoins, DeFi. I wrote actually before this one was about stablecoins and how I believe that this is the policy of the American empire to try to force dollars around the world, and that's going to benefit the DeFi ecosystem because you're going to onboard millions or billions of people to using these tokens to represent whether it's a fiat currency or it's a bond or it's a bank deposit, what have you. And so we're super bullish on all things DeFi in the medium and the longer term, but obviously there are some short-term hiccups that relevant projects could not do so well in the short term, but in the long term we're very positive on that kind of stuff.
What's your analysis of perp dexes right now? Obviously you are one of the originators of the perpetual futures over at BitMEX, but I know you're bullish on Hyperliquid, and then you caught a little bit of flack for moving on from that. But yeah, where's your head out on perp dexes?
So I think that Hyperliquid could, by 2028, keyword 2028, go up a lot, or whatever the relevant leading dex is. But I think that Hyperliquid is now going to experience some real competition, and the competition is from low to no fee trading, because they've proven that finally the retail customer is ready for a decentralized trading experience. They're ready to connect their wallet and trade on chain, and they've generated these volumes. Okay, cool. Hyperliquid charges something, 4 basis points or whatever it is, right? And they've proven that there is good alignment between taking your revenues, buying back your token, creating wealthy folks who get an airdrop for trading. Okay, so then what does the next project do? They go, okay, great, I have this token. I'm going to charge 0 for trading, and I'm going to do this massive airdrop. And if you trade on my platform, it costs you nothing in terms of just the fee to me, but you're going to possibly get this lottery ticket that could go up 10 to 100x in the next 3 months. I'm going to vampire squid attack all of your volume, Hyperliquid. And you've seen this if you look at the lead table, assuming the volumes are legit. I know there's been questions about that of Lighter and Aster and some of these other protocols, because at the end of the day, from the dexes, the customer wants the cheapest price. It's on chain. They're not having to pay for security. That's handled by the layer 1 blockchain. So then it just becomes a race to zero. And then what value add service does the DEX provide that allows you to charge a fee? And I think that's what we're going to figure out. And in Hyperliquid's case, the issue is that because they have this massive unlock happening in the next 2 months, before all these new competitors started lowballing them, you could say, oh, well, they're going to make however many billions of dollars, buy back the token, and I don't really care about an unlock. Well, if I just have competitors that are offering 0, and I have to somehow lower my fees or do something to keep the traders trading, which could materially decrease the revenue that I make, well, then now I can't buy back all these tokens that the traders are worried about that my developers will be selling. And that's sort of the situation in the very, very short term that Hyperliquid has to overcome, and we'll see what happens with the microstructure of the market of what are these exchanges going to deliver to a trader in an environment where fees are close to 0. And it's kind of similar to what it was like in mainland China before the PBOC banned Bitcoin trading in 2017, where spot trading was free. There was no fees. And so then how did OKCoin, Huobi, and BTC China make money? They made money on the float of renminbi sitting in the bank. They made money on new issues. They made money trading against their clients. What's the revenue stream for Hyperliquid and Lighter and Aster and all the other platforms if trading's free?
I probably already know the answer to this question, but I'm going to ask it anyway. So do you think that the quote-unquote revenue meta that Hyperliquid spearheaded, is that a flash in the pan and sort of a race to 0 at this point now?
Well, no, because the race to 0 starts, and then everyone but one fails, and then the one that survives then jacks the fees, just like everything else, right? It's I'll make it up in volume kind of mantra. Obviously, everyone except one person doesn't make it up with volume. So then which one does? Who knows?
So you're not ready to make a claim on who's going to make it. You just have to wait for it to all play out, and then just once you see who the winner is, just ride it from there?
Exactly, because I think that the decentralized trading experience is superior to a centralized trading experience, and the end customer doesn't realize that the reason why the SEX has to charge more money than a DEX is because the SEX has to pay for security, the wallet security, the security of settlement, whereas the DEX outsources that security to the layer 1 blockchain, and that's in the form of sequencer fees and gas. Again, you're still paying, but you don't equate the payment to the actual service. You equate it to somewhere else over here, and so you believe that you're trading for free, but you're not actually trading for free. It might actually be more expensive in the end, but it doesn't matter. It's all a perception issue.
Got it. So within that framework of the emergence of DEX perps that are just becoming very sophisticated, what role do sexes play within that world? What's the plan for them, do you think?
I think that the sexes are still going to be very relevant because there's lots of high-frequency trading shops, institutional players who cannot trade on-chain, who do not want to trade on-chain. They're still a little bit faster. If you're talking about high active transaction settlement latency, those sorts of things, like a sex is still way faster. They'll probably make a lot of money on new issues, right? Until one of these platforms sort of takes over that market, but I still think there's a long way to go before the DEX takes over in terms of the most prevalent method of trading for crypto.
Got it. All right, I want to shift gears to the other big thing that you mentioned there, which is stablecoins. Curious where your head is at in terms of the different types of innovation. It feels like it's just outright stablecoin season right now. We had the Genius Act passed. You mentioned Athena earlier, which you've been invested in, has been popping off. Yeah, where's your head on the story for stablecoins from the macro narrative in terms of being the big buyers of debt, but then also some of the more interesting technological advances?
So, obviously, I think that this is the policy of the U.S. government to get dollars out to a lot more people, whether it's the euro-dollar market or it's ordinary folks who are not in America who'd rather want to have a dollar bank account, but their regulators, for obvious reasons, don't want them to have a dollar bank account, and they're going to use the big tech platforms as their sort of attack mechanism and stablecoins as that way to dollarize the global south. But in terms of the technology, it's not that difficult. I think that most of these projects are zeros in terms of these new stablecoin projects, because if you don't have a distribution arm, you don't have a social media company, you don't have a large exchange, you don't have a large sort of MNC, multinational, FMCG business that has lots of clients, then you got to spend to get those clients. You have to spend for that network effect, and you're 10 years behind the curve of Tether and Circle and Athena and all these other guys. So then how are you going to get enough money for that? So I think I would never invest in a new stablecoin issuer who doesn't have one of these distribution modes. I think a lot of these local currency stablecoins are zeros as well, because at the end of the day, the clients in these markets want a dollar bank account. That's what they want. Korea, Japan, Hong Kong, Singapore, all these Asian countries, domestic banking is very good. You can instantly send people money as long as you have a bank account. You can, scan QR codes. It's not that bad, right? You don't need a stablecoin. So why would I spend more money in some way, shape, or form to, subsidize this stablecoin issuer building up a network? So I think those are zeros as well. I think the real things that might be investable are how do you allow small businesses to accept stablecoin payments, whether it's systems or it's some sort of SDK that allows them to easily switch between fiat currency to pay their taxes and whatever, and stablecoin payments from their clients, the accounting mechanisms that these companies will do, like triple entry bookkeeping and those sorts of things. So I think that's a very investable area in the stablecoin space.
This is kind of an out there tail risk question associated with stablecoins, but okay, we've talked a bit about this debt doom loop situation. It's like, all right, well, if we're going to anchor a bunch of stablecoins to U.S. Treasury debt, and then I don't know, say we got like a Treasury auction failure or something like that, how do you underwrite the potential systemic risk that, all right, we created crypto to be able to opt out of this debt doom loop situation, but now we've just backed the entire industry by stablecoins, which are backed by T-bills. How do you discount that possibility of it occurring? And if it were to occur, is that why it's just like, all right, we should always own a little bit of Bitcoin too, because that's the one true asset separated from the rest of that? Or how do you view all of that?
So, before Howard Lutnick was the owner of Cantor Fitzgerald, who was also an investor in Tether, was in a position of political power. There was a very big fear of what happens when someone shuts off Circle and Tether's banking situations. And that was one of the reasons why I put out this idea for Athena, which is, why are we using this dollar substitute that requires the U.S. banking system, which hates us, and we hate them too, to allow it to exist. That's why we should use perpetuals and Bitcoin and other currencies to create this synthetic dollar. And that's why Athena was created, and I think it's done very well. So if we are worried about that scenario where the banking system turns hostile again, well, we have things like Athena, which do not use the banking system to maintain their peg. Now, if you're worried about the treasuries not holding a dollar, well, I think the U.S. government's never going to default on a debt because they have a printing press and it costs them nothing to make sure they nominally make sure that every treasury debt holder gets paid back. Yeah, the real value is whatever the real value is, but on a nominal basis, I'm not worried about treasury auction failure and all those sorts of things.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. Last major crypto theme I want to talk a bit about. Obviously, you've been known for your thoughts on DeFi, on exchanges, on perps, et cetera, et cetera. Just want to tie into some of the conversations that are happening here today in terms of this intersection between AI and crypto, this idea of intellectual property coming on chain, basically these ideas of taking things that are outside of crypto and bringing them on chain. What's your high-level framework for how to think about all that?
I always think about it as what is the most standardized thing that I can trade? It's why do people trade lots on these commodity markets? Because you've standardized a contract. Okay, a oil contract is so many barrels of oil, and that is in the contract, right? We don't trade all these random idiosyncratic things because it's hard to get liquidity in one place. So if we're going to have intellectual property traded on a blockchain, I'm interested in what is the most standardizable unit of that thing that I can trade, that we all can agree on to trade. It's not going to be the idiosyncratic movie or book or whatever that's going to have liquidity. It's going to be something more fundamental that I and everyone else can agree on that we want to trade this, that's upstream from everything else. I don't know what that is, but when we figure that out, that's what I'm interested in, not just the long tail of assets, because it's very difficult to build liquidity in that manner, in a two-sided marketplace.
All right, final question here, but as somebody that knows the Western crypto industry really well and the Asian crypto industry really well, what is the one thing that the Western side of the crypto industry can learn from what's going on here in Asia, here in Korea, here in Singapore, et cetera?
I think the big thing is that the people who trade the most and use the stuff the most are here, right? Even it's like stable coins. You people in the US are gaga over stable coins. None of these motherfuckers use stable coins, but we all use them. I use them in Argentina. I use them in Indonesia. I use them all over the world, right? Because that's where they're needed, and those are the solutions that work. Or trading perpetuals. It wasn't America that started trading this shit. It was Korea that really started trading perpetuals in size when we first launched them back in 2016. So I think, obviously, there's lots of technological innovations that happen in the Western, basically the United States versus the rest of the world. But, Eurasia accounts for 75% of all human biomass in the world. So it's us who determines what is going to be a successful solution, not, the financial capitalists in New York and Silicon Valley.
Boom, there you go. Arthur Hayes, great to have you here at the Origin Summit. Thanks again.
Thank you.
All right, thank you again to Arthur Hayes for that wonderful fireside chat. We are going to have a buffer now. We are going to take about a 40-minute buffer. We'll be back at 4:30 At 4:30, we're going to have Yatsu from Animoca Brands. We're going to have Ryan Lee from the Pink Fong Company. We're going to have the CEO of we're also going to have the CEO of Polygon here. We're going to talk about the intersection of AI, IP, and gaming. In the meantime, feel free to grab some food outside upstairs. There's a bar upstairs, so grab a drink, get loose, have some fun, and we'll see you again in about 40 minutes at 4:30. Thank you. right. Hi, everybody, again. It's great to see you all. Thanks for sticking around for this panel. We have a couple of heady hitters coming up here. I want to quickly talk about that commercial because it's very closely related to what we're going to talk about in a moment here. You've seen this commercial a couple times throughout the day. That is Verse8. Verse8 is a platform that lets you vibe code a game. Now, when I was in university, I remember I spent an entire year trying to figure out how to make my own game, and it was a fraction as cool as that. Verse8, again, you can see here AI is rapidly lowering the barrier to entry when it comes to creation. We've heard from a ton of creators throughout the day how AI is enabling newer, more powerful forms of creation. And on top of that, in the crypto world, we are seeing that crypto is enabling new forms of identity, new forms of ownership, and that's extremely important in games where gamers increasingly want digital identities where they can, take their IP composable across platforms. And so today we're going to hear from legends in the gaming and IP space. Please join me in welcoming up Yat-Soo, co-founder and executive chairman at Animoca Brands, and Ryan Lee, co-founder and executive vice president at the Pinkfong Company. Unfortunately, Sandeep could not make it today. Seoul got the best of him. But this session is going to be moderated by Jacqueline Melinek, founder and CEO of Token Relations. So please give it up for our guests.
Hello, everyone. Happy Tuesday? Happy Tuesday. We're at the end of the day today, and some familiar faces here. It's amazing to be here with Yat and Ryan. I'm excited to talk about all things IP, gaming, everything else in between. These guys can talk, and so you're in for a treat. I would love to start off kind of like shaping the situation in the space of gaming and AI today. As generative AI kind of reshapes how context is created and crypto reshapes how it's owned, I think there's kind of a new internet forming on this front, right? I see you guys nodding, so that's a good sign. But before we get into all of that, Ryan and Yat, I would love to kind of get a high-level overview of kind of where you see the state of this today and what is really important to you, and then we could go into the dynamics on this front.
All right, sure, I'll start. Chairman of Animoca Brands, and I guess one of the things that I would say we see today is actually when it comes to on-chain traffic, we see most of the activity happening actually in gaming. So a lot of people are coming in. When it comes to token performance, not so much. We can go into that a little bit later, perhaps. But I would say the biggest gap that we see with regards to bringing people on-chain and bringing them onto Web3 is the lack of financial literacy. So financial literacy is a problem because people don't know why they're going into blockchain and then understand the reason that everything in blockchain is around tokenizing, essentially creating a capital asset. And when you have a capital asset, then there's money involved. And the problem is that when there's money involved and you don't know what to do with it, then you kind of get lost. And for a lot of people, and especially in some parts of the world, when you're kind of critical to money, when you're a little bit more on the socialist leaning side, you tend to have this attitude towards money is bad. And I think that's the problem, where the people who are engaged in, let's call it gaming or entertainment activities, not all of them are thinking of capitalism in a positive lens. And so those are harder to convert. And so naturally, if you're in blockchain and in Web3, you're pro-capitalist, or you convert it into one when you're actually in crypto. But if you're not, I think that's the hardest mind shift, rather than saying it's a technology issue, it's an adoption issue. It's really your attitude towards money. I think that is the biggest challenge.
Do you agree, Ryan?
Thank you. Yeah, this is Ryan. Yeah, thank you for having me and with Jacqueline and Yat. Yeah, our company is actually Pinkfong Company, and we create content for baby and age 1 to 5, 1 to 6. So we are not the company who create wonderful tech. We are a modern company based on some big trend and smartphone devices and YouTube channel, and over there something like Pinkfong YouTube channel. So what always remind me is actually be a lot to big change I can control. Because when we started a company 15 years ago, my thinking is about how do I create more efficient or speedy mobile app. That was my vision. But at that time, we need some lots of wonderful programmer. some technician. But in nowadays, many things have changed just in 15 years. So I think every change is quite fast. And maybe 6 months ago it's just past. So in nowadays, how do we something survive in the terms of some AI and tokenize and maybe some blockchain? So as a content creator, I would like to know more about that field, that world. It's like something mainstream and crypto. So I think the most important thing is that actually some wonderful UI and UX. Because the fandom of some K-pop or maybe the ping pong, they are not good at creating even some wallet of some crypto. So who could create some very accessible way to adopt crypto or AI? Definitely be the champion of the new era.
I think it's also worth noting that we were talking about this backstage, but Ryan created the Baby Shark song. If you guys are all familiar with, Baby Shark, I'm not going to start singing it, but I have nephews and nieces, and they obviously love that song, and I would love to kind of get both of your perspectives on like how you see the consumer adoption and the IP of brands being elevated in ways through Web3 that really can't be in the existing Web2 structures. Because obviously you've built brands on the Web2 side of things, so why tap into Web3? What's missing?
I want to tell first.
Mike's for you.
When we started Ping Pong Company, we actually produced some kid content, animated music video like the Baby Shark. We created content, and we used to find some channel to distribute our content. But at that time, we were really small startup. Nobody want our content. At that time, they're quite familiar with some long form content, maybe 10, 15 minute, 30 minute animation for kids. So our content was only 2 minutes long. So we have no way but to find our own channel. So that's the reason we create our own mobile app. So all of our content at that time is distributed by our own channel, our own mobile app. It happened 2012, 2014. After 2014, we got some, popularity to the kids and parents in South Korea. So IPTV in South Korea would like to adopt our content. So that's really something, kind of some big change. Because before that, kids only watching our content through the very small screen of the smartphone, their mom and dad. But it moved to the living room, the big TV, so the mom could choose the file of what they like. And even it's very powerful to every family member could enjoy, could know what their kids really like. So after that, we moved to YouTube channel. YouTube is quite, surprisingly important in our company history. Before that, the people should download our content for free. After that, they enjoy the 2 or 3 sample video for free. Then they just click the in-app purchase button. So that means only 5%, less than 5% to our real consumer. So at that time, we actually hit the BP. So our company is not so good, not bad, but YouTube is quite a threat because YouTube is for free. In that case, if we upload our whole content on YouTube, then how about our existing consumer? They gonna buy it again, or they gonna move to YouTube? If they don't download or don't pay anything on our mobile app, they move to YouTube, then how about the revenue? So at that time, I have no conviction over something, information on the YouTube, so we do some pilot tests after that we upload our content, little bit by little bit. Then we found that, wow, YouTube is a whole another channel. We actually discovered new consumer because the people in developing countries, they are quite hesitant to download our new mobile app. But in terms of YouTube, they already download the app. They could access the content for free. That means based on viewership, the advertisement is in front of that or middle or end of that the money comes from us. They are the people not pay the money, but advertiser, the other party pay the money, and then money comes to us. That means non-user, non-consumer became a consumer to pay the money indirectly. So maybe in nowadays we call it maybe Web3. It's something a little bit different to YouTube, but optimistic. I think it also makes some new opportunity to expand our new source of revenue. Yeah, that's my some thinking, and we would like to make some pilot test. Yeah, that's gonna be something how to working with big tech guys or maybe platform.
I think Ping Fong, your company, is a perfect illustration why you need to tokenize. And the reason why is, I think you have 16 billion views on YouTube, right? So one way to think of it is, wow, like you're specific and you're number one. But the other way to think of it is, wait, actually you're really valuable to YouTube. Actually, you helped make YouTube's kids channel. Because of your Baby Shark video, all the children came to watch Baby Shark, and then everyone else around the network were like, oh, okay, now I have kids watching Baby Shark. What other kids program can I watch? Who benefits? A little bit the creators, but the platform benefits most of it. So in a way, even though it's your content, actually without distribution, that content is not really worth as much to you as it is to them. And so the value distribution that we have in the Web 2 world is completely lopsided. Because even though you might get a share in advertising revenue, the value of the network and the network effects that come from the data is derivative. So it's not direct. And I think this is most people, creators included, but users as well, when they share photos on Instagram, they don't understand that the data is being used to create more value. And that value is the reason why they are worth literally trillions of dollars, and you cannot make money. So if you look at the market cap of Spotify in the billions, no musician can make money on Spotify as a musician. They have to do all these other things to make music. And now the trick is, oh, it's okay, me being a musician making music, or me making content on YouTube, is distribution for advertising. It's a great trick. I think it's a wonderful trick that the platforms have given to creators to say the labor of, the fruits of your labor is just commercial advertising, and then you make money in different ways, and while that's part of it, if a company is worth trillions, is even 10% of that $1 trillion market cap of value going to the creators, which in the case of Google would be around, I think about $210 billion. In the case of Apple would be $300 billion. We're just talking about 10%, right? That's $500 billion of value that is not going to creators that ought to have gone there, just as an example, right? And so tokenization is a way in which you can basically gain control of that. And what the internet has done, it has helped spread information quickly. So the videos of Baby Shark became viral, and information was created really, really quickly. But when it comes to value and value creation, it accelerates at the speed of the internet as well. And so when you launch a token, you can create a market, and from that you can then identify what that value could be worth in a more open way. And you have a direct relationship with each customer because you know where the assets are in their wallet, whether it's an NFT and so on. We're not quite there understanding what the best mechanisms are, and still trying to figure that out. However, that framing of you could own your customer, and you also know who they are. Like, for instance, you can tell of your billions of people or millions of people who view your video, who is your true fan. You can't actually tell, right? Whereas in crypto, you would be able to tell who has most of your tokens, or who is the one that holds their assets, so you can determine at least that level.
Yeah, it's a really wonderful, good perspective. Yeah, it reminds me the old way the book publisher actually publishing a book, but they don't have any information who bought my book or who read my book. Yeah, only bookstore knows little by little. So all the data is quite fragmented. But because of tokenization, the Web3, the data ownership is true. Maybe could be some part of data co-ownership and co-control is on the creator side. So that means we have data, and that means it's another some huge potential exponentially to increase the value of the company. But it's very wonderful some financial way. But in my thinking, many of my friends are quite worrying about the future of their kids, next generation. Many of them are actually digital native. So they would like to make something using iPhone, iPad, and something like that. But what if the IP company could provide their IP like a Lego block? In that case, they could make their own version of game, their own meme, something like that. In that case, it will increase their creativity. Creativity also something the basic things of the people. So it's not only maybe make them some kind of education, but also could be some wonderful, preparation for the future.
So when you think about the biggest thing that really exploded in YouTube was really sort of mashup culture. So people taking other people's videos. And I remember Hollywood used to fight against that. They're like, oh, you can't take my trailer, you can't take my content. Right? And then YouTube came with a compromise around content ID because they didn't want to close those videos to have a way of sharing that video. So you're okay that someone mashes up your content because the revenue is given back to the original owner of that IP. But there are limitations as to how far you can take it. It's really only in a limited format. But actually with tokenization and blockchain, what you can also do is delegate rights management. So you can see this, for instance, with NFTs, what people have done. If you buy a Bored Ape, you own basically the intellectual property of that particular Bored Ape. And now we have people making Bored Ape water and Bored Ape t-shirts and Bored Ape whiskey and all that kind of stuff without actually having to go back and talk to the actual IP owner, so to speak, because the IP belongs to them. And as a result, you've created an army of IP licensing agents because they have a motivation to do so rather than hiring people to do so, right? And I think the new form of IP companies are the ones who give ownership to the owners, and they become the agents and they become the distributors for the type of services that they want to sell. And which is much, not just decentralized, but also is more powerful. Because now you can have thousands of agents represent you rather than you hire those thousands of people.
Yeah, you've been a pretty prominent voice in the space in the front of Web3 gaming as well as IP, digital property rights. We've talked about it over the years, and I've seen you fund and back and be a voice for those specific categories. And I'm curious if today you feel like the narrative is shifting where we do have these Web 2 IP brands, content creators, etc., gaming companies that are now coming in. Do you feel that the time is now, or it's still early, the educational component is still a factor, and unfortunately some companies or musicians or whoever it may be has to go through the ringer, so to speak, and experience the loss of kind of owning their audience in order to then see the benefits of Web3, or how do you kind of look at it?
So first, it is true that many in the gaming, but also outside of area, are all looking at tokenizing, and a lot of it has to do with the new administration in the US. Because before, even if they were flirting with the idea, the previous government in the US basically was literally basically just playing whack-a-mole on every project, sending them Wells notices. So nobody wanted to do that. And now everyone is thinking, okay, how do I tokenize? And I think particularly clarity is going to be a big factor in this, because once that act passes in the US, then the big companies are all in the US going to say, okay, now I can think about a token. Because just think about what happened after Genius. Now that there is a framing for stablecoin, not just banks, but Amazon, Walmart, Google, all those guys are saying, okay, let's do a stablecoin, because now you have a law, right? And in our industry, people in crypto, we're kind of used to skating on the edge because that was basically our entire existence. So therefore, we're very comfortable with making assumptions about where it's going to go as opposed to certainty. But most companies in the world can't operate this way, right? They can't operate on the fact that, if there's new administration, that might change. So it has to go into law first. But that's going to create sort of a big tidal wave of companies that are all going to tokenize, right? And our view is that there's going to be many, many more tokens coming from these institutions. Now, that's different for creators, right? For the large institutions, they're going to launch a token, they're going to have their community, they have a base already, and they're going to have a foundation in which they could launch. But for the creators, there is this element of cutting your losses, as it were, right? And not everyone can do a Taylor Swift to say, I'm not going to go on Spotify, I'll just do my own thing, because they have that scale. But it's all about the money. So if Spotify doesn't pay you enough and you can still retain your audience to a certain degree, right? Then maybe the solution is that you basically can launch a token, you launch your community, bring them on board over time, and I don't think it's an either or. So in the gaming world, Steam has banned NFTs and blockchain. They don't want that. But Spotify hasn't done that, and I don't think they can. So you can still marry both, right? And then as you build your audience over time into your own platform, eventually, once you know who your 1,000 true fans are, sort of in classic Kevin Kelly style, then you have the ability to make that switch because it's no longer too high of a cost, right? So I think creators can do it gradually over time.
I also want to talk about kind of like the iconic IP brands, both in crypto and outside of it. We got Ping Fong, Pudgy Penguin, Seidazuki up there before. How do you kind of see that shaping the way that IP is interpreted to, sure, crypto's future, but then also like mainstream adoption? Because like my grandma actually sends me like gifts of Pudgy Penguins, and she has no idea what that means in the crypto sense, but like it's kind of crazy. She's just a cute penguin, right? So like how do you guys think about that from the IP perspective, and then how it really kind of or accelerates the adoption of Web3, whether intentionally or not?
In terms of me, I think Web 2 content and Web 3 content, it reminds me of pop versus K-pop. Yeah, because Baby Shark is more similar to the normal pop song, because one company creates a wonderful song and it distributes the content and you just enjoying it. But sadly, our fan is 1 to 5 years old. They don't know what it's like, what is this like. So 50% of our YouTube channel is a thumbs up, but 50% thumbs down. So communication is nearly impossible. It's like something Web 1, Web 2. But in terms of Web 3, they are not only fan, but also got some benefit, the reward from the using, adoption, or maybe they're going to be some evangelist of that content. It's like K-pop. So the BTS, there's something ARMY, the New Jeans and Bernie, and the users of Pudgy Penguin or Azuki, they are like a partner. They would like to build the community, build the ecosystem. So I think that's going to be the future of the whole content business. So that means it could be some good effect of tokenization. Yeah, like you have mentioned.
So the lens I take from this is it's like an ambassador service, right? So when your grandma sends sort of Pudgy Penguin sort of gifts over to people, she doesn't need to know that it's from crypto land. However, as time develops, the fact that it is from crypto land makes it an ambassador for, you know what, maybe the guys at crypto aren't all that bad, right? Maybe it's cute and interesting. And I look at this from the context also for different IP. So in the case of K-pop, right, and the entire sort of Korean sort of industry, because of K-pop or things like K-pop Demon Hunters and that kind of stuff, you have an image for Korea as a nation that improves, right, and just becomes cool. And now it's cool. Things from Korea is cool regardless of whether they even have been to Korea. And I remember back in the days in the 80s, for those of you old enough to remember, there was a big anti-Japanese sentiment because of cars and industry and whatever. And then, what won America over was Hello Kitty, anime, sushi,
Yeah.
all that stuff, right? And so what is it, culture? And for instance, how many Americans really knew for a long time that Hello Kitty or even anime was Japanese? They had no idea. But I would say content bridges over and you win people over. And as a result, now the relationships are much better as a result because, hey, if I like sushi, then maybe Japan's not all that bad, right? And by the way, that's also how I think we will solve geopolitics with China and the US, because I think we can universally agree that Chinese food is great no matter where you are, right?
Okay, so what does the Americans have to get on board with from the Chinese economy to be like, China's not that bad?
Well, I mean, they love their burgers and pizza, right? So
Well, yeah. We could give you guys burgers and pizza. You guys give us something else. Yeah.
What reminded me is that actually you mentioned about some Pudgy Penguin and Azuki. In terms of Web3 content, some of them is quite nerdy and not open to every people in the world.
Yeah.
But Pudgy Penguin and Azuki is quite well aesthetic. I think it's a wonderful legend. Every people who have no idea about the crypto could access to the Pudgy Penguin and Azuki because it's beautiful, it's kawaii. So I think even it's a Web 1, Web 2, Web 3, was that the kawaii thing is the most fundamental thing. Based on that, they're going to choose what channel, what kind of some business strategy I could adapt, I could take. It depends on the founder or maybe surroundings like that.
Yeah, I agree. I also think it's kind of just like, instead of like putting Web3 insert company name, you just like show the company, people like it, they naturally adopt it. It doesn't need to be like so crypto forward. Sometimes it could just be on the back end and people will like it for what it is, you know? So I think that's kind of like a prominent component too. Ryan, I also know there is the collaboration with IP World. I'd love to hear more about that and what that entails. If you could share some details.
I want to share something because we are planning to working with Story and IP World. And the reason is that, they would like something using some meme. Meme is not a video, meme is not a webtoon, but meme is like some virus. It suddenly appears, it's like a mushroom. It suddenly disappears. But what if one people create a meme, it's just a so it's like a mushroom, but more than 10,000 people make it. It could be something like another power. And the entrance to creating content is more easier than creating some video, creating music. So I think it will maybe some democratize the creation of the content. In that case, it's going to be some very fun experience, not only the user, but also the IP holders. That's the reason we would like to working with Story and IP World. Maybe it's going to be something like, who knows, they're going to make some YouTube of the meme, or maybe some, the TikTok of the meme. What do you think?
TikTok open memes? I mean, so first, I generally think of memes, they're going to be around forever. Because frankly, think about our culture, everything is meme-like anyway in nature. I mean, Statue of Liberty, the American flag, it's kind of, there's a meme attached to that as well, right? So there's meanings behind that. I think of memes also today as a way of us to measure attention. So one of the things that we appreciate about sort of good memes, as in not the ones that are market manipulated, because there are those as well, right? But sort of the open memes as a way for us to understand where is the attention. So I got to learn about Chill Guy because of a meme coin. And when I mentioned this about to my kids like last year, they thought, oh, Dad knows about Chill Guy. Kind of cool, right? But I didn't do this because I was actually on TikTok. It was because of the fact that I saw a meme coin. And so these are indications of where information, and because it's financial, there is some truth to it. I don't mean to say that, money is truth. I mean to say that there's something at stake, right? There's an energy that you contribute and you put real money behind it, then you know that there must be something real there, right? And that's how we measure markets as well, when it comes to commodities, when it comes to stocks, right? If the price of oil is up and down, it tells you something about what's happening. Is there a war? Is there a problem? What's going on, right? If the price of electricity is up or down, again, we get information from that, right? And memes is the digital version of that, right? In fact, all tokens, right? And so I think we can measure that better. And because it's traded 24/7, you actually have a much more real read of the market. And just like attention, in sort of Web 2, you have something that's really popular on X or on Instagram, you get millions of followers or you get millions of likes and everything on it, it might only last for a day. And just like a meme, it could be a meme for one day, it could be a meme for 1 week, it could be for 5 years, right? Here you have just a way of enumerating the value, but it's still the same thing.
Did you buy Chill Guy?
I bought some just to prove my point, but not a lot. It was just for fun.
Did you hold it? Are you up?
The problem about me is when I buy tokens, I generally hold them because I couldn't be bothered to deal with the trade.
I'm a long-term holder too.
Yeah, I'm a hodler generally.
Yeah, I'm loyal, yeah. But how do you kind of see the convergence or the bridge between these meme coins? Like your kids bring it up to you and right, you see these things out in the wild and then suddenly there's a crypto aspect to it. Do you think there is always going to be kind of like a flow there? And if not, should there be a connecting point between the two?
So I think the aspect of changing and modifying and making it adaptable and composing is something we should be free to do. So, whether it's baseball cards as an example, take Pokemon cards. For sure, when the Pokemon company created Pokemon cards, they did not think this would be an asset as valuable as it is.
Well, a lot of them are traded on polygons like Courtyard, but
exactly.
Sandeep's
I know
not here
Sandeep's
to talk
not
about
here to
it.
talk about it, exactly. But as an example, right, Pokemon cards are valuable today, but why? Because someone decided that they wanted to trade them, and did they need permission? No, it was their property. They could sell it to someone else, a market developed. And what's interesting is, for sure, the Pokemon company now is, this is what I find so fascinating, is because of the collector aspect, the Pokemon company can no longer indiscriminately launch assets either because it's part of their business thinking, but it's not part of their business plan originally. So the markets push them in a different way. And I think of tokens exactly the same way. Now, Chill Guy was a bit weirder because the Chill Guy founder hated tokens. So he was railing against it, right? When in fact, he could have made a great commercial opportunity out of it. But that's a different topic, right? And I think that's just ideology. I mean, just foolishness, right? But take that aside. When you have a market that's coming, it can push back on the creator as to how they should react. No different than people buying a product, right? So if people are buying a shirt or not buying a shirt or buying a drink or not buying a drink, you have to respond to that whether the market is direct or not, right? So I think, will there be token launches for anything that are out there when there's a community? Absolutely. I don't think you can stop it because the only way to stop it is to say we prohibit that, which means you're restricting the growth of the network and the network effect, which is ultimately bad. It's kind of like in the old days when Hollywood used to say, you can't post our content online. You can't share my content. You can't adapt it. And guess what? If you don't get discovered. So now everyone's like, go do whatever you want with it because we want as much following and distribution as possible.
What about AI kind of disrupting the IP relationship out there? I guess the value of brands that they hold with IP, I don't think all AI LLMs really respect that. And if they don't, maybe they'll get sued. Or maybe like long-term generative AI is kind of like the future where we really can't control what happens with the content we put out there. I see you guys making faces, so tell me, you could disagree.
Yeah, in terms of Gen AI, I think there's some good point or maybe some concern point. Because Gen AI is quite different to another tech revolution. Because think about the YouTube, think of Netflix. It's a more for the distribution of the content, but AI is quite applied to the creation side. So that means we could build content more cheaper, or more faster, or more larger volume. So it's very good in terms of operational engineering. But what if the whole output consequences are quite same? Because AI is about the probability. The whole has the same future, same end. In that case, everything looks like no more diverse, very homogeneous. In that case, it's going to be some threat of the content business.
So in legal construct, they have this thing called passing off, right? And what they say is that if you have in famous examples of, in the past, a lot of Chinese companies who might take, like some of the logos look a bit like Toyota or some logos look a bit like this, right? And then they get sued because there's a similarity around that, right? And to me, this is no different if an LLM rips off something and says, I'm faking this, or but I say it's original. What blockchain does, if you tokenize the asset, is it can prove whether the AI took that data rather than just have inspiration and actually really took direct influence from it. And frankly, paying a fee for IP that was borrowed or used, kind of like what Content ID does for YouTube, as long as there's a way of tracking it. And I think blockchain does that very nicely. And I think the problem we have in the past, and really today with legal framing or trademarks, is that it costs a lot to do so, right? But if you can basically do this on blockchain, then you can prove that this is your content, and then you can tap into it, and then legally you have the ability to just adaptively use that. So I think the future of IP is essentially to tokenize it. That's the way we can scale protection, as opposed to the sort of classic digital protection frameworks that frankly are not working so well.
Okay, so we've talked about AI, we've talked about IP, we've talked about tokenization, Web3 gaming. What do you think the future of the consumer crypto stack will look like, let's say in 2026? We're almost done with 2025 now. So what will the future of it look like within the next year? And how do you see both of your companies kind of shaping that?
Yeah, I think of the movie Avengers. Avengers is quite difficult to create because the right of Spider-Man is on Sony, not Disney. Disney bought Marvel, but the right of Spider-Man already sold to Sony. So they should have a negotiation with Sony. But what if tokenization happened at that time? So in that case, they're gonna make Avengers more fast using Spider-Man in Avengers. Or maybe they're gonna collaboration with some X-Men. X-Men is bought on the Fox. So in that case, if all the heavy content is quite tokenized, the even wonderful curation is held by the grassrooted thing. Based on that, the big company could adopt it. Yeah.
So in 26, I think we'll have over 1 billion people who own crypto in one form or fashion. We have about 500 million right now.
Okay,
right?
I was going to ask where we are.
Yeah. But when it comes to on-chain, I think we're going to go past 100 plus million. And to me, over 100 plus million active on-chain users. Okay, that's not the same as saying, I have a wallet. Okay, because wallet...
One-time people, right?
Exactly,
Yeah.
people who are actually using it and doing stuff on it, right? That's going to move on-chain economies because you need sufficient scale. And we're getting to that point, right? If you look at least on the DEXs and the perps, like Hyperliquid and those guys, you can see there's that traffic moving from centralized exchanges into basically on-chain economies more and more, and it's also getting cheaper and better and more efficient. I think that's kind of where we hit a certain kind of escape velocity. It's kind of like when the internet started hitting escape velocity around 2003, 2004. I think we're going to start hitting this around 26, 27. Yeah. And the consumer sort of side is going to be driving that in terms of people, whether it's Pudgy Penguins or Telegram, with Ton, or basically people building applications. I don't think it's going to be one thing, but rather I think it's going to be, we have to be mindful of the fact that billions and billions of dollars are being invested in Web3 on-chain applications every year, right? And so, you can be skeptical all you like, but when money goes into a system constantly because there's a return, then eventually an output will happen that will just basically sort of rise, and we think that moment will happen by next year or the year after. So we're bullish, but of course we should be, right?
Yeah. Let's see the 2026.
100%. Amazing. Well, yeah, Ryan, thank you so much for taking the time to talk today, and thank you to everyone for listening in.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so we have 2 more chats left today. That last panel was actually a perfect segue into our next chat. On this next chat, we're going to talk about what it means to tokenize Korea's top music IPs. Throughout the day today, we have heard about tokenization, and I think that panel emphasized how important tokenization can be across gaming and many other vectors. But this is going to focus on how these speakers are already tokenizing some of the top Korean music IPs and many more as announced yesterday. I'm not going to say what it is, not to spoil their thunder, but I'm going to welcome them up now. So please join me in welcoming David Costner, co-founder and chief IP officer at Aria, Jang-Won Lee, founder and CEO of Content Technologies, moderated by Jay Drain Jr., investment partner at A16Z. So please give it up for our speakers.
Hey everybody, how you guys doing? excited to be here in Seoul with you guys. The context for this is, as many of you guys know, the music industry is evolving rapidly. Global, deeply passionate fan bases like here in Seoul. We've got recurring royalty streams, iconic IP. All of these things are making music one of the most compelling but still most widely underexplored cultural objects and real-world assets. So in this panel, we're going to take a look at how crypto and tokenization and AI are reshaping the entire value chain, from rights attribution to licensing to ownership and distribution. And as programmable IP becomes foundational across the internet, and particularly for the next generation of financial and creative infrastructure, we're going to explore whether music could prove to be its most emotionally resonant and commercially viable frontier. So very excited to be moderating this panel. I'm going to let our esteemed panelists introduce themselves. David, you want to start?
Sure. Hey, I'm Dave Costner. I am the Chief IP Officer and co-founder of ARIA. I'm also an entertainment lawyer based out of San Francisco and LA. I was a professional musician until I was about 30, went to law school for music, and have really just been, I was a co-founder of IOTA, one of the first digital distributors, currently rep high value innovators and creators and many funds. But I'm really enjoying my sort of transfer into the crypto world because it's marrying a lot of things I've enjoyed over the years, monetizing IP, providing access and co-creation.
Jang-won.
Hi, I'm Jang-won Lee of Content Technologies. So I think you've seen other esteemed speakers today from some of the top labels in Korea. There was SM, there's Hybe, there's the Black Label, among other top labels that have spoken here. We are a younger company. A lot of them have been around for more than 20 years. SM, one of the earliest and longest standing music powerhouse in Korea. Content Technologies, I founded back in late 2020, so we've been around 5 years in the running. But during the course of the last 5 years, we became one of the fastest growing music infrastructure businesses in Korea. We've raised over $300 million across our affiliated companies and at Content Technologies. And we now hold stakes, majority and strategic stakes in a number of diversified labels. We also have infrastructure in terms of music distribution, music marketing, publishing, all aspects of music IP and music businesses that represent sort of the new generation of K-pop infrastructure that exists today.
Thank you both. So crypto has this very fun, interesting history of trying to tokenize a lot of different things. Why is music IP uniquely suited to become a real-world asset?
Well, I mean, music and IP is, freely licensed, but it usually involves lots of lawyers, which I like. But, gatekeepers and usually a lot of money. The types of assets we're tokenizing vary from tranches of hundreds of millions of dollars to investments in labels and the products of the labels. But to do that, you really need to know a lot of people, and you add to that the permissionless remixing or UGC capabilities of Story. And actually the blockchain's a perfect place for IP to live because you provide access and funding to the labels and to investors. You also give co-creators like remixers or whatever access to some of their favorite works, and not everything on ARIA is going to be able to be remixed, but a lot of it is. And what we want to do is create the NASDAQ for IP, and IP is culture, and this just hasn't been done before. So we're really looking forward to scaling.
One, I think, defining aspect of music that's comparable to other types of IP, such as name and likeness, or even more visual art, is that music IP generates recurring and relatively stable cash flow. So for other types of IP, name and likeness, its cash flow is based on one-off cases of licensing. Similar for artwork, a lot of visual artwork, IP, it accumulates in value over time, but the time the value is actually realized is at the time of transaction. So while you hold the artwork, there are limited ways of that artwork generating cash flow. Same with name and likeness. But with music assets, music IP, it's a uniquely advanced and relatively long historied sort of IP that has continued to show a very strong ability to generate a recurring and relatively predictable cash flow over an extended period of time. In Korea and the US, music IPs are protected up to 7 years after the demise of the songwriter or the creator of the IP. And during that course of time, so if the songwriter is alive for the next 50 years, that's 120 years of IP protection. That 120 years is the longevity of the IP that's able to generate cash flow based on royalties month on month. So every month for the course of the IP's existence. For that reason, music IP is a unique asset class, or has been noted as a unique asset class that can be valued relatively objectively. It can be valued quantitatively, and it is being considered a even more of a stable asset class that can be compared against oil or gold these days.
It's a great point in that, you know, music's relatively recession-proof. Spotify, Apple Music, these companies aren't going away, and when people feel bad, they're not necessarily dropping their Spotify subscription. They're still going to consume music. And, you know, ARIA is looking into supporting TV series or, you know, streaming series. We are buying high-value artwork that does pay a yield because it is creating income. So there's a, you know, a universe of assets that can be invested into and shared that just it wasn't possible without the blockchain providing worldwide access.
Yeah, I think one of the things we talked about when we originally met was people just do not stop listening to music. Has anyone here ever given up listening to music?
Yeah.
No, exactly. So you guys focus on two different parts of the kind of broader value chain within music. ARIA, you guys are focused on tokenization. With Contents Technologies, you guys focus a bit more on aggregation, fintech, publishing, distribution. Could you talk about how those models differ, and if so, any areas where they might converge?
Yeah, I mean, I think ARIA sort of comes after the expertise of CT. You know, we effectively purchase income rights from labels or artists or whatever, but we don't compete with Web 2. We complement. We're opening a new universe of investment or co-creation, but we're not trying to replace anything or disrupt so much. And obviously, Jung can tell more about what his companies do, but we're not developing the talent. We're creating the financialization and the access for co-creation, but we don't see ourselves as scaling the talent itself.
Yeah, I think the distribution, publishing infrastructure of music has already been relatively well digitalized over the course of last decade. A lot of the data is there. The level of transparency, some still criticize, but it's been made better over time. And I think the fact that a lot of the data with regards to music, the logs, is already digitalized, makes it easier for that data to be naturally converged with blockchain technology. So whether it be converged in financial ways, so that these assets can be more easily collateralized or tokenized, or whether it be more creatively converged via means of remixes or reconfigurations of original music. I think there are different ways of converging the music assets or the creative aspects of music with blockchain, because music is already a fundamentally a digital asset.
Thank you both. I think our audience has heard a lot about AI and crypto today. It's obviously something that's very top of mind for content and media creators. So I'm curious, what do you guys think the role AI plays in licensing, rights management, media and content generation, and how should rights be attributed and enforced?
Well, I mean, this is a tough one because I was a musician most of my life. My clients are musicians. I feel that music is the sound of emotion. It's a uniquely human thing that if you're at a concert hall or even listening at home, and the reason people like pop songs is that they combine something that's intimately familiar with them and shared with something just a little bit new that makes it exciting, and I don't think it's a coincidence that everybody loves K-pop. It's great music that people really identify with, and not every K-pop song is popular. There's certain things that people identify with. I get a little uncomfortable with the idea of AI making this. I feel like we're kind of losing humanity in favor of efficiency, but I think AI is a fantastic tool for the creation of content, for musicians to use, for remixing perhaps. So I'm not a Luddite, and I mean, I'm a drummer, so I got replaced by drum machines years ago. But frankly, they provided a tool that, humans couldn't do. Prince showed that with early on. So I think there's a place for it, but I certainly am not in favor of replacing humans, for AI.
Yeah, I think one of the quotes that I remembered from when we first met was people like real icons. People like having real physical human figures to look up to and to idolize and to aspire towards.
Yeah, and I mean, K-pop shows that. Each member of each band is idolized for being a human. Now, maybe they'll have avatar. They've tried avatar artists. It wasn't really quite there. So, look, there's songwriting too, and they just released a K-pop song that was AI written. But I'm voting for humans. That's with AI complementation.
I do feel that because of AI, the music creation market could be more polarized between some of the more iconic creative producers of music versus a lot of the musicians or creative workers who might have been producing some of the more sort of background music like music, or so to say, lower quality music. In the past, all the music was made by humans. I feel the iconic, top-notch music has more to benefit from AI in terms of the propagation and proliferation of that music by means of AI-driven remixes and AI-driven content production. But for some of the lower quality music that has also had a place in the market, I think that part could be in perils or jeopardized because of the development of AI and AI-produced music.
So we've talked about music creation and a bit about licensing. How does the convergence of blockchain and music impact fan ownership and engagement?
Well, I mean, the fact that, I was not a huge NFT fan because I felt like there should be a there, but the fact that you saw NFTs blow up because people wanted a connection to their favorite artist, or even to be, to own one of a few, I think that concept can be transferred to yield too, There's no reason, especially voting and things like that, or maybe a label is selling a share of income. That same sort of involvement and support, I think, will exist even more when Ari is moving into sports and different things. Maybe you're picking NCAA athletes and getting a return on their NIL rights, and that's amazing. It's never been done before. And so, I think there's a lot of exciting opportunities that we'll be taking advantage of that just weren't possible before.
Yeah, I do feel that there is a stark difference between NFTs and tokenized RWAs. in that NFTs were more of a representation of a scarce digital commodity or digital symbolism. But RWA is a much more of a financial a vehicle in its fundamental definition. Whether it be RWA based on music assets, whether it be RWA based on name and likeness, all these other, or films and drama, there are a bunch of different IPs, and there are a bunch of different ways of these IPs generating cash flow. RWA represents not the digital images of these artworks or these content, but it represents the financial value and it represents a stake in the continued generated cash flow that comes from certain aspects of these rights. So I think RWAs do have a more of an objective way of being valued and being quantitatively analyzed and have its place within not only the creative space but also financial asset class space.
That was a way better answer than mine.
Let's look ahead a year or two. Let's say 2 years. 2027. Will music IP portfolios be treated as institutional grade assets? And who's going to be buying these? Who's transacting these?
I mean, I hope so, and I would think, normies. I think obviously DGens and the foundation of Web3, but I mean, I'm a normie. I think that people need to be comfortable in their investment, and it's not just going to go to the moon and then to the ground. And so, yeah, the hope with ARIA is 5 years down the road, we've got hundreds of top quality IPs that all pay yield and everyone understands and they're investing in it. And it is an asset class. And in fact, it's very rich people can do this. They invest in music funds and they get a great return, and it's part of the mix of their portfolio.
Yeah, so I think these asset classes, whether it be music assets, even film and video assets, they are already being enjoyed by the high net worth individuals, the few, and the institutions. There are funds around the world that are mandated, focused on acquiring music assets, acquiring film and video assets that generate continued royalty-based cash flows. And it's not open, it's not accessible to the wider public of retail investors as well as fans. I think, and it has its reasons. It's difficult to access the pipelines. It's difficult to evaluate the value of these assets. It's difficult to direct the cash flows generated from the royalties to smaller bits and pieces so that it can be meted out to individual holders. So currently all the funds are focused on larger capital providers such as sovereign wealth funds or high net worth individuals or institutions. I think RWA or tokenized assets, blockchainized music or content IP assets pave the way for a wider audience or wider retail investor base to have access to this asset class that's already institutional grade. And for some of these smaller institutions that might not have had the chance to participate, they could also participate via these open platforms.
2025 has been a huge year for crypto on the regulatory front. What are the regulatory frameworks that kind of govern this asset class, especially as it kind of explodes and offers access to the longer tail of consumers and institutions?
Yeah, so David's the lawyer.
Yeah, I'm a music lawyer, okay? Securities lawyer. I mean, we're SEC compliant, so we're all following the rules and seeing what comes next. I think hopefully things become more sane. We did a Reg S offering for our APL launch. Qualified investors can invest in these kind of things. So I think everyone in the crypto space is doing what they can to be compliant, hoping that things become a little more rational in the future. And I mean, it's hard to tell what rational is in our government right now, but maybe it is becoming more rational on the crypto side.
Cool. Yesterday, you guys announced some big news. I don't want to steal the thunder, so I'll let you guys talk about the announcement that you guys made yesterday.
Well, yeah. So we K-pop is a big asset or a big cultural class for us, and we were lucky enough to bring some of CT's assets on chain with sort of an introductory tranche for Aria, and Jungwon can talk more about that.
CT is Contents Technologies, which is Jungwon's firm.
Yeah, I mean, Contents Technology is a long name, so we go by CT.
But crypto Twitter also is CT, so it could be confusing to a lot of folks here.
Among a number of music infrastructure businesses that Contents Technologies owns and operates, we also have ownership stakes in a number of labels. Not the labels that are as big or as recognized as the Hybes or the SMs, but some of the larger mid-tail or long-tail independent labels. And in aggregate, these labels have more than 50 artists and tens of thousands of songs underneath their umbrella. We were lucky to find a partner that I felt comfortable with to explore how this massive assets that's largely Web 2 cemented currently to explore how it can be better utilized or better assetized, better remixed via Story's infrastructure, as well as Aria's ability to wrap these assets into crypto-native financial assets. So it's what I believe the first of many cases of these partnerships happening. We were lucky to be the sort of the initiative that will pull the trigger. But I believe that other institutions, other labels, other music companies, other non-music content IP companies will follow suit as our partnership shows real ways of how this works.
Yeah, we hope to have a lot of announcements coming up over the next few months. I mean, what we're offering is an ability for labels to be financed to increase their stock or their token price like a stock, where investors believe in them and their new artists and what they're doing. They can create lending markets, or we can create lending markets so they can extract capital from their token holdings. I mean, it's a brave new world that it's really quite exciting. So we're honored to have Contents Technologies as our anchor. That's why I say CT, because I can't talk.
Congratulations, and I'm sure it'll be the first of many. Yeah. All right, final question. I'm going to throw this one at you guys. You have an unlimited amount of money. Any music artist catalog or labels catalog in the world that you could acquire, what would it be and why?
Taylor Swift. So I have it. So I have to re-record again.
Why? Just in case it's not obvious to everyone here.
Well, Taylor Swift's the whole thing where she, Scooter Braun had bought her catalog from her label. She got very upset. She re-recorded everything and did quite well, which makes you think that maybe it was planned. But anyway, no, I mean, there's so much great music out there that I just buy it all if I have unlimited funds.
Yep, and you've just raised 20 million, so that helps.
What we got?
Although Taylor Swift's catalog would be, much more, yeah. I mean, for us, our focus currently is still a lot on Korea, a lot on Asia. We think this is a new playbook that the incumbent, some of the more established, bigger players aren't necessarily taking notice of, and which Contents Technologies was nimble enough to sort of find our place and position within the market. I hope we have more ability to explore Japan, more ability to opportunity to explore Taiwan. I think there are a lot of assets that are very valuable, iconic in other parts of Asia that we feel we'd love to invest in, and also work with Aria to better propagate its
its potential.
Yeah, this is my first time in Seoul, and I must say I've been like really impressed by how quickly consumers and retail adopts new products and how eager like large famous celebrities are to try out new things as well. So excited to see what both of you guys do on that front, and thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Thanks so much to Jay for moderating that wonderful chat. We have our last chat of the day here, a fireside chat, coming up right now. While we're, again, situated here, I just want to say that for those of you that have a ticket, so all of you here today, you are potentially eligible for story rewards. So make sure to check your emails by the end of this month to see if you've earned some fun rewards from the story team. But okay, so I'm happy to announce our last fireside chat here. Of course, we're saving the best for last. The two speakers are, two serial entrepreneurs that have spent their careers at the forefront of tech and innovation. And fun fact, they've both been listed on the prestigious Forbes 30 Under 30 list. They're here today to talk about tokenized finance, IP, stablecoins, what's next for Story and Tron, and the like. So I'm pleased to welcome our very own S.Y. Lee, CEO and founder of Story, and Justin Sun, founder of Tron and advisor to HTX. This session is going to be moderated by Sherry Kong, so please give it up for our guests.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for having me. And you know what? I have the easiest panel at Origin Summit this year because I've got two gentlemen that don't really need any introduction from me. Founder of Tron, Justin Sun, and of course, S.Y. Lee, the co-founder of Story. And I'm just going to get right to it. I'm just going to push back a little bit. This beautiful idea of tokenized finance, right? I'm going to start with you, Justin. How far do you think this thing goes? And how much of this is really out of necessity? Or is it just this crypto industry getting creative, looking for new opportunities?
First of all, I think the whole crypto industry today is still under development. There's still lots of work needs to be done to, I think, fulfill its mission and to be a fully completely version. So, for example, let's take Tron as an example today. Even though lots of people is using Tron today to get stablecoin, to get access to financial services, but still, I think today people is complaining how to buy stablecoin, how to manage their accounts, or how to trade with their accounts. There's still like product is hard to use, hard to understand. you had to be a tech guy to get into
Yes,
crypto.
hard to understand for sure.
Yes. So that's why I think our work, of course, is to develop the product like every day to make easier to use, easier to understand. But still, I think it's a long way to go.
How do we make sure that this industry delivers on that promise? Because you keep talking about banking the unbanked. It sounds like a beautiful idea, but how do we make sure that actually that gets done without just benefiting some tech bros, crypto guys, benefiting from that because they understood a little bit earlier and they got in on the race a little bit earlier?
Yes. First of all, I think the whole crypto industry is full of new technology, right? Even myself, I need to keep learning, keep figuring out because everything is brand new. Most of the things happening in the industry comes out basically a month ago, So for myself, needs to keep learning all the time, and also I think we always want to work on first of all good product, so it needs to easy to understand, easy to use, and also it's about capital efficiency because everyone when they deploy capital trade with their money, they want to be efficient enough, right? They want cheaper transaction, instant settlement, they want higher leverage. So that's something I think we are working on to make sure like every penny on the network is fully leveraged, is fully usable, and with a good risk control too, right? Because if you take too much of the leverage, you may get liquidated or you may lose your funds. So basically, we need to balance between the capital efficiency and at the same time is good risk management.
And just to address this issue of friction, because I feel like we're in this sort of transition period right now, that some people get it, some people just don't get it, some people are already there. And SY, your message has been that IP is the biggest untapped asset class. But I wonder how much of this is really the technology industry offering solutions when so many of these industries like media, they're not really ready for that. They're not willing to tokenize their IP. Are you getting any pushback, or do you feel like, oh my gosh, this industry really needs a lot more education than I initially thought?
Yeah, I think there are two ways of tokenizing IP. One is actually sharing the economics. That one, I think it really depends on who you ask. So I've been already chatting to a lot of the top creators in Korea, and there's a very pent-up feeling that besides K-pop companies, that most of their IPs is just basically taken away by big streaming platforms. So I think they really, really want other ways of financing their IP, and especially now with the government legalizing RWA, really getting behind stablecoin. Now, back in the days, obviously it's Justin has done an incredible job in pushing the industry forward with an insane amount of stablecoin adoption. But now I think what's great is governments like in Korea, they're actually really pushing stablecoin as a central force. And what that means is that companies like KakaoPay, companies like Naver Pay, they are going to have stablecoin at the back end, and which means everyone has a wallet. They can instantly invest into this kind of IP, tokenized IP. So I think there is this understanding from especially a lot of content creators in Korea, besides the K-pop ones, who have been not successful in terms of protecting their IP. Okay, if I want to create my own IP instead of just relying on the global streaming platforms, I really want to figure out ways to raise financing, and the easiest way is, tokenize it in a way that so many cryptocurrency projects have actually, raised financing and actually have the tokens traded on the crypto exchanges.
And Justin, I feel like this tokenized economy is really this current phase we're in now after this crypto speculation and then sort of trying to get to the next stage. And are you feeling like, okay, there are just too much narrative around this than it actually deserves? And sorry, I don't mean to downplay SY's mission here, but from where you sit, because you're not exactly sitting in that niche part of the market. Do you feel that way?
So first of all, I believe cryptocurrency will become the foundation for future of finance in many ways, right? It's just like we have the NASDAQ today, right? We have New York Stock Exchange. It's actually finance industry is doesn't matter like which company get listed, right? Because anyone will have the need for financing. They will need to raise funds to do what they want, right? As long as they have a good business model, they can build their product on top of everything, basically. I think cryptocurrency is the same. So crypto industry is basically a finance industry, right? It serves the basic foundation for everything. No matter you are IP company, right? You can be a stable coin company. You can be a technology company. Eventually, you will need financial services. So that's my understanding of cryptocurrency. But of course, crypto started with Bitcoin, right? With Litecoin, XRP. Later on we have Tron, Solana, like BNB. But I think it's gonna grow furthermore. As long as the industries keep growing, I believe eventually every industry will embrace crypto.
And I don't want to sound bearish, but I have to bring up risks. I mean, that's what I do. What could go wrong? Because we've got Tron, for example, driving so much volume of that stablecoin. Tether driving so much of that volume. Is that a risk that we need to think about in any way?
Yes. So for myself, I think it's two risks, to be honest. First of all, is technical risk. Hack is always a problem in our industry, right? So we see, hack news, I would say like every month, but we actually doing way better than 5 years ago. So 5 years ago, I think there's hacking everywhere, right? So, but of course, I think security is something you need to keep improving yourself, because even Apple, there's lots of loopholes, you can actually, explore. So that's something, I think we need to keep like perfecting ourselves to improve. That's also one of the most important foundation for this whole industry, right? Because cryptocurrency is something, you can just trust the math, trust the algorithm itself. And second thing is, of course, I think leverage is also needs to be cared for. That's the same old story of financial industry, right? When you have too much leverage, and when it's get liquidated, it's gonna be bad. So that's the two main risk, I think, in our industry. As long as we keep tracking these two problems and make sure it's safe, I think we have a bright future.
What about you, SY? What do you think? What keeps you up at night? I know that you're talking about programmable IP, and I'm very excited about that idea personally, but when even that is sort of based on fiat-pegged tokens, there could be some things that you cannot control, obviously, that could actually sort of show the vulnerability of over-reliance on the dollar. Do you guys talk about that in your team?
Oh, no, I mean, I think, and specifically with IP tokenization, first of all, IP, there's so many aspects to IP. It can be entertainment. We also talked about Poseidon, which is dealing with real-world data. So we have bootstrapped 5 million plus audio submissions with crypto incentives. But for those things, I think what I really worry about in terms of IP tokenization, working with big creators, is that, I think crypto investors are really used to getting like 1,000x return or 100x return. And a lot of times, content may not deliver. And, and a lot of the creators really rely on their credibility, their brand, their fame. And, where their projects are not able to go through in a real, really successful way, they may get a lot of attack. A lot of, there's an example of in Korea where a famous, creator, I'm not going to name the name, but IPO the company, and then IPO the company, and once that he IPO, he was probably the most beloved business person. Once the IPO, he gets attacked every day, right? So it could be a situation where other content creators, once things are getting tokenized, entrepreneurs, they can swallow the risk of all this volatility, but sometimes the content creators, IP owners are not used to that. So that's something that I worry about sometimes. Yeah.
And when I was first asked to moderate this panel, it didn't really come to me right away. Like, it just didn't make sense. Justin Sun and S.Y. Lee, and then why have me on the panel? I just didn't really connect the dots. And I thought of maybe, because this week we talk a lot about IP meets tokenization. Could Justin, Tron meet story in some way? Because you got scale. S.Y. Lee got some interesting specialization, sort of his own niche. Are you guys talking about business opportunities already without me knowing?
Yes, of course. I think that's why we come to the summit, right? In the first place, and we did like very interested in Korea IPs, and the developments. Korea has been like one of the first country, right, to embrace like crypto, and has a very big markets. Actually, I learned a lot about Korean IP K-pops yesterday by seeing like all different artists and producers, right, to present their work. Even though myself is not expert on K-pop, so but I keep learning, and for myself, I think our specialties is focusing on stablecoin payments, financial infrastructure building, and eventually, as I said, I think everybody needs financial services and the infrastructure, and we can totally see culture plus like financial things, as we have seen, meme coin also very popular in the crypto space. I think that's definitely gonna be something we can do together.
Yeah. So I think Justin has done so much in terms of adoption with stablecoin, and I think there's so much opportunity in the intersection of IP and finance. And and there are so many different types of IP holders which is really interested in tokenization, accessing liquidity, and obviously, Justin's an expert in bootstrapping that and getting that adoption. So we're thinking about ways how we can collaborate on those. It can be co-investment, it can be business development. So we can do it together on those aspects. And also he's PerpDex or other types of businesses are, not just on Tron chain. It's across many chains. And also, our protocol can not just deploy it on the IP blockchain, but also can be deployed on other chains to become the programmable IP layer for these chains. So I think there are ways to collaborate, although we have, different chains, and so on.
Keep me posted. Promise. Okay. Let's talk about regulatory backdrop. And it's interesting because, I know we had a change of president in the US, but the regulatory environment massively changed in the US over the last, how many months has been? Like 10 months? And then now, the conversation seems to be, and correct me if I'm wrong, that regulatory backdrop for real-world asset, like the tokenization of RWA, is more embracive in Asia, in countries like Korea, Hong Kong, Singapore. Is that what's really happening on the ground? And why do you think that is? Maybe we start with Justin.
Yes, so first of all, we already have the biggest RWA, right, in crypto industry stablecoin, right? So this year, because, Circle going IPO in United States is really get attraction, and I think people is start to talking about, real world assets. It's basically, I think it expand the concept, right, of a stablecoin, US dollars, to U.S. government debts, to all different government debts, and to debts, and to bonds, to stocks, right, tokenized stocks, to all asset categories, right? So, which I believe definitely will have lots of usage. For us, we also recently collaborate with token issuers to try to launch stocks on Tron blockchain as well. And also we are basically looking forward to launching the perpetual swap for stocks too, because I think the combination of two will be very interesting. So overall, I think RWA is a good topic, and it will have lots of adoption because, our move to the blockchain for real world assets, give you liquidity, give you adoption to the world audience, and also will give you technical support for the financial infrastructure with very low cost, right, almost zero. So that's why I think in all aspects, our RWA is a good trend, and we are looking forward to collaborate with credible issuers to do it on Tron blockchain too.
What are you feeling in terms of regulators, the conversations you're having with them? Are they very open? Do you have to educate them, convince them?
Yeah, I think at least, in Korea, there is a lot of, especially because of stablecoin. Stablecoin is basically tokenized dollar. It's basically the most prime example of real-world asset, like Justin just pointed out. So with that as a backdrop, right? Even that's now getting instituted, right? So that's going to take a little bit of time, to be honest, in Korea, right? And then there have been OTC exchanges where you can actually trade private stocks, like Stock Plus, Seoul Exchange, which is we partner with, right? And then I think once that's, that tokenized one gets really, really in place, and I think there's as second largest crypto trading volume market in the world, just having the trading volume in KRW is going to be massive right away, right? And then on top of that, if you actually start integrating the back end for many of the payment companies, that's going to be big. And as now every single person has a wallet, can you have a situation not only where you're just investing in Tron or IP token, but also can you have a situation where you are investing into your favorite K-pop artist's next album, your favorite projects, and so on and so forth very, very easily. So I think those discussions will happen a little bit later, right? So even for ARIA protocol, where we tokenize everything from BTS to Blackpink music, we actually carved out Korea, as a jurisdiction because it's still not legal completely, right? So I think the dollar, the stablecoin discussion has to be more in place. The RWA exchange, that plan just got actually adopted as a possible step for the cabinet level as an executive order. So it will still take time in Korea as well. Yeah.
Take time, but do you think at some point you could potentially think about Korean won-backed coin?
No. I mean that's in the discussion. So it's probably rolling out in the next 1 to 1.5 years, right?
Justin, do we need to rule out sovereign stable coins?
So first of all, I think which country get onto the blockchain first, they will have the advantage, right? So of course, I think U.S. dollars is ahead of the game, but I think it's never too late for other countries to catching up.
We've got a few minutes to go, but I really want to get some forward-looking takeaways. I mean, you guys are such heavyweights in the industry. Let's start with Justin. What's next for you? Because I remember, lunch with Warren Buffett. And then you eat that millions of dollars worth of banana off the wall. You go to the space. What's next?
So for me, I'm currently working on a perp DEX called SunPerp. So because I believe this is important for Tron blockchain because it's higher leverage and also decentralized product. So basically, if you have stable coins on Tron, you can get access to exposure to different cryptocurrency instantly. So that's something I think I will work for the next few months. I'm not thinking of any other events.
Come on.
So yeah, that's real.
That's why I feel like a lot of us here in this room really got a lot of understanding over the last 2 days from you on what you're working on, the idea of tokenization of intellectual property. But I feel like you're in the know. You know what's happening next. What is the next big thing in this world? Anything that you can share with us? Your next chapter of your journey.
So I think, to be honest, I think there are two parts to what we're doing. I think most of the discussion today were really focused on, entertainment IPs because it's Korea where entertainment IPs are massive, and those are we're tokenizing a bunch of those IPs and IP RWA or even meme coins. We just launched a ping pong token, which is I think trading at like $80 to $100 million now, right? And then to a bunch of other types of solo leveling meme token and blah blah blah, but not just this IP tokenization or using this IP as an IP Lego. I think what I'm also excited in the futuristic way is, as I already discussed, in my presentation, the next battlefield for AI is not compute or is not models, because if you look at DeepSeek or ChatGPT or Gemini, it's a max 2-3 month difference. And compute is, NVIDIA already has all of that, right? So it's all about now getting the best type of data, right? And for us, how do you get those best data? Recently, Meta just bought Scale AI. It's kind of, they didn't buy it, but they bought like 49% just to go get, just bypass the regulation. That company, how they actually get the data is they just hire tens of thousands of people, in Southeast Asian countries. They do a bunch of legal contracts, and they just get, in a digital sweatshop environment, get people to collect and label the data. It's very inefficient, not scalable. But I think because of the kind of the infrastructure, like people like Justin put together. Anyone can now contribute their data around the world as an IP. Your data is an IP. Your audio, your voice, your video footage that you're doing cooking. All these are really, really important data for audio model, robotics model, and people can get paid back in stablecoin. People can get paid back in our Poseidon points or IP tokens right away. So I think for me, for us, like the very exciting future is not just about this entertainment IP tokenization, your data of everyday voice, everyday work, everyday me cooking or me doing some home errands, all these things. Or I was just talking to a big Southeast Asian conglomerate company that has that's doing food processing. All these things in the factory, all the works, is data that could be used for industrial robots, right? So I think just like Bitcoin miner, I want to have a situation where there's a data IP miners. They're mining data for their factories, their homes, and then getting tokens in return, and those data being licensed out to AI model companies. So I think for us, what's exciting is in the next few months, because of the nature work we do for these companies, we've signed already some massive household names, but AI company, but we will hopefully be able to share them as we are actually collecting and licensing data at scale. So today was really about kind of just narrative entertainment, K-pop IPs, but IP is so large. It's your real world. Your everyday data is also an IP, right?
We have a minute to go. Tron price prediction from Justin.
Yeah, so first of all, we are doing good. I think in the last 3 years, despite of the markets, we keep going up. I think one of the reason is because I think we are deliver like solid work and we grow with the whole industry together. I think for this year, we deliver lots of product too. For the end of the year, we are delivering perpetual futures. I think we're gonna basically keep on building what we doing. And for the next year, we will wait and see what's the innovations comes out, and we will catch up.
Thank you for having me. Thank you for that. I've got the two most storied gentlemen in this business, I would say. Thank you so much for the great conversation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I want to say so much right now. Thank you so much to a whole bunch of people. That was our last Fireside Chat, by the way. I want to say thank you to the whole production staff so much for all their incredible hard work today. Thank you so much to all the speakers who came by, and thank all of you for coming. Origin Summit was the first ever event to bring together people in AI, IP, crypto, media and entertainment, and institutional finance. And we had a whole array of insights during the day today. So thank you again to all of you. I'm so grateful that I got to be your host today. And we have a performance by Islet coming at 7 p.m. tonight, actually on this stage. So we're going to open up the backdrop there, and it's going to be really cool. I'm going to be introducing them onto the stage, so I'm kind of freaking out. I'm a little nervous about it. But it's going to be really fun, live performance. Check it out. In the meantime, go up to the bar, get a drink, relax, get some food, and we'll see you here at 7. So thank you so much, everyone, for having me today.